Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome back for the Wealthy You in 22 conference. I am so excited for everything that we had last night or yesterday all day. It was a fantastic conference. Couple things I want to make sure you know about before we bring to the stage the replay of Dr. Cheryl Wood's keynote for our original conference. Two things. One, make sure you're actually registered for the entire conference at jjclink.com/22. You want to make sure you're registered for the entire conference because that's the best way to ensure that you will be able to win up to $1,500 in prizes. And speaking of winning up to $1,500 in prizes, including gift cards, course content, and things like that, you want to go to jjclink.com/win in order to submit your feedback to the speakers. So that's jjclink.com/win. And you will be able to submit your feedback. And each feedback, takeaway, aha moment that you submit for our speakers, each one of those gives you an entry to win up to $1,500 worth of prizes in gift cards and courses and other mailed to your house benefits. Now, if you are an international partner today and you are watching us from outside of the United States mailing address, so if you're on an Air Force base or an Army post, then we'll be able to ship it to you. But if you are outside of where I can easily ship it to you, which are United States of America addresses, mailing addresses, then your prizes will be electronic courses, but still enter anyway. All right. So that's at jjclink.com/win. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share with you a very, very special keynote and panel from our earlier conference. When we had the original conference, I asked Dr. Cheryl Wood, I'll be honest, Shay Brown asked Dr. Cheryl Wood if she would headline my conference. I didn't quite have the mentoring relationship with her that I have now. However, I had seen her powerfully motivate people to make a change in their lives. And it's something that I aspire to do and I feel called to do. So I'm always a student of my craft. And I had done several projects with Dr. Wood that outpaced projects that I had done with others that I paid even more money. So now I am absolutely wholeheartedly, both feet and a few arms jumped in to being mentored by Dr. Cheryl Wood. And when she agreed to pre-record the conference, I had no idea that it would turn out to be a live session with our speakers, with our VIP speakers on the panel. So they all got their opportunity to get mentored by her. And what you're going to see is you're going to see her deliver one of the most powerful keynotes you've ever heard. And then you're going to watch her deliver people who are already at the top of their game to get just a little bit better. And she can do the same thing for you. And any of us VIP speakers in our lane of brilliance, we can absolutely help you move the needle forward in your life. And so let me go ahead and call up that panel from that night. Okay, here we go. Oops, sorry, y'all. Hey, look, I'm wearing almost the same outfit. Even know that I was studying how she does things, and it's been truly a blessing. Her name is Dr. Cheryl Wood, and she is an international motivational speaker, best-selling author, and master speaker development coach for women. She is committed to empowering and equipping women with the tools to courageously share their unique voice, their story, and their subject matter expertise. Dr. Wood provides specialized speaker training for both corporate and entrepreneurial women who are ready to articulate their message in a manner that is clear, concise, compelling, and captivating. So whether that message is being shared in a boardroom, a conference room, or a media room, Dr. Wood believes that every message has the power to create a shift in people's thoughts and perspectives, and therefore should be done with intention and strategy. Dr. Wood's personal story of bootstrapping her way to her own successful international speaking empire has taken her as far as South Africa, India, France, United Kingdom, the Bahamas to share her message, inspire other women to get out of their comfort zone and become more intentional. Y'all know I love that word, right? Intentional in leveraging the power of their voice. Dr. Wood has received numerous awards and accolades for her work of empowerment with girls and women globally. She has been featured on ABC, Radio 1, Forbes Magazine, Huffington Post, Essence, Black Entertainment, Good Morning Washington, Fox 45 News, Fox 5 News, not just one Fox channel, but two, y'all. Come on now. And numerous other media outlets. She has delivered keynote presentations for a host of large and small organizations. And today she's on the stage of the Building Wealth Together annual conference. Dr. Cheryl Wood, welcome to Building Wealth Together.
Oh my goodness. Thank you for having me. I'm a mic check. I'm good. You can see me. You can hear me. I love it. Thank you so much for having me as a part of this dynamic opportunity to be able to touch other people's lives, this dynamic conference and summit that you've put together. I am energized by all of the possibility that is in front of all of us. We are in a time like no other. People have changed, the world has changed, but in such a good way. And it really is all about how you look at things and your perspective on things. Yes, we've experienced great loss, my family included, over the past 18 months. But there's also been what I feel is a rebirthing of people's desire to say, I'm going to live today. I'm no longer going to exist. I'm no longer going to be okay with the status quo. I have a right to live a life that I am in love with. And I want you to write that somewhere for yourself. I have a birthright to live a life that I am in love with. And living a life that you're in love with, I believe, should touch on various elements. Number one, it means that you should be doing the thing that your spirit craves for. Like, what is the thing that makes you feel alive and energized? Just like today. Honestly, I've been really kind of on vocal rest because I just finished this 5-day amazing event. And so I really strained my voice. But when JJ said, Dr. Cheryl, I need you here. I need you to pour into the people. There was nothing in my spirit that could keep me from being here. Why? Because I know this is what I'm born to do. So number one is finding the thing you are born to do. And some of you might be thinking, well, how do I do that? Well, it's about getting started, putting yourself in a space and a position where you are moving toward exploring what is my unique fingerprint in the world. What is the thing that I'm meant to do that no one can do the way that I do? Doesn't matter how many people imitate, they will never be able to duplicate me because this is my divine assignment. And I'm not saying that that's going to happen overnight. It's not that you're going to leave this conference and all of a sudden it's going to magically appear to you what that thing is, but be interested in it enough. Be committed enough to your purpose that you are giving yourself permission to explore what else is possible. So number one, the thing that brings your soul to life, where you don't have to have an alarm clock. You don't need to press snooze 15 times like some of you are doing right now because you're not walking in the thing that is assigned to you. Number two, it is about creating a life that is bigger than you. So whenever I look at what I do, yes, I love it. Yes, it stirs my soul. Yes, I wake up. I don't need an alarm clock. But a big part of that fulfillment and that nurturing that's happening inside of my own spirit and soul is due to the fact that I know the thing that I'm doing is so much bigger than me. Like, I understand that my life and my story is about me, but it ain't for me. So everything that I've been through, everything that I've triumphed over, everything that I've accomplished, everything I've failed at, all of it is so that I can come and share it with someone else, so that they know they're not alone, so that they know that there's hope on the other side of some pain that they're going through right now, or a valley that they're in at the moment. My life is bigger than me. And that comes full circle. So when you align yourself with a space of doing something that you love and are passionate about, number two, doing something that makes your life bigger than you, you have already done two of the steps that are necessary to really create what I consider to be a prosperous and abundant life. Number three, identifying how you intend to create impact and to build legacy. When you look up the word legacy in the dictionary, legacy is something that you pass down. What do you intend to pass down? And a part of that is our impact. A part of that is our voice. A part of that is who we are, that little piece of us that people get to experience every time they are in our space. Because we get the option to choose to leave people better when they leave us than the way that they came. But legacy, passing down legacy, includes the very thing that this conference is all about: wealth, generational wealth. So when I can put myself in a better space financially and I can create wealth, I get to pass that down to my children, to my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren. And even if you don't have children, you get to pass it down to the generation behind you, or charitable initiatives, or wherever you feel that it will do the most support and help for elevating someone else. Again, it's all intertwined. It's all connected. You doing what you're passionate about, you doing something that helps others, that literally allows you to make your life bigger than you, and you creating legacy. Legacy is the thing that will long outlive your physical body. And when you wrap those three into one, that is what I consider to be a truly prosperous life. And guess what? All of us have a right to live that type of life. So then why don't we? Why is it that so many of us stay stuck? Why do so many of us hold ourselves hostage to an existence instead of living life? Most times it's because of one simple thing. 4-letter word that we hear about often, called fear. Yeah. Fear to go out on the edge. Fear to take some risks that scare you. I want you to put this in your notes. I want you to type this if you're in the chat. If it don't scare me, it can't grow me. Whew. Like, that give you goosebumps? It gives me goosebumps every time I say it. If it don't scare me, it can't grow me. And I say that to myself, and I add my name at the end of that. Cheryl, if it don't scare you, it can't grow you. Because if it doesn't scare you, you are playing in a space called familiarity and comfort, which means you are doing nothing new, which means you are not living on the edge. You are not doing the things that will usher you into this new, greatest version of yourself, the best version of yourself, that then will serve everyone around you in a bigger, more profound way. See, you becoming the best version of yourself, it's not just about you. It's not just for you. Yeah, the byproduct is that you get to live an amazing life. The byproduct is you get to feel fulfilled, but at its root, at the core of it, it is so much bigger than you, because there are people who are watching you. People who are watching to see if you will press through your own fear. Because the moment you press through your fear, then they will have more courage to press through their own, because they will look at you and look at your example and say, well, if she can, maybe, just maybe, I can. If he can, maybe, just maybe, I can. And people will start to identify with you, and they will start to see themselves in you. And now you have birthed in someone else the idea of possibility, simply because you said yes. Here's what I need you to understand. Every time fear shows up and tries to keep you hostage to where you are instead of where you should be, where you're destined to be, I want you to start disconnecting the conversation with fear. I want you to call out all the lies that fear is telling you about why you can't start the business, why you can't grow or scale the business, why you can't create wealth, why you can't become a millionaire, why you can't become a six-figure earner, why you can't write the book, why you can't speak on stage, why you can't, and whatever the thing is that is your personal ... Because all of us have our own vision of success. It's relative. Success is relative. But whatever that vision is for you, yes, it is possible. Yes, you are worthy. Yes, you are capable. Yes, you are called and equipped to do that thing that you've been called to do. But too many of us usher ourselves out of our own possibility because we're fearful. We're fearful that maybe we will put a lot of time and energy and effort into the thing that's calling us, that's pulling on us, tapping us on the shoulder, and we'll put all this time, energy, and effort in, and maybe even money in, and oh, maybe it will fail. That is the most common fear I hear, especially among women. Well, suppose I fail, Dr. Wood. Suppose it doesn't work. Well, suppose it does. See, we never allow ourselves permission to explore the opposite of that. You're so focused on what could go wrong that you haven't taken the time to explore what can go right. How amazing of a life could you be living if you just gave yourself permission to consider what was on the other side of your fear, what was on the other side of maybe it will fail, what was on the side of maybe this could actually work. Maybe this could be everything I imagined and then some. Maybe I could actually create a life that I am in love with. But it requires that we master our mindset. And I'm sure you've heard that all throughout this conference, and we'll continue to hear it for the remainder and the duration of this conference, because everything starts in the mindset. The way the mind works, and let's specifically talk about the subconscious mind, is the way it works is that the more you tell it something, the more it believes it. So there's a quote that says, if you think you can or if you think you can't, you're right. So if you are constantly playing in a space of negative, toxic thinking, thoughts, words, that is exactly what you're going to manifest and produce. But if you challenge your own fear of failure, fear of inadequacy, fear of success, fear of people's judgment, fear of whatever the thing is that's holding you where you are, if you commit to challenging every fear, I promise you there's something on the greater side. There's something on the other side that's greater than what you're currently experiencing. Something that's simply waiting for you to show up. So you unplug, you disconnect the conversation every time fear shows up. As I like to say, and I don't know if any of you have ever done this, I say you got to give fear the stare down. Y'all ever seen y'all kids? I have kids. I got 3 teenagers, so you can only imagine the ruckus that happens in my house. 2 of them are sons, and they're like Irish twins. So right now they're both 14 years old until the next one, my middle one, turns 15 in about a month. So they have these stare down contests. And I'm just looking at them like these kids are such weirdos, right? But imagine having a stare down contest with fear. Like, you better look away because I'm not. Like, that's literally the stance that you have to get in when fear shows up and tries to rob you of your own destiny. You have to give it the stare down, and then you give it the stare down until fear dissipates, so that in that moment you immobilize it and you move forward towards whatever the next step is on your journey. Why? Because you deserve it. Because people are waiting on you. See, what a lot of us don't realize, we come to events like this and we listen to the keynotes and we listen to the VIP sessions, and, you know, we're all magnetized to the people who are speaking. And that's beautiful. That's great. God uses us as vessels. But what you don't realize is that that same greatness is within you. That there is someone somewhere who is waiting on what you are sitting on. Let me say that again a little bit louder for the people in the back who I don't think heard me, JJ. I'm going to say it a little bit louder. You are sitting on what somebody's waiting on. There's someone somewhere in the world, and maybe it's in the United States, but maybe it's in Australia. Maybe it's in Africa. Maybe it's in India. Maybe it's in Europe. I don't know. But there's somebody who is praying right now that you will have the courage to get up, stand up, get back up, keep showing up so that you can provide the prescription for the pain that they're currently in. And the beautiful thing about that is living a life of service where you willingly say yes. Yes, I will abandon my fears. Yes, I will eliminate distractions. Yes, I will take risks. Yes, I will do the things that scare me. Yes, every time you're saying yes, you're shifting the trajectory of your own life, but then you're showing up to help shift the trajectory of other people's lives. You're helping them to get out of a pain that they are in. That otherwise, if you didn't show up, they would stay stuck in that pain. Imagine staying stuck in pain. Let's just tap into that for a moment, especially for my women. Because a lot of times as women, we're so busy taking care of everybody and everything. We're taking care of the household. We're taking care of our husbands. We're taking care of our children. We're taking care of everything. And sometimes we really need to take care of self, but we put that on the back burner. So imagine you wake up one day and you have a pain in your shoulder. And it's irritating, it's annoying, but you go on about your normal business because you just don't have time to stop. You don't have time to go get it checked out. And before you know it, you have put it off and put it off and put it off so long. And now it's 4 months later and the pain is so intense that you absolutely cannot go another moment without trying to find out what's wrong. So imagine you go to your physician's office and you go in and you say, Doc, look, I got this pain. It's been aching me for a while. I finally got here. Doctor's like, well, how long has it been? 4 months. 4 months. And he's already scolding you that you even gave yourself permission to stay in pain that long. And he says, tell me more. And you start to explain what the pain feels like. And, oh, it hurts when I lift my arm this way, or I do this, or I go to grab something, it hurts. And he says, okay, well, let me see. And he starts to triage your shoulder and feel around into the tendons and the muscles. And he says, okay, let's take an x-ray. And he takes an x-ray and he brings it out and he starts to look at the x-ray and read the x-ray. And then he says, well, great news. I know exactly what's wrong. And I know exactly what prescription to write so that you don't have to be in pain another moment. And you're like, oh, thank you, God. Thank you for letting me finally get here. And thank you for allowing this person to be able to know exactly what's wrong and to write the prescription so that I don't have to stay in pain anymore. And then the physician says something that shocks you. He says, well, wait. I know I said I know what's wrong, and I do. And I know I said I can write the prescription, and I can. But what I've decided is today I am not writing prescriptions. Today, I'm not writing prescriptions. So what I want you to do is I want you to go back home and I want you to stay in pain just a little bit longer. I mean, you've been in pain for 4 months already, so why not just go home, stay in pain a little bit longer, and I'll give you a call when I decide I'm ready to write prescriptions. How would you feel? Devastated, hurt, angry, upset, confused, and still in pain. That is the very thing you do when you do not honor your unique gift. See, there's something that you do so well that, as Maya Angelou says, pursue the thing you love doing so well and people can't take their eyes off of you. There's something that you do so well, so easily, that you have diminished the value of it. There's something that you do so well that every time you do it, people are in awe. People are amused. People are just like, wow. You bake pies so well, or you crunch numbers so well, or you just speak so well without a script, or whatever the thing is. You're a comforter so easily. You talk about health and wellness so easily. You coach people into their next best version of themselves so easily. There's something that you do so well and so seamlessly because that is the gift that was given to you to use to help others. And when you say, no, I won't get started. No, I won't pursue it. No, I won't press through my fear. No, I won't take the risk. No, I won't abandon imposter syndrome. No, I won't get out of my own way by tackling my own toxic mindset and self-limiting beliefs. Every time you say no, it is equivalent to you being the physician who has the prescription for someone else's pain, and you make a decision, an intentional, informed decision that you will not write prescriptions for someone else. And the pain that they have been sitting in, and the prayers that they've been praying to God for you to have the courage to show up, the tenacity to show up, the boldness to show up and just walk all out in your gifts. Can you imagine Can you imagine being at home, sitting in pain, praying for an answer, and knowing that there's someone out there who has it, who simply won't show up, who simply hasn't developed enough belief in themselves or confidence in their gift, someone who simply has allowed fear to keep them stuck and to sit them down right where they are. My challenge to each and every one of you is don't be that person. Do not be the person who keeps thinking about it and maybe journaling about it. And you go to another vision board party in January, you know, another one. And you know that this one you're going to in January coming in 2022 going to be the same thing you did in January 2021. You're going to put the same stuff on the same because you ain't done nothing. You haven't done anything yet because you've still been standing in your way, telling yourself you can't, you're not good enough, you're not qualified. And I'm here to challenge you. Simply challenge you to get out of your own way. And most importantly, get out of the way of the people who are waiting for you. Show up boldly. Show up courageously. Work on your mindset. Tell yourself some good stuff because whatever you repeat is what your mind will believe. And when you get started, make sure that you continue to fuel the fire. Fuel the fire for using your voice. Fuel the fire for touching other people's lives. Fuel the fire for using your gift. Fuel the fire for living an amazingly crazy, abundant life, a prosperous life. Why? Because if you serve well, you should certainly live well. It's not even a question. But it will require something on your part. I want you to jot this down. My expectation can never be bigger than my execution. That means, my friends, you have to put something in. You got to make some consistent deposits. You've got to plant so many seeds that you lose count. And eventually you'll look back at all the planting you've done and all the serving you've done, and you will see this harvest come in and you will live this amazing life that you initially only dreamed about. But you must show up powerfully. You must persist. You must have what I call a feeling of obstinance, right? If you look up the word obstinate, it means to stubbornly refuse to change one course of action despite attempts to persuade one to do so. So, do you want to touch lives enough that you're willing to have an obstinate persistence to continue firmly in a course of action, regardless of difficulty, regardless of opposition, regardless of failure, regardless of your own fears, knowing that your life was never meant to only be about you? In closing, I'll say this. I want you to look at your feet. Now, if you're driving, this does not apply. I always have to make that announcement. But I want you to look at your feet. And if you can't do it now, do it when you get home. And I just want you to say these words. Just utter them, but utter them with determination, drive, commitment, not an interest in, a commitment to being the best version of you. And say, my feet will not be planted in the same place 12 months from now as they are today. Woo! Come on. Y'all want me to say it again? I know you want to hear it again. I'm going to say it one more time. For the people in the back. For the people in the back. My feet will not be planted in the same place 12 months from now as they are today. That signifies that you will step into action, that you will continue to have forward movement, that you will be in consistent and persistent motion, that you will have obstinate persistence towards becoming the greatest version of you, which is the version that discovers what you're born to do, what fills you up inside, the version that allows you to serve and impact and transform the lives of others, the version of you that allows you to create legacy and pass down all the greatness that's inside of you. And yes, the version of you that also gets to live well as you continue to serve well. Tony Robbins says, A real decision is measured by the fact that you've taken a new action. And if there is no new action, you have not truly decided. Make a decision today, right now. We're not waiting for the new year. I said this in my conference just a few days ago. It's not new year, new me. Why are we waiting for a new year? It's new day, new me. I woke up today. I have life and breath in my body. I'm breathing. I'm here talking to you. I don't ever want to take any moment, any hour, any second, any day for granted. I want to walk fully in my purpose, fully in my calling, fully in legacy, and yes, fully in wealth for as long as I am given. So step into action. You are enough. You are worthy. You are called for the assignment that has been placed on your life. Or as my friend, my good friend and mentor and coach, Les Brown would say, you are a masterpiece because you are a piece of the master. There is greatness in you, and it is time for you to unleash it and share it with the world so that everyone who comes in contact with you, their lives will never be the same. Thank you so much. Thank you, JJ, for hosting this amazing event. Thank you for having me to come into your community. I appreciate you, I value you, and I celebrate you for how you are changing the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Wood. I really appreciate you for coming on today. And I'm going to ask, I know we're still running live on Facebook. And for those of us, we have a group of our speakers here, our conference speakers, and they wanted to be able to come on and get a snap picture with you being our headliner. And so I'm going to invite them up to the stage. These are the speakers for our conference. Now there's 34 of us. I stole 33 the other day. I forgot to include myself. But today we've got on the stage, we've got Greg Brinkley, we've got Jan DeGallier, we've got Dr. Jonas with the bonus, we've got Rena Pilot. Let me see who else we've got in here. We got Kevin Williams. And so we've got different people, and I just wanted to get them on the stage so that they could, these are the speakers. These are, everybody else is watching on Facebook, but these are our speakers. And so as I'm inviting you to the stage, please accept so I can invite the next person, and we can get everybody on with Dr. Cheryl and just get a good little screenshot, because you all, Dr. Cheryl and these speakers here, y'all have made this conference amazing. Now let's see how I can do this here. Do I have everybody? Am I missing anyone? We got Greg, we've got Jan, we've got Rosalind. Boy, you know what? Some of these folks, half of my speakers are people that are either already in your program, Dr. Cheryl, or they're people that I brought into your program.
Awesome.
And I don't even belong in your program. I'm not a woman.
All right, we just got to get Rita on there, and then we're good. But again, I just want to thank you all. I want to thank you all. And as soon as Rita comes on, I'm taking everybody smile for the camera. Look good, y'all. Look blessed and highly favored. All right. Real quick. Did anybody have a quick question for Dr. Cheryl? Like she said, she just came off of an amazing, I mean, if you have never been to one of her events in person, you need to be there next time. Wait, you got to be there next time anyway, because I'm going to be on stage next time. So, or you definitely got to be there anyway. But you got to be at her event. She is first class in the way she does everything. And we do not want to belabor the hour. And we do want to help support her goal and rest that voice. But if you have a real quick question about the execution and moving forward, now's the time. Now's a great time to ask. All right. Well, with that, nothing. Oh, go ahead.
It's like eating turkey on Thanksgiving Day. They're full.
There,
JJ. They like, I got to let all of that. You know.
Simply digestion time right now. Yes, that's it.
Well, then
I should have worn a flame retardant suit. Because there was some fire coming at you.
I hope I'm connected with everybody. I would love to stay connected whenever we get to do things like this. It's just, I love seeing people who are just intentional. There's your word, JJ, intentional about using their voice, touching other people's lives. I don't know how many of you know, but last year we lost my nephew. He was 20 years old, tragically in a motorcycle accident, unexpected, just in the prime of his life, in his going into his junior year at Morgan State University, a superstar, so popular, like touched so many lives in 20 short years. And so it's a renewed fire in my belly to say, I don't have time to waste. When you watch your sister put her baby boy in the ground, you realize it is a reminder, what are we waiting for? And so whenever I see anyone like this group, just coming and speaking up, coming to the front of the room, being intentional about using your voices, it just stirs my soul so much, because people need it. People need what you have to say, and we've got to keep pressing forward. And it's not about local impact. It's about global impact. There are people all over the world praying that you'll have the courage and the strength to get out of bed today and show up, right? Like, people are praying for that. I know my sister, in this past year of grieving her son, and this will continue for a long time, there's certain people, she's praying for people who have been through that experience to show up and to teach her and guide her on how do I keep going? How do I even want to keep living and my child is gone? And I can't usher her into that because I've never lost a child. So all I can have for her is sympathy, but I can't have empathy. I don't know that pain. So there's someone somewhere who has gone through that, the loss of a child, and their voice will matter to her more than my voice. And I'm her twin sister. And so all of us have to remember that and think of that there's somebody who is waiting on my voice. They're not gonna receive it the way Dr. Cheryl Wood says it. They're not gonna receive it the way JJ says it. They're waiting for Greg, or they're waiting for Jan, or they're waiting for Rita, or they're waiting for Kevin, or they're waiting for Dr. Jonas, or waiting for Rosalind. And only you will be able to usher them into whatever it is their next, or out of the pain that will allow them to go into their next. So anyway, I'll stop talking because I get fired up about this stuff, but I just honor each and every one of you for saying yes. JJ, I honor you for saying yes. It's, this is a big risk to say yes to something like this, of this magnitude. It's a lot of logistics. It's a lot of planning and orchestration, and it takes a lot of courage. So I celebrate you, because I promise you somebody is not walking away the same. Somebody's, I'm making that plural on that, because they needed this particular conference. So just thank you to each and every one of you for saying yes to sharing your voice, and don't stop. Don't slow down. Keep doing it.
Dr. Wood, if I could put you in my back pocket and have you talk to me every morning, it would be a tremendous blessing. What I want to say is that, hence the conundrum, because I do understand, this is really interesting. I'm just sharing, I'm just being real, that I know that I have the keys to unlock someone else's, my audience, not your audience, my audience lives. I do understand that. And yet sometimes the biggest challenge that I have, and you talked on it, Janine, you talked about it over and over again, is to believe in that, to believe I have a message, is to think that it's landing on ears and changing lives. And there are times, my birthday was yesterday, and all up to my birthday, this is my 60th birthday, I was really thinking about, man, have I done what I'm supposed to do? Have I made the contributions that I needed to make? I was just really beating myself up. Mm-hmm. So I think the conundrum is always, we need to get the support that we need to get so that we can show up to do what we meant to do, which I am totally, when I'm on, Dr. Wood, when I'm on, I'm hot as I don't know what. Yeah. But, sometimes, I'm waiting in this little murky pool of, and I mean,
we're in a world where you can feel invisible if you don't have 1 million followers. You can start to feel invisible, like, oh, my voice isn't mattering. It's not counting because I didn't get 100 likes. Mm-hmm. Like, that's the world that we're in. But let me tell you, people are watching. Whether they click like whether they click share, it doesn't matter. They are watching. I have people who sign up for my programs and they've been watching me. They're like, yeah, I've been watching you for a year and a half, Dr. Wood. Really? I didn't even know you were in the wings watching. I had no idea. And they're watching to see, are you going to stick with it? Do you really mean what you said? Or was that just some fly by night thing and you did it because everybody else was doing it? Or do you really mean it? Are you committed to it? And when they see your commitment levels, that you do it when it's hard, you do it when it's not popular, you do it when it's not easy, you do it when you don't feel like it. I tell every client I serve, you don't get vacation day from divine assignments. How do you take a vacation day from something that you've been born to do? Whether I'm on vacation or not, somebody's getting a speech. It's going to be the lady at the restaurant. It's going to be my driver. Somebody getting a speech every day. I will not leave this place without giving somebody a speech every day. And if I can't find anybody out there in the world to give a speech to, I line my husband and my 3 kids up on the couch and I'm like, look here, somebody gonna get a speech, because that's what I'm born to do. So I'm committed to it. I'm not interested in it. I'm not thinking about it. I'm not worried about if somebody is watching me and recording me. No, this is my calling. This is my divinely downloaded assignment in the world that will be the legacy that will long outlive my physical body. Yes. Nobody's going to be talking about how much money I made when I'm in the grave. They might be spending the rest of it back here, but ain't nobody going to be talking about that, right? But what they're going to be talking about, it's the stories of, I remember when Dr. Wood, Yeah, she spoke into my life, or I remember seeing her at this event, or she coached me through this, or before I met her, I didn't have a radio station, and then I started my own radio show. Or that's what's going to be your legacy, is the stories that people share about how you touched them and moved them. That's what's going to be important. So yeah, we got to keep showing up and stop worrying about whether or not, we feel visible. You are visible. You are. I don't care if you have 2 followers. Them 2 followers love you. They are your personal stalkers. So you got to make sure you serve your personal stalkers well.
Amen.
Well, mute.
What? Can I speak? I just want to jump in there real quick. Dr. Wood, I really appreciate just watching you speak. And that was really, by itself, that was an education, because I was just taking mental notes on things like your cadence, how you were using dynamics, and how you were punctuating certain words. And it was really, really helpful for me as I progressed in my speaking career to pick up on those little fine details so I can be able to sharpen and refine what I do. So I appreciate what you did for us tonight, and not just the speech, but also the minute details of it.
Thank you. Awesome. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. And y'all see, I said I was going to be 20 minutes. It's 43 minutes later. I'm still here. That's what I'm saying.
You said during your speech, Con, you said, I'm going to show up for a group of 7 or 8 women or people, just like as if it was millions. I was like, oh, thank goodness, because I don't think I'm going to have millions.
Yeah.
One day.
Right. There's so much power in serving the few. Like, true. Sometimes that's a better, because you get that intimacy.
True.
And they deserve the best of you, just like the stage with 10,000 people deserves the best of you. So that's what my folks were saying. Like, it was 7 of us, and we were on the call for 3 hours. Girl, I can't help it. My kids, we have a running joke in this house, and I have 3 teens, 14, and 17. My boys are Irish twins. Oh. And my kids, I was like, oh, this gonna be quick. Y'all know what they do? To be like, that's the face my teenagers give me. They're like, mommy, ain't none of your calls quick. None of them. But it's because I love what I do so much that I'm just pouring and pouring. And God he gives me overflow, right? And it just comes. Mm-hmm. And when you know you're helping somebody else and they're having these ahas, and they're like, oh my God, Dr. Wood, and they're acting like the stuff that you're teaching them is gold, like it just flows out of you because you want to see them succeed and soar. So I'm like, I don't hold back anything on the people that I serve, because there's enough for everybody. As somebody just recently said, not just to get a slice of the pie, but to get a whole bunch of pies. You don't have to just get a slice. You can get a whole bunch of pies. I don't have the capacity to serve everybody. I work with Les Brown. I'm about to do my 4th book project with Les. Les can't serve everybody. I've worked with and spoke on Lisa Nichols' platform. Lisa can't serve everybody. None of us can serve everybody. So why would we hoard the information that we know that would allow other people to be greater at what they do so that they can touch more lives? It's just, it's craziness, right? That really is a lack mindset. So I have an abundance mindset. And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna pour out everything I have so that now these individuals can go out and they can serve the people that they've been called to serve. And now, we have people who are a little more healed because now we have more people who are out sharing.
Amen.
We have people who are a little more empowered.
Yes.
People who develop a little more belief in themselves. People who are able to get back up when they didn't think they were going to get back up. My sister didn't know how she was going to get back up in August last year. When she lost, we got the phone call that her son was dead. She didn't know how she was going to get back up. But it was because people with that same experience showed up and they spoke life into her. Yes. So every one of us just have to do our part because none of us have the capacity to save the world or serve the world.
Dr. Wood, it's kind of interesting to me is when you show up for your calling, and I have seen this happen over and over again, that the Holy Spirit, whatever you want to call it, God, whatever, he will show up. You think that you finished talking, and then all of a sudden you go, damn, that was good. Where'd that come from? The Holy Spirit can take over, and it's just amazing. Okay, Janine, you might want to. Okay, but you know what I mean.
Look, we didn't turn this from
it's amazing
from a conference to a master class.
Forgive me, Lord.
We're in our own master class. I love it.
Can I just add to Dr. Cheryl? Thank you so much. This was so inspiring to me. And when I started moving into the space that I'm in with serving others and carrying out my purpose, I didn't go into it saying I need to be a speaker. But as I'm moving more and more and growing in that, I need to be able to communicate that to the people that I serve. And I need to be a speaker and I need to get better at it. And I need to be able to motivate people and help them understand what I'm trying to tell them. And so everything you're saying is so important to me as I'm growing in the space that I'm in. And I am a speaker and I need to embrace it and I need to be confident in it. And this has been just a really great time. Thank you, JJ, and thank you, Dr. Cheryl.
I love that. Yeah, elevating. Just elevating, keep elevating. And I promise you, I wasn't always this confident. I wasn't always this assured. It took me a while. There are seasons to this thing, right? Mm-hmm. All of us go through seasons. But the more I invested in myself, the more I came to the front of the room, the more I took the risks that were scary, the more I became aware of what I was capable of, right? How do you even know what you're capable of until you take the risk and do it? It's almost like my kids like, oh, I don't eat that. How do you know you don't eat it? You ain't never had it. How you even make that statement? So that's like us as grown folks saying, oh yeah, I can't do that. You've never tried it. You don't even know. Like you don't know what it feels like, what it's going to feel like, look like. Just like, what was that back in 2014? I went for my first skydive experience. Okay, let me first and only and last skydive experience. But it was for me to prove to myself that sometimes we talk ourselves out of what seems so terrifying. And then we do it. And it wasn't nearly as terrifying as we anticipated. Now, yeah, going up in the plane with the door up, looking out like, whoo, that was a little scary. But the experience overall was nothing like what I had talked up in my mind. I was like, oh my God, I'm probably going to be sick. My stomach's going to do that flipping thing like when you're on roller coasters, and I hate that. And I'm doing all this stuff. And then finally I was like, Cheryl, surrender. Stop making up your own story about what you think it's going to be like, and you've never experienced it. Yeah. It was completely the opposite of anything I ever expected. It was the most amazing experience I've ever had. Because after you come down for that free fall, which is about 60 seconds when you come out of the plane, the parachute opens and you are literally gliding in over God's creation. Mm-hmm. When I tell you I've never experienced anything so beautiful in my life, And I would have missed that because of what I was telling myself the experience was going to be like when I didn't even know. How many of us are missing out on what life can really feel like because we are talking ourselves out of it, because we're assuming what it's going to be like if I take that risk, if I do that thing. Oh, nobody's going to support it, or nobody's going to buy the book. Well, your mama going to buy the book. If nobody else buy the book but your mama going to buy the book. Like, we've got to stop holding ourselves back because of what we assume it's going to be like. You don't know. Give yourself permission to get out and actually experience it. Just like this conference. How do you know what it's going to be like until you actually do it? And then you take little lessons from this one and you do the next one. I am already into planning mode for SpeakerCon 2022. We just finished SpeakerCon 2021, which is why my voice is not back yet. But we're already planning for 2022. So it's like you take it, you get the lessons, learn the lessons, and you start planning for the next thing. You don't say, oh, well, I'm going to stop because it didn't go the way I wanted it to go. Mm-hmm. Okay, no. Let's figure out, how do we make it go the way I want it to go? That's what we do. I'm going to stop talking for real now.
Well, we definitely
want to chime in and say SpeakerCon was an absolutely incredible experience. It was my first time, and Dr. Cheryl, I mean, she just blows your mind. I was mesmerized the entire time. Wonderful lineup of speakers and just an incredible experience. It's like nothing I've ever experienced before. So I just want to just say kudos to you and looking forward to next year.
And next year, thank God, we'll be live. Thank you, Lord, because we need to be back live. We need that live interaction and engagement. And I can't wait. I'm so excited. Dr. Jonas with the bonus. You sure are quiet over there. I ain't used to Jonas with the bonus. I need at least one bonus from Jonas today. Is he frozen? There he is, but I think he's on mute. I'm like, that's my buddy right there. Oh, we can't hear him. Kevin, what do you speak on? Sorry, JJ, I'm not trying to just take over your platform. I just want to know.
I asked you for 20 minutes. You're giving me more bonuses. I'm taking it all.
When I told my husband, I said, I'm only going to be 20 minutes. He was like, I'm going to time you. He already know. Everybody in my house, they already know, but that's what happens. They can't control it. Hey, Kevin.
Under promised and over delivered.
Awesome.
Yeah, I appreciate you asking. I'm working with fathers. I have a heart for women, and the way that I am helping women is by working with husbands and fathers and helping them to figure out how to be the dad, the husband that they were made to be, that they want to be, and to really be everything that their family needs of them. That's what I'm really excited about.
Oh my God, you're going to be my bestie. That's so good. We need that so much. Oh my goodness, that's wonderful. And what about Joseph? I'm sorry, I promise you, this is the last. And then Greg, and then Jan. What do y'all talk about? I can't help it. I see all these great faces. I want to know what everybody does. Is Joseph unmute? Can Joseph unmute himself and tell us what he does?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and jump out there. So hello, everyone. Some of the names here are mildly familiar. I've seen Jan, I've seen you before. So primarily my business is marketing with really high level influencers, helping them grow their business. A lot of them have large certification programs. So that's the main business. What I was actually doing in this conference is helping by talking about crypto. And for me, I think that's the future. I've spent the last 7 years growing a business, and I've done a really good job at doing that. But what I've learned is where most people actually struggle is, I always say, you can see but not have vision. And I first learned about crypto in 2012, and I didn't get involved until 2019. And I think a lot of people are being left behind with it. So here I talk about crypto, but in normal day-to-day, it's mostly business and marketing.
Awesome. Dr. Frazier will love you because he is, oh my God, he is great. I think I got 12 emails from Dr. Frazier today about a meeting that he's having about crypto. So my husband is all excited about that. I'll just let him make all the money and give me some. I mean, I'm his wife, so I'm entitled to half anyway, right? If anything he gets, isn't that true? So
So what my wife says, she goes, "What's yours is yours, but what's yours is mine, and what's mine is mine."
that's
So,
right. That's
you
wife
get
lingo.
double.
I love her. I love her. That's wife lingo. I love it. Oh, and Greg, what do you speak about?
I spoke on developing a swamp-free mindset.
What's the word? A what free?
A swamp-free. You know, swamp like Everglades.
Yeah, that's good.
Swamp-free. And
that's
and it's coming from my work in government. I did 27 years in government. And now I'm a coach, executive coach, speaker, and author. Soon to be, hopefully in a month, it'll be released. The book is called Uncivilized: How Government Workers Behave and What to Do to Help Them.
Ooh, they need that book. You make sure you get it. Every government agency. They need that. That's fantastic. Congratulations. Okay, JJ, I'm turning it back over to you.
Thanks again, Dr. Cheryl. This has been fantastic, and just the up leveling that you've given to us, not only here.
I think I froze up a little bit there.
Facebook. I mean, it's just been amazing.
I didn't catch what you said.
What's that? Oh,
so I think I froze up. I didn't catch what Dr. Cheryl said.
I was turning the conference back over to the actual host, JJ.
Oh.
She also said that your book needed to be in every federal office, and you and I have had that conversation.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. I appreciate you, Dr. Cheryl. I look forward to working with you over the next year. And this has just been a phenomenal experience. SpeakerCon was a phenomenal experience. And I took some notes from you because when I saw that you were at that conference, telling everybody about the next conference, I was like, Shay, we need to do this. And so we got a page for next year's Building Wealth Together. We got the Women Building Wealth Together coming out. And so we've already got people applying to speak. And it's just like, wow, I never realized how fulfilling it could be to take my gift and pave my path, but then also make that path for other people. And that's exactly what you've been doing. And so now it's like John Maxwell says, once you've tasted significance, success is never enough. And I've tasted significance in this way, and that's what I'm going to keep on doing. So thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you for letting me be here for 20 minutes. I appreciate you. Y'all have an amazing night. Thank you, JJ. Congratulations. Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
40 is the new 20.
Well, my husband feels the same way. When I came out from something, he was like, yeah, you said 20 minutes. We already know it's going to be an hour and a half. And so I feel like, did y'all feel so blessed by that? Those of you who are watching on Facebook, I keep watching on my phone. If y'all wonder why I'm on my phone, it's because I'm engaging with the audience on Facebook. Go ahead and drop in your ahas and your takeaways. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go into our live Q&A panel. But while we're transitioning, I just want to say that when I set about to create a conference, I thought about the conferences that have been really uplifting to me. Things like the John Maxwell conference, or even FinCon or SpeakerCon that Dr. Cheryl runs. And I knew in my heart that I wanted people of excellence to be around me so that we could have that kind of empowering experience. And those of you who are on the stage, and also two of our speakers are in the Facebook watching it, you all have just your excellence, your value, your heart to serve shines through your talks, and you all have just blessed my soul. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do the Q&A. If you have a question, I'm going to go into the Ask JJC. Okay, so anonymous questions are jjclink.com. If you have a question you don't mind asking on Facebook, or if you want to jump in here to air me, we'll pull you up on stage and we'll have a conversation, but the first question is for Joseph, and that is, when can we take your course on crypto? You said your thing that you didn't have a course yet, but I guess people want it because I have that question twice.
That's awesome. So I have been thinking about just doing like a get together. So just creating a little on the weekend, just taking people through stuff, just for fun, not necessarily charging for it, but just putting that together and helping people do it because I really believe. So one, I don't know, I get to see some of your talks throughout the conference, but one of the things that I talk about are people like Peter Thiel that was able to invest in Facebook, and then he put 500,000 in, and in 2012, that's $1 billion that he takes out from that initial 500,000. There's no way that you can catch up with something like that with just marketing better, with just building better, and with selling more. So for me, it's almost a deep conviction to help people get started in a way that's simple. So if enough people really are, Janine, I would say just have, if we can collect a list or even just have them send me an email, I'll just put something together. We'll just hop on a Zoom and we'll spend time just taking everyone through it. And I don't have a course yet. I'm just educating right now. So just trying to help out.
Well, I certainly appreciate the education. Even for myself, that was one of the reasons I brought you in. When you said you were doing crypto, I was like, I've been wanting to learn about it. And every crypto thing I've attended has been a sales pitch, and it's felt kind of slimy. And so I said, if you can educate us, I want that because I want to be in on the ground floor. You know, one of the things that I've been teaching about is how back in 2007, Sherman Ragland's real estate class taught us that there's always something every 12 or so years as far as a cataclysm that shakes up the economy. And I had purposed in my heart that the next one that came, I would be in a position to take advantage of it. Now, I thought it was going to be another real estate, and it wasn't. It was a pandemic. But we are all in this forum. We're all connected to people who are connected to people who are thought leaders that helped us get through it. And some of us started businesses during the pandemic, and some of us expanded our businesses despite the pandemic. And today I had the revelation, and so y'all get to be the first to hear this. Today I had the revelation that the next cataclysm that comes, not only am I going to be prepared to be take advantage of it, not in a negative way, but to create win-win solutions for hurting people to help them through it. But hear this, I'm going to be one of the people like my mentors who connected and led me. I'm going to be leading people, and each of you on here, you can be in that position to be able to lead people and connect them. Like, I want to be the person that brings in Seth Godin, or I want to be the person like John Maxwell that comes up with the class on how to do it. And then all of the people that work with me can take that script and help their tribes. Wouldn't y'all like to be that person 10 to 12 years from now, whenever the next shakeup is? So when I look at things like crypto and I look at all this education we bring together and strengthening our families, I say, oh, we have got all the people that we need to be able to lay this foundation and really do something, make something happen and make it great. And for me, I'm like, there's enough people out there who are unscrupulous. The good people of the world, the people who have value, the people who want to be people of value, who add value to others. We're the ones that need to rise up so that we can help a hurting world when things shake up. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, this was not supposed to be for me to talk. It was supposed to be for y'all to talk. So let's go ahead with questions. Let's see if I've got some questions that were submitted in. Again, if you're on Facebook, I would love for you to drop some questions in the chat, and maybe a little delay in me getting to it. And let me go back to the JJC.
Janine, can I say one thing? While you're looking for the questions, I just want to say something too, just from my perspective. I really believe like it. So like Greg, I want to write a book too, and I've been working on some ideas. And one thing that TD Jakes says is God gave us trees, not chairs. And Michelangelo talks about the David in the marble. And that's the whole idea of people being able to see something. So you need someone to actually help you with your mindset, to help you with your vision, to help you see things differently. And that involves a process of mastery. So I'm glad for those of you here that are the coaches that are helping people see differently. What I'm seeing from my perspective, you all are training people to think and see opportunity and live a better life. What I'm hoping to be a part of this change that Janine is talking about is right now, I believe we're about to enter a phase that we've never entered. And I'm saying like practically, you walk into a McDonald's and you can put in your order on a little kiosk. You walk into Walmart, you walk into a store, there's no one checking you out. There's one person and 6 places where you can self-checkout. So we're having adoption of robotics, of genome sequencing, of energy storage, of just regular blockchain technology, which is what I talk about in crypto, where a lot of people are going to be out of jobs because it's replaced by these technologies that will grow exponentially. And a lot of folks aren't ready for it. So that's why I believe, unlike a Facebook where we are the product, we give them our time, we donate our time, and they sell our information. And that's my job. My job is running ads on Facebook and Google. I would say I'm an expert when it comes to funnel building. My job is to this platform that uses people as the product, and only the people that actually own Facebook and have shares get paid. When it comes to crypto, anyone that buys Bitcoin, anyone that buys Ethereum gets the profit. They aren't the product. They actually increase their wealth in value as more people actually use it, which is the opposite of everything we have now. So it's such a big thing for me, because my job every day, I see how people are doing something and they don't realize how they're being used and how they can't catch up or can't get ahead. So I thank y'all for what y'all do. I hope you get 1 million customers. I hope there's more coaches to actually push this further, because people just aren't seeing now. And a lot of people are going to be unseated. They won't have jobs. And I think this new industry is great for a lot of folks. So thank you, Janine. I'll let you get back to the questions.
That's good.
That's fantastic. I actually only have 2 other questions. So if any other speaker wants to come in, this was supposed to be our time to let the audience come in and ask us stuff. But if you all, knowing each other's expertise, want to ask each other something, look, as long as people getting blessed, I'm happy. All right. And so the next question that I have is, let me go back to it, is I need help prioritizing. There's so many different things pulling. There's so many different things pulling, and we don't know which direction to go. And so that's a pretty vague, that's a pretty vague question. As a financial planner, I'm always going to say, let's get the family together, let's get out of debt, and let's get a plan to start, spend less than you make and start investing, but I don't know what direction they're going in. So let me just make a case study or a case example that we can use to further the conversation. Let's say this is somebody who they're struggling with debt, they're struggling with a family dynamic, they know they need to have additional streams of income, but they don't know where to start. And it's hard to tackle all of that at once. So what's their next baby step? If this person comes to your office, what's their next baby step?
I will gladly go. I just saw Rita off mute, so I didn't know if you were sitting already, Rita.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay. So how I think of it is, you don't have a real problem if it's hard to prioritize. And this is why I say that. In jiu-jitsu, if someone's trying to choke me, the threat is really clear. I know I need to get the hand off my neck. In life, if there's a really, really clear problem, it's easy to identify what it is. So I think that's the first thing, is actually start looking at, is the problem really prioritizing, or if it's you want something and you're unclear. So I don't know if that's more of a clarifying question, but I know when I need help doing something, I can tell where the pain is. I can tell that I'm frustrated that I don't have enough time. And then I can look and say, well, what am I doing with my time? Am I watching Netflix? Am I staying up late and just like eating a whole bunch? Like, I can see what I'm doing that's not allowing me to get that thing that I want. So I would probably want to ask that clarified question. Is it really you can't prioritize because you have so many goals and you don't know the best way to achieve them? Or if there's really something that you want in life and you just don't know what it is and it's hard to figure out what it is. But I tend to go to the thing of, it's easy to prioritize when you either have some pain associated with it or you're very clear on what you want. So that's just my 2 cents. I'll go on mute.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. I think that you nailed it. And sometimes just a different wording helps for some people, but absolutely, when I'm having trouble prioritizing, probably almost always, it's simply because I haven't got a focus. I'm not focused on the right priority, or I haven't found what the most important thing is, whether it's the pain point or whether it's the goal that I'm moving towards. I would say probably always poor prioritizing and kind of waffling around with things boils down to something like that. It's just not knowing that the most important priority. And so that's one. My dad is probably my best coach and my longest standing coach, though he doesn't know it. But he'll always say things like, what's the most important thing? What's the highest priority right now? Deal with that. And when I'm really feeling stuck and I'm absolutely dead, then it's like, okay, just take the next step. Don't worry about everything else. Just take what's the next step forward, any step. And sometimes it's in my worst days, it was literally when I was in a real mess. It was just getting out of bed and doing some laundry or something. It had nothing to do with the important priorities, but it got me moving. And once the ship's moving, I can start to steer it. So, I mean, maybe that's going too far from where this person's at, but just as a general prioritizing, that's kind of how I would describe, I think, what Joseph was saying too, getting clear on what's the priority.
I would say too, it sounds like just from the terms of this question too, that this person might be being pulled in different directions. So different people might be, they might be not putting themselves first or putting their immediate purpose first. So I think trusting your intuition with, if you look out long term, like where you want to be, I know I've had to learn to trust my intuition. What are those ideas what are those visions in my mind of where I see myself? So many times I've dismissed those visions as that's not something real. I pictured myself owning my own business. Well, in my moment, I never thought of myself as an entrepreneur. So that wasn't real to me. But when I started trusting those ideas and I started leaning into it, it gave me direction and it gave me something to move towards. And so all of those conflicting priorities from other people pulling me in different directions, or my own self-limiting beliefs pulling me in different directions, I could start to work through that process to move in the direction of what my purpose was telling me, what I was really supposed to be working towards. So just an idea.
Jan, do you have practical steps of how you started trusting yourself?
Oh yeah, that's a great question. I can relate to the pain part for sure. When you're feeling that frustration of not moving in that direction, you're spinning your wheels and stuck, that stuck feeling. But as far as those practical steps, it really did take for me taking that leap of faith. So for me, from a faith process, trusting on my faith in God, that he was going to guide me through this. That was a personal thing I needed to do. And then I just needed to take baby steps. I was working full time in a job that was very demanding. And the thought of starting a business on the side, I could have easily said, there's no way I can do that. I don't have time for this. But I even told myself, even if I have 5 minutes today, I'm going to be okay with that. And then 5 minutes tomorrow, and I'm going to be okay with that. And before I knew it, I was moving forward in that direction. And doors started opening up in a way I could have never imagined.
Yeah, if I could chime in on that also, I think Joseph, Kevin, and Jan, that was great stuff. I really appreciate that insight. I think that I was kind of reflecting on, if you're in a burning house, the goal is to get outside of the house, but you're distracted by everything that's happening around you, and there's so many different things going on. And to what Jan was saying, that potential for pain is there if you're not dealing with the fire around you. So the question, a coach that I've been working with, he was helping me focus on moving the needle. What moves the needle in this particular task? What moves the needle in this other task? It's not trying to get involved in all the other machinations of what's happening. Simplify it, be mindful of what's happening, and then say, how can I move the needle in this particular task? Because I don't have to solve it all in one day. I don't have to knock it out in one fell swoop. What can I do to move the needle today? Yeah, it's kind of what Jan, relationship to what Jan was saying, just moving the needle. And as you move the needle, you gain some level of confidence and also accomplishment, knowing that, okay, I can actually have something to hang my hat on here. I know that I was able to take this task on, so now what's the next step? So I think breaking it down into those manageable chunks by moving the needle can serve someone really well.
Greg, I got to follow up. I'm thinking if I was the person, my question to you would be, how did you choose the right things to move the needle? Because sometimes you can have in your mind, this is going to move the needle, and you do that thing for a year and you're like, the needle moved, but I'm tired and I'm done. What were like some of the processing, or how did you decide the most important parts of the needle to move?
I think for me, and not just related to my own life, which fire was burning the highest? Because there are some fires that may just be smoldering. They may not need as much attention. They're not 5-alarm fires. It may be a 1-alarm fire, maybe a 2-alarm fire. But the 5-alarm fire is the one that needs attention, because if you don't deal with that, that fire will spread. It will set on fire all the other fires. So we have, for me, I realized that this particular thing was the 5-alarm fire. So I needed to move the needle in this area so that I had hope of knowing that the other fires that were not burning as highly as this one could also be attended to, because momentum is a real thing, and we all know this. And if we're able to make progress in the thing that gives us the most pain and move the needle in that area, and just like what John Maxwell said, consistency compounds. If we are doing it on a regular basis and moving the needle in this area, then it gives us some relief, and then we can say, okay, I can breathe now. It's down to 4-alarm. It's still burning, but I may be able to take on this other task that may not be burning as highly. So I think it's really being able to focus on what it is that is bringing us the most heartache, the most disappointment, the most pain, for lack of a better word, because really it's all centered on pain. So when we deal with the pain, that's really the most intense, and being able to add some balm or some salve to that and allow that to be able to heal a little bit, then we can have more of a mindful place to deal with some other things that need attention.
I just want to add one thing. It's really great to deal with the thing that's causing the pain, but it's also important to make sure you put time aside for that thing that's going to bring the pleasure, that's going to bring life into you. And one of the things that I make sure that I do, which helped me when I have multiple fires going on, and sometimes fires take a long time to put out. You've got to have something that's going to keep you going from the positive side. So I started doing what I call VIP time. And that's my time to pursue my purpose, to pursue something that is going to give me pleasure, that's going to make my life special. And that's uninterrupted time that'll keep you strong so that you can fight multiple fires at one time. Just wanted to.
And I'd kind of like to add to that a little bit as well. Sometimes we really don't know what the best thing is, or what the most important fire to put out is. And one of the things that I captured in my book, which is free on my website, Building Wealth Together. One of the things that I captured in my book is that when I was trying to figure out how to live as a single mom, going through this divorce, my life is devastated. I feel like my ministry is going to be over, $800-something thousand of debt to my name. And I could barely put one foot in front of the other. And I remember being in prayer and reading a book while I was in prayer by Watchman Nee that talked about the body, the soul, and the spirit. And I felt like I was being led to just do 10 minutes a day for each of those aspects of myself. And that wasn't, the biggest fire in my life was $845,000 in debt, right? And the biggest fire in my life is, how do I stop crying around my 3-year-old all the time, and so that he can have a secure family? Another big fire was half my furniture was made out of cardboard, because I didn't have any money to buy furniture, and he took most of the stuff when he sold the house and moved on, and I eventually bought it back from him, so it worked out. But for those first couple of months, it was cardboard furniture and one little chair that me and my son sat on. And so you think about all those things, and well, I didn't know what to do. I could barely keep my head above water. But the 10 minutes a day of prayer, and 10 minutes a day of Bible study, and 10 minutes a day of doing something active with my body, over time, that cleared my head enough, and it dealt with some of the other physical aspects of the physical representations of the stress and everything going on in my life, that was all able to settle just enough for me to kind of poke my head above the water just a little bit and see where I could go and start to get a little bit of a direction. Like Kevin said, once the boat is moving, then you can steer it. And I just the reason I'm saying that is to add to what everyone else has said. If you don't know which way to go, pick one. Pick a direction, pick a thing, as long as you know that it's good for you. Pick any of the tips that were given today, and I'm encouraging you not to stress out about whether or not you picked the right thing, because some of us, we don't like to be wrong, and we don't like to spend our time on the wrong thing, and we just have to know we got to just take one step after another, and you can always make a change. If it didn't work out the way you wanted it to, you can always make a change. But sometimes we just gotta get out of the rut, and then we can figure the rest of it out. Is there anybody who hasn't commented yet? I don't think I've heard from Dr. Jonas on this question. Did anybody else want to offer a comment? I'm not sure if your connection is going, because it shows that you're not muted, but I can't hear you.
He's got a great smile, though.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, those of you who were on with us last night, you heard how amazing Dr. Jonas with the bonus is. But for some reason, we're not able to hear him today. So hopefully we'll get that worked out before we're done. But we are almost out of time today. So the next question that I had is very similar to the one that we just answered. And basically, somebody is going through a divorce and they didn't know where to start. Everything is just going crazy. And I think what we've just done will help that person as well. So I'm going to throw one out there, and I'm going to piggyback off of what Rita said about VIP time, just to give people some ideas. Because sometimes people say self-care. Well, I don't know what to do. And then if you're a lady, they always say, go to the spa and get a manicure, pedicure. Well, that doesn't do anything for me, because that's time, and I could be doing something else with that time. And so that's not relaxing to me. That's part of my job to go get that stuff so I look good. But to me, that is not relaxing at all. So I'm going to just kind of go round robin. What are some things that you do for self-care? And then if you don't mind sharing, and I know this is kind of personal, what are some ways what are some triggers that tell you it's time? And so, for example, for me, one of the ways that I self-care is walking. When I get out there and I walk a couple miles, even though I have the back and the neck injuries, it does seem to help reduce the inflammation. It elevates my mood, and I get a lot of creative flow. So I'll be walking, and I'll be putting voice notes with new ideas into my phone as I walk. But for me, one of the ways that I know that I am not paying enough attention to my self-care is that I'm always, like, I feel like my eyes are always watering. And I know there are some medical conditions that will cause your eyes to water, but for me, at least at this point in my life, when my eyes start to water a lot and I have the little eye salts, usually if I get down in prayer or if I take some quiet time, there's unresolved issues that I've just been ignoring. And that's a sign to me that I need some self-care time, and I need to address some of these issues. So if anyone else would like to chime in, what are some things that you do for self-care? And what are some ways that hey, I need to spend a little more time caring for myself?
All right. Oh, go ahead, Greg.
No, go ahead, Joseph. You got it. Well, Candace stole my thunder in the chat. One of the things I do and have been doing since really last year was practicing meditation and mindfulness. And I know when I need it, when I'm really off track in my thinking, or if I'm dealing with things around the house, you know, my family, my wife and daughter, and those types of shifts. I use that word. So for me, it's really helped. I actually got a book that really helped me out with that. It's called Holy Noticing. Dr. Charles Stone is the author. And for those of us who are believers, it really gave me a model for being able to practice mindfulness in terms of body, affect, thoughts, environment. So it really helped me reduce a lot of the tension, a lot of the stress, a lot of the need to react to things, because I found myself, you know, I tend to get defensive, you know, if I'm, you know, being attacked, or I play the defense attorney. That's kind of one of the things that I have dealt with. So it really has helped me to settle down and be present, and not process everything that comes to me as an attack that I have to defend. If it's the truth, I don't have to defend it. So I can know something is true, and I don't have to react. I can respond from a more present and mindful place, so I can be able to have a greater awareness of what's happening around me.
I love that. That was great. I will kind of go from, I used to work in a school, and I can remember when some people would drop their kids off, they'd open the door and trash would fall out. And I'd be like, man, they need to clean their car. And then I'd go get in my car and it was messy too. And so what I've learned about myself is, either where I work, I need a very nice and peaceful environment. So if my office is messy, if my car is messy, generally I feel like if I can't take care of me and what's happening in my domain, how can I go help others? And that's usually like a really good key for me. And I remember I called one of my friends, he's a counselor, and I said, man, I struggle because I set goals and I reach them, but I feel like I'm missing something. He's like, yeah, you actually need to not decrease pursuing success. You actually need to work on mindfulness. You need to work on just like being in the moment. And I struggle. I'm one of the folks that I really struggle with that. So I started doing jujitsu, because when there's a 270-pound guy trying to submit me, it's easy just to focus and to be on the moment and to really just think about that one thing. And that's been really good for me. And I'll record myself, and then I'll come home, I'll watch it. So I like the physical activity. If I have to sit there, my mind just starts going to other things. I actually have to tie physicality with being mindful, and that works for me. I've tried to do other things, and my wife, she can just go sit in the backyard with the chimenea, and she's good. And I'm like, all right, what are we doing now? Like, it's been a minute. Let's go do something else. So for me, I think to each their own. But when I get a messy environment, I know that I'm actually not in control. And I have a lot of things that are controlling me. So I need to push back on my schedule. I will cancel meetings, I will cancel work, and I will focus on getting order. And then that's a really good key for me. So Jenny, this is a great question. Thanks for asking.
I'll just share quickly. I know we're low on time, but a couple of things in terms of my indicators. I think there are two things that usually clue me in that I need to take time. One is irritability. I just get unusually and unreasonably irritable with people, which is probably pretty common. The other is that I just get kind of generally antsy and unsettled and don't know what to do with myself. And I find that the solutions, I actually have a variety of things that I do, and sometimes I need one thing or another, because it can be art or writing, drawing, that kind of thing, or it can be going out in nature, taking photographs, or up until this year, unfortunately, my we've stopped. But my father and I would go sailing, and I guess the thing about these is we realized, like my dad and I sailing, it was like when we're out of the water, the world is gone. There's nothing else. It's just us and the boat and the wind, and it was, we would literally forget about everything else, and until we got back to shore, and it's like, oh right, look at the we were out a little longer than we thought. But it's things that will just, that I can get so engrossed in that I forget about time and I forget about life, and I could just enjoy the moment of whenever it is. So just in brief, that's part of how things work for me.
Well, I love this discussion because I think it's so important to know this. And even though I was in the military for 23 years, over 23 years, and they always talked a lot about resiliency and taking care of yourself physically and mentally and spiritually and things like that. It's really only been in the last 4 years since the car accident that I've had to learn when I'm getting stressed or when I'm blocking the flow of creativity, or what are the things that are signals that I am not paying as good of attention to myself as necessary. And one of those that I forgot to mention is, those of you who know me personally, I'm very much a busy go person. Let's get it done. Sometimes I jump in and get things done too quick and don't have all the information. But when I'm starting to get in one of those funky moods, or if I'm really getting overwhelmed or something, I tend to slip into lethargic mode. And so I'm not a TV person by nature. I can take it or leave it. And a lot of times I'll leave it. I'm not a big video game person or Facebook person, other than using it for my business. But those are the times where I'll just be glued to the tablet, playing the brick game or the Angry Birds or whatever it is, And so those, for me, those are symbols. It's like, oh, hey. And I think I got that from Paul Martinelli. Isn't that interesting that I'm doing this when I should be doing that? Isn't that interesting? What is that all about? So did anybody want to jump in on this before we close out? I know it was a difficult question, but I just feel like the people, when I'm looking at everybody on Facebook, I don't know everybody, but the ones that I do know, we're all hard charging personalities trying to make a difference in the world. And we need to do like Rita said with that VIP time.
So I put in the chat that for me, meditation, prayer, reading the word, walking, exercise, nutrition, balanced meals, spending time outdoors in nature, engaging in positive interaction with my grandchildren, and a hot bath with Epsom salt. Those are my key self-care that come to mind. And when I say meditation, that includes the exercise I do that just kind of check in with your body and see what the body sensations that are feeling you, rather than pure meditation but just zoning into every area.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I love it. Love it. Okay.
I love that one person in Facebook said rest, reset, reattack. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
Oh, that's Camille, and she's also a speaker. So I want to appreciate our speakers that are on Facebook, jumping in and inviting people in to watch. This was intended for everybody, and I do want to let everybody know. I think everybody knows because I've probably sent a million emails on it, but we will not have a panel like this tomorrow as we originally intended. And that's why I'm so glad that even though today was really talking a lot about entrepreneurship and maximizing our talents, that I was really glad that Joseph was able to come and talk a little bit about crypto. And so I'm super excited for what we're all doing. I'm excited that we all got together. I'm very hopeful that you or anybody in the audience that might be watching will participate in our future conferences. We've got a lot coming down the pike, and we want to bring you into the fold because this is changing lives and we are making a difference. We together, I forget the name of the person who said it, but there's this quote that says that individually we are but a drop, but together we are an ocean. And I feel like all of us have come together today, and we are an ocean that is moving the needle forward in people's lives. And for that, I do thank you all. And so we're going to go ahead and wrap it up for today. If you enjoyed this session, I encourage you, if you haven't already, to actually hear the full sessions of each of these speakers. And if you missed it, that's okay. I've always got a hookup for you. We've got a wonderful special 75% off deal on the VIP lifetime access so that you can go in there and get the talks. I mean, these are no fluff. This is a no fluff, all content conference. And I'm telling you, it's just such a blessing. We've got one more day left, and we are going to continue bringing the fire. Stay tuned to the channel, and you guys can go to Building Wealth Summit or Building Wealth Together live to watch the content tomorrow. And then also, if you're interested in the VIP, it's jjclink.com/VIP. However, if you are part of the tribe of one of our speakers today, get with them because they've got an even better discount link that's just for the speakers. Okay, so we want to support our speakers. And you know, there's this thing going around on Facebook that says you don't have to buy something from me to support my business. You could like, you could comment, you could share, you could do all those kinds of things. And so today, let's like and comment and share and celebrate each of these wonderful speakers. And so thank you all again from the bottom of my heart. Y'all take care and be blessed.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, JJ, for all your wonderful work. You did an awesome job with the program. I'm honored to be here.
Aww.
Thank you. True blessing.
Thank you, my sister. Really appreciate the opportunity.
All right. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You know, I know that this Wealthy You in 22 challenge is using replays, but it's just, I'm telling you, when you go back and you see it again and you see the energy, it's just, it fills my heart all over again. And so we're going to shift in our entrepreneurial and corporate excellence, and we are going to bring up the youngest speaker in any of my conferences, unless you include Cubby, who is only 6, and he had a very minor, but I'm still going to count it, speaking role when I spoke to National Speaker Association during their influence conference. He was my model, and he modeled some of the 7 deadly Zoom sins. But the youngest real speaker to be in any of my conferences, we're going to bring up beloved Joshua Simons, and I want you to stay put because this young brother is going to show you some tactics that will help your business. Now, when I invited these young people to be on stage, I had heard them in a motivational capacity, a very short talk, motivational capacity, something that their mother was putting together. Beloved Joshua Simons and his sister Haley Simons, who will be on later this afternoon, I believe. But when they jumped into the opportunity to be a part of Building Wealth Together, I expected a short motivational. And what I got was like, hey, I need to do that in my business. So I was like, let me rewind that again. What did he do? What did she do? Y'all, you are going to love these young people. But first, we're going to bring up beloved Joshua Simons. He is going to talk to us about 5 simple steps to create a digital footprint to increase your revenue stream. Now, some of us, we get a little afraid of technology, or, you know, we're afraid of looking bad, or we're afraid of clicking the wrong button. And you know what I've discovered? For me, technology has been very humbling. My entire Air Force career was built on technology. All right. I spearheaded some of the most advanced technologies, the research behind some of the most advanced technologies that we have for some of the most elite teams in the Air Force. And yet I get on a video link and a Zoom link or a StreamYard link, and I'm pushing the wrong buttons, and I'm not bringing up the sound, or blah, 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 whatever happens. I really believe it's a humbling thing, not an issue, not a technology issue. And some of us, we have been letting technology stop us for way too long. So we're going to bring up this young man. He's going to show us 5 simple steps. That means stuff you can do today to create a digital footprint. And then we're going to bring up Shay Brown to talk about 7-figure sales team, Donnie Osmond to talk about why you need to start a world-changing podcast. Then we've got Dr. Takima Dorsey about creating an irresistible lead magnet giveaway, 3 simple steps. And then her daughter Haley's coming on on to talk about simple steps to engage your clients. So look at how all of these things are simple steps to move forward. None of the people that we have coming up today are going to overwhelm you with things you can't do. Everything that we're learning are things you can implement right now. And you can take one of these steps and take one of those steps and take one of those steps. And if you do something every day, then 30 days from now, you're going to look back and you're going to be like, wow, my 2022 is already amazing. See, that's what I want for you. This is what happened to me. I'm bringing up the video, but I've already got it. I'm not just stalling. I really believe that this is for somebody right now. When I went to a very high level mastermind in February of 2021, I looked at my goals in 2021 and I had already accomplished them. I had shared the stage with Dr. George Fraser. I had shared the stage with Les Brown. I was in this particular mastermind, which being privately mentored by this individual was on my list for years. I had accomplished all of these things that I thought was going to take me the whole year to accomplish. And I'm telling you right now, if you implement these strategies, one strategy from this speaker, one strategy from that speaker, one strategy from that speaker, you will look back in February or March and you'll be like, wow, I accomplished everything I set out to accomplish. You write that goal down, you put it in front of you where you can see it every day, and you will take each step forward. I'm telling you, it's going to happen faster than you believe. And then you're going to be like I was in February, like, wow, I got to come up with all new goals now. All right. And that's why, if you'll notice in the guidebook, for those of you, wait, let me pause this share real quick. Let me bring up the guidebook for you. For those of you who haven't yet downloaded the guidebook, if you download the guidebook, let me see if I can share it with you. If you download the guidebook, you'll notice that I've got the picture and just space for one key action. Why did I do that? Because I know, first of all, a lot of times we go to these events and we take pages and pages and pages of notes, and then we never go back and do anything. Anybody else like that, or is it just me? Okay, so that's one reason. The other reason was because it doesn't take monumental one-day effort. It's consistent daily actions. And by time you finish, you'll notice, if you count the number of speakers and you count the number of days from when we start to the end of January 2021, there's exactly the same number of speakers and the same number of slots. If you take some action every single day, that compounding consistency will move forward in your life. I promise you I will. That's why I was willing to come up with over $1,500 worth of prizes to get people to take their takeaways or their aha moments or their actions that they're going to take and submit them. Not because I just want to be all in your business, but because I know that when you make a commitment, or when you write it down, or when you share it with somebody, that it makes it more real to you. And then you're going to be more likely to do. And when you do, you will receive. So, it's going to be good, y'all. If you haven't already started, go out to buildingwealthtogether.com. Click on go to buildingwealthtogether.com, click on the thingy for this conference and get your guidebook. All right. And it should be right there. It should be right there in the top of the page, or after my welcome video, of course, because but you should be able to see it there. The Wealthy You in 22 Challenge. I made it its own thing. So now that you don't have to dig through the other things, but you can just find it right there. All right. Let's go ahead and bring up beloved Joshua Simons. He's going to be talking to us about 5. And it's just 5 little steps. All right. 5 little steps that we can use to create, simple steps that we can use to create a digital footprint.
I'm excited to be here. I appreciate you for being here with me, and it's time to go deep. As we get started, what you need right now is a pencil and a piece of paper, because today you are going to create your own digital footprint to increase your revenue stream. Are you ready? Let's go then. The problem for nonprofits, small businesses, and entrepreneurs is their lack of creating their digital footprint to increase their revenue stream. How can you describe a digital footprint? A digital footprint to me is a digital mark where others can know who you are and what you do on social media platforms. How can a digital footprint impact you? A digital footprint can impact businesses by increasing awareness and exposure of their brand, which includes products and services in their programs. It also engages the audience to build community relationships, increase followers, and potential revenue streams. It impacts me because as a business owner, a digital footprint increases the opportunities to develop partnerships. And it identifies the owner as the expert leader in that industry. It also gives me the opportunities to talk about my business to different nonprofits, small businesses, and entrepreneurs. It helps increase income and continue to expand the horizon to new opportunities. Now, here's the framework that I developed to create a digital platform to increase my revenue stream. Just a quick note, in this tutorial, I have the website that I have been going live on, which you'll see in the future video. It's not letting me download the actual live stream. So I'll just keep an image right here so that you know after I go live, I download the actual live stream from here. This image right there. Yeah, and I'll download it from there, but I'm gonna use Zoom so that I can still go through the process because it can be the same thing. Okay, so step one is obviously to go live. And I already made like a sample live file so that we can I can go through the steps.
I love it.
And so the first thing I do is, well, I usually where I go live is on StreamYard, but StreamYard isn't working for the moment. So for a sample, I'm just going to use it from Zoom. So the first thing I would do on StreamYard is to download the live stream and go to the video editing software. I use VideoPad video editor, and I open up a file from here, and it'll obviously be the one. Well, I could just drag and drop. Just gonna drag it over here and then drop it, and it'll be right here. And then I would drag it back down here and then do the editing stuff and all that jazz. And then I would save it. Go to file, menu, file, and then save project file as. But I don't have to do that right now since I don't have to edit anything since it's a test. And then I then go to YouTube, which this will be leading us to the next step, which is to go on YouTube and posting it on there. So, hello. Okay, so I go to YouTube and I upload a video, and it'll lead me to studio.youtube.com, and I'll select files. And then I'll go to where the file is. Well, let me just say this so I can actually know where it is. Oh, here's another thing. When you name it and you convert it to something, like say an MP4, since this is a video, it'll come right here, export file settings. You just have to press create and it'll just automatically download it for you, so that once you open it up, it'll directly go to downloads. So let's just wait right here. Okay, you know in Spanish when it just says complete right here. So you can just close that little window right there, and then go back to YouTube. I'll just go back to YouTube, and then I can select files, then go to my downloads because it'll automatically be here. Then I'll just open it, and this will pop up. So I just title it and then name the description. I'll just name it sample video. And then here is where you can put a thumbnail. I just can regularly go to canva.com to do my thumbnail because that's mainly where I do my thumbnails. Let me move that down here. And I just press create a design and then scroll all the way down, or just go on the search bar and type YouTube. And you can scroll up and down and where you find YouTube thumbnail here. You click on it and there's a blank canvas right here. So I just pick my pictures and stuff down in the upload section. And well, first I do get a random template that feels right for me for a YouTube thumbnail, which I think it's this one because I like it. And then I'll just delete the person right in this photo. And then I go to my uploads. I scroll down to the picture that I want, obviously. And then let's say this one, and then I come right here. Oops. I would drag it from here into the importing background thing right here. Then I can double click to drag it up or down if I want. I'll just drag it down. And then I can expand it or minimize it and stuff like that. So I think this is a good point right here. And then I can delete all of this. Oops, not this. I can delete this text because this is not what I want for the thumbnail. And then all I can just do is just grab a text box, move it over here, just type in, I don't know, sample video. There you go. And then I can, if I want, I can expand the text. Just come up here and just press expand. And this is not the high quality, thumbnail, so I'm not gonna take my time on doing this. So I'm gonna try sample video and probably just change the text. I don't know, I guess white. And then I'll just, there you go. And then I just write my name down here, get the little text and just write Beloved J. Simons. And come down here. And since this is a little bit, small, I mean, like some people can't read it that much, I can just expand it. And then I can just align it. And there you go. That's a sample thumbnail. And then if you want to download it, you just come over here to download right here. And this is like PNG right here. Click it and you can see all these options. I'm just keep it as a PNG because it really won't matter. So yeah, then I just press download. And then the sample video will be right here. So I can go back to YouTube. Oops. I can go back to YouTube and upload thumbnail. And it'll be right here in the downloads. When I click it, And the sample of the thumbnail will be right here. And playlists, I don't think that'll be necessary because it's just a sample. And down here, yes, it is made for kids. So I'll click it and I can show more. Then my video does not contain paid sponsorship. There's no tags. Well, yes, there is. Sorry, hashtag public speaking. Oops. Hashtag. No, I'm just keep right here since the sample. And language caption certification. I don't really think that's necessary. Recording date, that's not necessary. That's not necessary. Basically it for this part. Let's go next. Video elements. I don't think there's any video elements because this is basically nothing. I didn't say anything in this video, so just silent. So I can skip that part. Checks, there's nothing because I didn't say anything. And visibility, I'm making it private since I don't want it to be shared publicly. And I don't need to schedule it because it's private. And then I can save. And my video will be over here, right here, like my other videos. And all of them are private because I don't want them to be shared yet. And that's it for the YouTube section. And next is you can create a podcast. So the first thing I would want to do is go open a new tab and go to a converting video website, which would be for me cloudconvert.com. This is very useful. And convert, it'll be a convert thing right over here. And convert MP4. I want it to be an MP3, so it'll be MP4. MP4 to MP3. Because I want it to be an audio, not a video. So I'll select my file, which will be the test. And I'll open it. And then I just click convert. And then it will be right here. So I'll click download since it can be, I want it to be edited. And then the test MP4, I'm sorry, will be right here. So since I want to edit it to put my podcast intro, podcast commercial, and podcast outro here, I can just open up VideoPad again and create a new sequence, which you can do by coming down to the sequence thing right above the tracks and clicking this plus sign, which will bring up a new sequence. Just to note, this the sequence don't affect each other. So if I can edit this one, it won't affect sequence 1. Okay, so I'll just go back and I'll drag and drop like I did before into here. And it'll pop up right now. So what I would like to do is to open again to where my intro, outro, and commercials are, which will be in my documents. Oh, here it is. And then I'll just drag so I can select all of them and then press open. And now they're in up here. So what I want to do is to put the intro right in the beginning, the outro right in the end, and the commercial somewhere in the middle right here. And then I'll bait, that's really easy. basically I just want to drag and drop my intro right here, and then drag and drop my outro right here, and then my commercial somewhere in the middle. Since this is about 5 minutes, I can put it to 250. Yeah, about right here, since it looks like a middle. And then I can just press the split button right here so it can split the track, so I can put something in between it, and then come and drag this down so that the commercial can be both in between the track. So if I want to
Junior Multi-Sport Club, best sport radio podcast, or on the web.
And then it'll just automatically,
You were listening to Beloved Joshua's Urban. Contact us today.
And then the outro.
And that's a wrap for today's show. Thank you so very much.
And then I can just save it again, save as, and since VideoPad can't export MP3 videos, I have to just convert it to MP3 like I did earlier. Uh-oh. Save, I'll just name it test MP3. Now create. And then it's completed, so I can just close out this and minimize VideoPad. And then I would go to the cloud converter, and then add more files. Then I'll press the MP4 and convert it back to MP3. And it's processing, and I can just press download. Okay, so now what I want to do is to add the podcast to my website, which is www.belovedspeaks.org, which I can do by going to the website, obviously, wix.com, because that's the main thing where that is the main website. That's where my website is. And I can just click it. And I can just delete all this stuff. And edit site. Don't need that. And I don't think, oh, wait, never mind. Never mind. Now I just gotta wait for this to load. And I'm here. So what I want to do is upload it to my radio/podcast page. So I'll go to menus and pages. And go to radio podcast page. There it is. And here's my radio/podcast page. Now what I would like to do is, oh, why is this here? Oops. What I want to do is to add the podcast down here. So I would want to bring the strip down here, down more, which you can just do by clicking here and adjust page height, just bring it all the way down. And then I would right click and Whoops, not that. I would add, I would go to add over here and then go scroll all the way down to videos and music, and then go to Wix music. And you can select anything that you want. Well, not anything that you want from here to the top, like from here to this one right here. But do not go down here because this is different. So I just click right. I just get this one because it fits well. It fits well. And then, let me pull this down more. And then what I would do is to come over here and adjust it evenly to where all the other ones are, and just bring it out more. And then I click it. I were to click this and go to manage your music. And then add music. And then press single, create single. And it'll pop up this. So the first thing I do is to go to my cover, and I will add my image. And I scroll down. Oh, here it is. Sorry, guys. This is my podcast logo. I would just click this and press add to page. Sorry. And this is my little banner thing right here. And my single name, I'm gonna just write test podcast or sample podcast. And the single version, I just go to live because this is the best thing for me. And my artist name, Beloved J. And the 3 genres is that I use is spoken word, vocal, and inspirational. Because I'm an inspirational speaker, and I speak, use my voice and stuff like that. And the single description is just sample. And when you scroll down, sale and download options on your site. I just for the single download options, I just go to require email for download, because I just don't want to share the podcast so that everyone else can get it like for free, or without contacts and stuff like that. And I just leave all this the way it is because it's not necessary. And I just press save and add tracks. And here's where I can upload my media. And I press add tracks, and I go to my test MP3, open, wait for it. Okay, and then got it. And then I can just exit out this. And then I can go to my settings now for this and go to my music, and then go to the name of the podcast, which is for now Sample Podcast. I click it. It'll say the podcast right here. And then now you can just customize your podcast layout. So I go to layout, you can go to list or vertical. I just keep it the same. Go to your design, background, that jazz. Yeah, and that's basically it for this part. Now I can just create a soundbite, which is the next step of this. So what you would want to do is to go back to VideoPad and just select a clip that you would like to make your soundbite. Well, obviously you go to make a new sequence, and select a clip that you want to soundbite. For just an example, just right here to right here. So you come over here, you hover over the one that you want and press split, and go to the other side and then press split. Then you click this track, you press Control C for copy, then you go to sequence 3, you press Control V for paste, and then just drag it down here. And then go to file, save as. Then I guess I'll just save it as a soundbite, test soundbite. Then save it as MP4. Okay, and then close, and then go back to here. And then I would want to upload it to social media, which would, for me, it'll be Facebook. So I would go to this website called hootsuite.com right here. And once you open it up, it'll go to, once you would open it up, you would go to, it'll say, let me log out. It'll come up to here, close this out, and just press login. And don't mind that. And then I'll just log in from here. And then here is my posts. Well, here's a post of the channels and stuff like that. And what I want to do to upload my soundbite is to first go to Canva to upload your soundbite. So create a design, and then just do a regular presentation, I guess. And then so I'm just gonna do like a little logo thing, a little simple logo thing, so that the soundbite can actually be named. So I would just go to tests, write test on it. First go do a template, and I'll just write test soundbite. And minimize the text. And then you would want to, I'll just obviously Yep, and then this is the little logo sample thing. And then I can just upload the soundbite to here, which I would do by going to uploads and then audio, which you can go over here and then upload media, which is test soundbite. Just wait for it to load. And then I can just Uh-oh. Oh, right. I forgot. You have to convert it to cloud. You have to convert it from cloud convert to MP3. So go to cloud convert. And then test soundbite. And then convert to MP3. Then download. And then go to Canva. And then upload it. Or just upload media. And then you click it so that it can be right. It can upload and stuff like that so you can hear it. And then click out of whatever this is. Then and when you see this timing right here, this timer can be for also the soundbite as well. So you come over here and if you can see this little gray part right here, it's only 5 seconds. That's because this is 5 seconds. So you can extend it to the amount that is on here, which would be 31 seconds. Yep. And then you can just click out of it and then download it. Oops. Don't present. Download right here. So download icon. And then come right here. Go to MP4 since this is an image. This is an image and this is a audio. Go to MP4 because you want this to show and you want this to show. And then press download. And just wait. And you can make like about 2 or 3 or how many you actually want to of the sound bites that you want. I'm just doing 1 for now since it's a test. And I saved my design. Then you can go to hootsuite.com and then you can come over here to this create little button thing and create and post. And it'll pop up this. So post to, I would just go to my Facebook page and nothing else. And then I just do a description. I'll just do test sample. You can just drag and drop if you want, or you can just click right here, or you can just click right here, select files to upload. But I'll just drag and drop. And then you can schedule for later if you want, if you don't want it to be scheduled right now. I mean, if you don't want it to be posted right now, but I can just press, or you can just press the schedule button if you want to send it right now. But since this is a test, I'm not gonna schedule nor submit. Nor upload, because obviously it's a test. So I just exit out and discard post. And then that's basically it. Yeah, I think that's basically it for what I was showing you today. While I'm wrapping this up, for nonprofits, consultants, experts, professional leaders, entrepreneurs, parents, and anyone out there who works with youth from an organizational and or individual standpoint, I want you to consider pivoting your business model to get youth actively involved to become future leaders and business owners. You are cordially invited to become affiliate partners with Beloved J's Business Academy today. Go right now to www.belovedjspeaks.org and fill out the contact form to get involved. For those who are working with youth right now, my goal is to help 100 youth to better their lives. What I need you to do right now is to register at least 10 youth you know as members in Beloved J's Business Academy. The subscription for the membership is $10 a year. Go right now to www.belovedjspeaks.org to get your youth involved immediately. And I hope you enjoy and have a great day.
Wasn't that a wonderful step-by-step? I know sometimes it seems overwhelming to be able to do something new with your business, but he showed you how to go from video, create a nice engaging cover, which I think I need to do. In fact, actually what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask my graphic designer to give me a new one for my podcast. But he shows you how to take the video and make it MP3 and then do all these different things to it. And he did it step by step. And once you learn the step by step, it's really very quick to eat and easy to do. But now you have somebody who's doing it and who is not talking down to you. I feel sometimes like when I ask for help or ask somebody to show me, they're like, you just have to do this and this and this and this. Well, if I could just do this and this and this and this, I wouldn't need to ask your help. All right. So I really, really enjoyed that. I hope you did too. And what we're going to do now is we're going to shift gears just a little bit. And we're going to talk about something that is important to many of us. And one of our sponsors for our Building Wealth Together conferences, our Building Wealth Together in November and our Women Building Wealth Together in May, which, by the way, I do want to address. Actually, at first, Jalinda, if you're still online, you said you were having trouble with some of the links. Let me know what you are having trouble with, because when people were having trouble downloading the guidebook yesterday, what I did was I took this challenge and I made it a new class. I wasn't going to do that. This was just going to be a fun, throw it together, not going to put a whole lot of extra. We're just going to do this challenge and motivate ourselves and move in the direction. But I realized that some people want to see a replay, and I realized that some people couldn't stay. And so what I did was I took it and I made it its own class. So you will be able to get the replays. And like I said yesterday, I will make them free. Now, look, there's a hosting charge, so I'm not going to make it free forever. You got to take action this week. You got to take action. It's going to be free through the new year. So this January 1st, it cuts off from being free. All right. And it'll probably come down from the website. I'm not sure yet what we're going to do. But if you go to buildingwealthtogether.com, let me show you this. If you go to buildingwealthtogether.com, it is now my homepage to make it easier for everybody to be able to get out there and see it. And it's now the homepage, and you'll be able to scroll down and you can get your guidebook right there. Like I made it nice and easy now to make it easy for folks to take the steps they need to take to move forward. But if you're still live, let me know which links aren't working for you. Some links that I want to make sure everybody's aware of. To actually sign up for the conference so you get the encouraging month long of memes, you're going to want to go to jjclink.com/22. And then in order to win the up to $1,500 worth of prizes, you're going to want to go to jjclink.com/win. Okay. Now I know I gave Jalinda some additional links because she's been a former student of mine, and we also served together in the empowered living community when I was an ambassador for that community. So let me see if maybe it was the self-image link. I guess this is as good a time as any to talk to you about that. And then we're going to bring up somebody who's very, very special sponsor for these events that I'm putting together. But let me give you this link real quick, because a lot of times it's not our well, I didn't mean to show you guys the rebrandly. Well, you know what? Look, I already did it. So let me just tell you what this is. This is a fantastic thing, and this is one of the few things I don't have an affiliate for, so I don't get paid to show you this. Almost everything else, I either get credits or I get, accolades in the group when I refer people, but this one I don't. This is called rebrandly.com. And what I did was I set up a way to make links. So you're going to get a bonus. You're going to get a bonus here today. I'm going to show you how I bought this domain name, jjclink.com. And you can see here all my links for the different things that we have. Okay. And so a lot of these were created today, so there's not a whole lot of clicks on them. But whenever you want to create a new link, let's tell you what, let's go to my podcast. So this is the version on SoundCloud, and I've noticed that some of my Building Wealth Together conference audios were missing. I had the videos in there, but I didn't have all the audios. So let me go back to tracks, or let me go back to my profile. So this is my SoundCloud profile. Now I have a podcast on a lot of different things. A lot of different ways. In fact, it's on Amazon now. Like, I got the email from Amazon the other day, like, hey, welcome to the club. I was so excited. All right. So let's say you have something and you want to share it. Okay. I want to share this, but look at this gobbledygook long code, right? That's so long. Nobody's going to want to remember all that. So I can copy that code. I can, where'd my new link button go? I can put it in here. See, look at that long code. And this is a lot like a bit.ly, and I can call that Greg, okay? The difference between this and a bit.ly, if I create this link, okay, the difference between this and a bit.ly is I can go in here and I can edit all of this. So I can edit this if I want to change the name, okay? And unlike a bit.ly, this will work whether I do Greg all caps or whether I do Greg in lower caps. So hold on. Let's see. Let me show you. So if I do it in one, just like it is, it takes me to that episode. Okay. If I go and do it all caps, now, on bit.ly, it's capitalization sensitive. It's case sensitive, right? It's case sensitive. So if you have Greg with a capital G and Greg all caps and Greg all lowercase, those are 3 different links in bit.ly, and you could be sending somebody else your business. I was sending people my business for a long time. Okay. So that's why I decided to go into Rebrandly. All right. So with this, it works all the cases. Okay. And if later on Greg does something else, he does something else that I want to do, I can go in here where it says edit, and I can edit the link. So maybe instead of highlighting the podcast, maybe I want to highlight his book. Okay. So then I go in there, boom. And now the Greg goes to his book. So when I do Greg, it doesn't go to the podcast anymore. Now it goes to his book. Okay. And the cool thing about that for me is, sometimes we do classes. So let me go ahead and stop this share now. Well, that wasn't what I meant to share with you. I meant to share with you the this page here. But sometimes like I do the countdown to your best year ever every year. And so this is the 4th year that we've done it. Well, I don't want to keep creating new bit.ly links. And plus I like having JJC link in there, right? And so let me go ahead and stop that screen for a second. And what I was going to show you before I got distracted on that. But I think I'm glad I got distracted. Aren't you glad I got distracted aren't you glad, not distracted, aren't you glad I accidentally showed you the back end? Because then I felt compelled to walk you through it. And now you have even a new bonus tool to add to your toolkit that helps you look more professional. Huh? Aren't you glad that happened? What I was doing is I was going to grab the link for Jalinda for the self-image class. Okay, so let me go ahead and drop that in the comments because I'm wondering if that's the link that she was saying wasn't found. All right, let me take down the win. Now, remember, if you've been enjoying this conference, I've been getting texts, I've been getting DMs, I've been getting emails. I'm loving that. I love it. But that is dependent on me. Okay. We don't want to be dependent on me because it's still our family's vacation. So when this conference is over, I'm going to be hanging out with my family and I'm going to be relaxing with them. We want to have everything in one place that I can easily give to our speakers so they can be encouraged and they can be inspired and they can know what areas of their business they're best serving you. Okay. So that's why we're doing this. So you can go to jjclink.com/win to submit your feedback in the central system that then will be able to get all of the speakers their feedback, and each one that you do enters you to win up to $1,500 worth of prizes. In fact, I should probably put that on the banner before I put that up there. But for now, let me go ahead and just make sure we got everybody taken care of. Okay. All right. So that's the link to the self-image class. And that's right now it's $99. It will be $500 full price. That's how my classes work. Before they start, I give you a discount because I want to pack people in and I want people doing the pre-work. See, it's not just that I want to give you all a blessing. I mean, I do want to give you all a blessing, but I know that you're going to be most effective in the class if I can get you in there early so you can start doing the pre-work. That's going to maximize it for you, right? And so I'm like anybody else. You can tell me I'm going to get the most out of the class if I register early, but the best way to get me to motivated to register early is to give me a $400 discount. So that's what I've done right here. It's all of my classes. They're $99 until we get into the class, and then the price goes up. So go ahead and get your class right now, and you can start doing the pre-work. All right, let's go ahead now. I think I've covered all of the comments and things. Let's go ahead now and bring up our next speaker. Again, like I was saying a few minutes ago, this is somebody who sponsored our Building Wealth Together conference in November and our Women Building Wealth Together conference in May. In fact, we are still looking for speakers for the Women Building Wealth Together conference, and you can apply to speak at that conference. We're holding auditions next month. There's still some slots left. We want you to be involved with it. And one of the things that I realized with these conferences, like this one, you can tell I'm basically running this challenge, okay? Nothing wrong with that. It's great. It's fun. I love it. I enjoy it. A lot of people right now, this time of year, they're taking time off to be with their families. And I did take a week off last week to be with my family. And that was a lot of fun. I had one interview that was scheduled and I did not cancel that. I decided to hold it. And now I'm going to know to book my calendar out to make sure I have the time for the family and be able to also work the business stuff around it. But in any event, this particular one I'm running, when you're running a significantly large event that's cross continents and cross time zones and everything, it's so helpful to bring somebody else in to help take it to a higher level. And yes, some of you, just like me, you're capable. You can make the graphics on Canva. You can put together the StreamYard. You can do those things yourself. But at the end of the day, are you exhausted? At the end of the day, are you unable to be your best self with your family? We want to make sure that we're balancing our commitments and we're leveraging the expertise of someone else. One of the reasons I could pull off this conference today is because there was a back end team that already edited and encoded and stripped and packaged the videos so that I didn't have to worry about what I was doing. And they also managed the sales funnel process to help bring the speakers to me who were going to be quality speakers with good energy that were going to uplift you all. You notice that everybody who's come to you, they've been quality people of value who are adding value to others. And so this person that I'm about to bring to the stage is someone who helped me put that in place, leveraging the power of his team to be able to maximize my business, creating win-win solutions. Win for the speakers who were better taken care of, win for the audience who got more quality content delivered and in multiple formats than I would have been able to do on my own. And then also win for me and win for Shay's company. So let me go ahead now and bring up to the stage Shay Brown, who is, some of you may know, especially if you've worked with Dr. Cheryl and some of the others on there. We're going to bring up Shay Brown with Sales Team Guru, and he's going to talk to you today about building a 7-figure sales team. And y'all know my goal in 2022 is to hit that 7-figure sales mark. So we're well on our way, and I'm looking forward to greatness. I'm looking forward to win-win-win greatness for all of us building wealth together. Let me bring up Shay Brown.
It's a great day. My name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur, and our company is Sales Team Guru. And I want to welcome you to this conversation we're going to have, which is how to build a 7-figure sales team. And we have one mission. Yes, one mission. And that mission is to make sure that we're able to give you all of the revenue. The revenue. If you're out there right now and you're an entrepreneur, say revenue. No, seriously, say revenue right now. Our number one mission right now is to make sure you get all of the revenue that's necessary to execute 3 visions that you have. This is what how to build a 7-figure sales team is all about. It's not about the money. It really isn't. But it's about making sure that you have the revenue that's necessary to execute 3 visions. First, the vision for yourself. I know there's a certain way that you want to live. I know there's a certain home that you want to be in. I know right now there's certain clothes that you want to wear. There's even a certain food. I know it's organic. And it's going to take some resources, which means you need some revenue. And that's what the 7-figure sales team is going to help you do. Yes, I know. For others of you, you have a vision for your loved ones. You want to send your kids to a school of your choice. I get it. You want to write a check for someone's healthcare insurance or write a check for a cause that you believe in. I have the benefit of taking care of Mother Dear. She's still here. She's 74 years old at the time of this recording. And it's a blessing to be able to make sure that I can help her get what she needs and what she wants. And some of you are like me. It takes resources. That means it takes revenue. And let me tell you the third. I'm going to get in some good stuff. Don't worry. But I believe there's a third vision you have. You have a vision for the people you were called to serve right now. And the only way you can execute that vision is to have the resources. And I always start with the story of Noah in the Bible. And you don't have to be a believer. You don't. Don't worry. I'm going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team. But if you're out there right now, I want you to know it's much bigger than that. So imagine you're Noah, whether you're a believer or not. I'm not going to impose my faith on you. And you tell yourself, you know what? I'm ready to get going. And before you get going, there's a knock at the door. And someone says, hey, Noah, I'm sorry to be poured over here, but there's no hammers in the house. You say, no worries, no big deal. I got all the experience. I got all the expertise. God's given me everything I need. And then there's another knock at the door. You're like, what's going on? No, I might report there are no nails either. No hammer, no nails. I'm okay. Rule number 1, don't panic. Oh my gosh, there's that third knock at the door. The third knock at the door, you know what that means. That means that ain't good news. Hey, Noah, I might as well let you know there are no people. And by the way, there are no wood. Good luck on this mission. And that's you. You're tired of that. You're like, oh my gosh, Shay, if I just had the resources, I could execute the vision I have for the people I was called to serve. Well, your prayers have been answered, not because of me. It's not about Shay Brown. I promise you. It's not about Shay Brown at all, but it's all about you and how to build a 7-figure sales team. So for some of you who are tuning in for the very first time and you just meet me, don't worry, by the way. My name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. I'm super excited, but it's not about me. Although I'm here, it's not about me. It's all about you. And I do want to lay something on you that selling will solve any business problem. Go ahead and jot that down in your notes right now. Selling will help you solve any business problem. So we're going to talk about how to build a 7-figure sales team, because right now you're like, Shay, I need a new website. It takes revenue. Shay, I need to hire a personal assistant. It takes revenue. Shay, I need to make sure I can hire a tech team. It takes revenue. Shay, I need someone to do all of my marketing. I need a coach. I need a firm. It takes revenue. Selling will solve any business problem. You need a new computer right now, or you need you need a new webcam or a new camera. Selling will solve any business problem. Go ahead and jot that down in your notes. right now. Selling will solve any business problem. And here's what I want you to know as we get started. All roads in business, everything you're doing right now, everything you're doing leads to a professional sales conversation. So we talk about how to build a 7-figure sales team. Yeah, it's going to help you generate revenue. I get that. And yeah, it's going to help you get the resources you need. I get that. And yeah, your family's going to live the way you always wanted them to live. But all of your marketing leads to a professional sales presentation. All your Facebook ads lead to a professional sales conversation. All of your webinars and masterclasses lead to a professional sales presentation. All of your technology leads to a professional sales presentation. Everyone jot this down in your notes. All roads in business lead to one place and one place only. And where does that one place lead? They all lead to professional sales conversation. So this conversation that we're having right now, this conversation is for you right now. If you're out there, you're like, you know what, Shay? I want to make sure I'm at the right place. If you hate sales, this conversation's for you. Although you got to do all the sales right now, you hate it. You pay attention. If you don't sell right now because you're a full-time entrepreneur, you don't eat. This conversation is for you. If you're just tired of talking to unqualified leads, like Shay, if I got to talk to one more person that don't have the money, that don't have the time, they're not sure if they don't want to do it, I'm so frustrated, I could be doing something else with my time, then this conversation is for you. Or maybe, as you're listening right now, you just have a vision for the people you were called to serve. If that's you right now, then I'm going to introduce you to the 4S formula, and then we're going to get started. Don't worry, I'm going to share everything that you need. I'm going to help you out, but jot this in your notes. Write this down right now. Take a picture of this. If you don't do anything else, put this in your notes. This is my philosophy. It's what drives our company, and that is systems beat goals every single time. Put that in your notes. I don't want you to miss that. Systems beat goals every single time. Shay, why is that? Because systems are duplicatable. Systems are repeatable. Systems are something you can hand off to someone else to do the work. And you think about it. If you're lacking revenue right now, it's because of your lead generation systems. There's not enough qualified folks coming in. Someone say hello. Someone say, Shay, I hear you. If right now there's not enough revenue, it's because you have a system to have the right team in place to get it done. Someone say, Shay, that's me. Or maybe right now as you're listening, you've gone to all the seminars. You watched all of the webinars. You've been to all the masterclass. In fact, you're tuning in, but yet there's no system to bring in predictable, reliable, consistent revenue because you got to do all the work and you're tired of that. If that's you, I want you to jot down your notes right now with every fiber in my body. I want you to hear me. Listen very carefully that systems beat goals every single time. So let me give you the 4S formula. Then we're going to get going. The 4S formula. Take a picture of this right now. S plus S plus S equals S. I want you to get this. Let me give you a system. So it's systems plus strategy plus sales equals a successful CEO. Shay, break that thing down for me real quick if you can. I only got so much time, but I'm going to help you build a 7-figure sales team. But first, I want to make sure you have revenue. What is a system? It's a set of detailed methods or procedures of what you're doing on a continuous basis in order to generate revenue. Sales team is a system. Now, if you didn't come to this call, you didn't show up at this webinar, you didn't show up at this masterclass, you didn't show up at this summit, if you didn't show up with just that one idea that I need a sales team, then I want you to know that a sales team is the system to generate the revenue you need. What is a strategy? We'll talk about that later. That's the evergreen revenue model. The evergreen revenue model is how do you do something one time and your labor's no longer involved. And that's what a sales team allows you to do. Yeah, there's an evergreen prospecting sequence. I get it. There's an evergreen engagement sequence. You got to engage your clients. I get it. There's an evergreen sales system. I get that. But at the end of the day, that's the model that drives everything. That's the strategy that you put into the system. We'll get into that. I don't have time right now. Then what is sales? Jay, you're talking about I need a sales team. Can you break down your definition of sales so we all have the same philosophy? Sales is a source that provides the revenue to purchase the resources that are necessary to execute the vision for yourself. Did I start off that way? The vision for your loved ones? Did I start off that way? And the vision for the people you were called to serve. So Shay, if you're talking about that and you're going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team, I'm feeling you. I'm smelling what you're cooking in the kitchen over here. I'm with you all the way. But Shay, what is a successful CEO? Can you break that thing down for me? Sure. A successful CEO, this is you, has more cash flow, has more profits, and has more freedom to spend time with the loved ones to do the things they really want to do. So right now, if you don't have any freedom because you're working all these hours, then I want you to pay attention. If you're someone that don't have the revenue, because if you don't be there, you can't stop to go to your daughter's recital. You can't go to your son's football game. You can't even right now go to the doctor without having your phone like this. Then you need a system. You need a sales team. You need someone to help generate revenue. See, a successful CEO has more cash flow. That's money coming in, more profits than money going out, and they got the freedom. If that's you, I want you to use a daily affirmation I share with one of my clients and create the greatest breakthrough for them. I only got so much time, but I'm going to teach you how to build a 7-figure sales team. But jot this down in your notes. I am a successful CEO. Don't worry about being an entrepreneur. Don't worry about being a faithpreneur. Don't worry about being a happypreneur. Don't worry about
Not sure what happened with Chase talk, but we're going to get him back on as soon as possible. I think I might have clicked the wrong button trying to answer somebody's question and tied up the memory on the computer. Remember, I'm in rural Texas, so sometimes these things happen. Let's give it another shot, and let's give it another shot.
It's a great day. My name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur, and our company is Sales Team Guru. And I want to welcome you to this conversation we're going to have, which is how to build a 7-figure sales team. And we have one mission. Yes, one mission. And that mission is to make sure that we're able to give you all of the revenue. The revenue, if you're out there right now and you're an entrepreneur, say revenue. No, seriously, say revenue right now. Our number one mission right now is to make sure you get all of the revenue that's necessary to execute 3 visions that you have. This is what how to build a 7-figure sales team is all about. It's not about the money. It really isn't. But it's about making sure that you have the revenue that's necessary to execute 3 visions. First, the vision for yourself. I know there's a certain way that you want to live. I know there's a certain home that you want to be in. I know right now there's certain clothes that you want to wear. There's even a certain food. I know it's organic, and it's going to take some resources, which means you need some revenue, and that's what the 7-figure sales team is going to help you do. Yes, I know. For others of you, you have a vision for your loved ones. You want to send your kids to a school of your choice. I get it. You want to write a check for someone's healthcare insurance or write a check for a cause that you believe in. I have the benefit of taking care of Mother Dear. She's still here. She's 74 years old at the time of this recording. And it's a blessing to be able to make sure that I can help her get what she needs and what she wants. And some of you are like me. It takes resources. That means it takes revenue. And let me tell you the third. I'm going to get into some good stuff. Don't worry. But I believe there's a third vision you have. You have a vision for the people you are called to serve right now. And the only way you can execute that vision is to have the resources. And I always start with the story of Noah in the Bible. And you don't have to be a believer. You don't. Don't worry. I'm going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team. But if you're out there right now, I want you to know it's much bigger than that. So imagine you're Noah, whether you're a believer or not. I'm not going to pose my faith on you. And you tell yourself, you know what? I'm ready to get going. And before you get going, there's a knock at the door. And someone says, hey, Noah, I'm sorry to be poured over here, but there's no hammers in the house. You say, no worries, no big deal. I got all the experience, I got all the expertise. God's given me everything I need. And then there's another knock at the door. You're like, what's going on? No, I might report there are no nails either. No hammer, no nails. I'm okay. Rule number 1, don't panic. Oh my gosh, there's that third knock at the door. The third knock at the door, you know what that means. That means that ain't good news. Hey, Nora, I might as well let you know there are no people. And by the way, there are no wood. Good luck on this mission.
Well, y'all, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. The most I can think of is both me and Shay have some really amazing cameras, and maybe it's overloading my little system. Maybe it's time for an upgrade of the system. We can give it another shot. What I want to do, though, is I want to be respectful of the people whose time, people who are here, and of the timelines that we have set. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and bring up Danny Osmond about a world-changing podcast, and we'll see if we can loop back to Shay Brown, because I really want you to hear his talk. I felt so encouraged by Shay all this time about, there's certain things that I'm not necessarily the best at. I've gotten better over the years, but up until now, I've never really been a great salesperson. And by bringing his team in, not only do they serve as a back end, but they work with you to work on your sales scripts and different things. And, I learned that I was talking way too much about myself, and I was talking about aspects of my story that didn't connect well with others. And what Shay does is he breaks down the sales process and he makes it very easy. In fact, his company name, they've recently done a rebranding. They are now called the Easy Sales Hub. So I really, really, really want to bring you that content. But until I can figure out what happened with his, because I've done all the things to do, broadcast from your computer and all that good stuff, I want to go ahead and bring up our next speaker, troubleshoot Shay, and then we'll bring him back in after the fact. Okay, so right now what I'm going to do, this is another one of my favorite speakers. This is somebody who taught me a lot about podcasting, and I look forward to the day when my podcast brings in enough revenue where I can hire him to do my back end, right? So he's going to teach you a little bit about podcasting, but he also offers a service where if you feel like all of the machinations of creating the cover art and creating the show notes, doing all those things is just a little bit too much, or it's just a little bit out of your reach, or you're just busy and you don't have the time, he does offer a service where you are able to send that file to him and he'll do all the work. All right. Now, granted, he is well compensated because he does a great job, but he and his team will do the work for you. So let me go ahead. Let me go ahead now and bring to the stage. Well, it would help if I already had his video ready. I thought I did before I said that. Oh, that's hilarious. Let me pause real quick. I see we've got some new people watching in. If you haven't already, let me put this up. Oop, it's telling me you need to bring up the video. If you haven't already, if you have feedback for any of our speakers, okay, make sure that you go to this link, jjclink.com/win. You want to go to jjclink.com/win so that you can enter your feedback, your takeaways, your aha moments, and that way you can indeed be entered to win one of over $1,500 worth of prizes. All right, all right. So now let me go ahead and bring to the stage Danny Osmond, who's going to talk about creating a world-changing podcast.
Thank you for joining me for why you should start a world-changing podcast. Now, I'm going to assume, because I can't see a show of hands or anything like that, I'm going to assume that you're here because you like the idea of a podcast. You probably listen to a bunch of podcasts. And I want to ask you an honest question, and you can raise your hand as we're all sitting here. We're friends. We trust each other. Have you ever listened to a podcast while getting ready in the morning? I know I have. What about in the shower? Have you listened to a podcast in the shower? Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. I'll tell you, I've listened to podcasts while using the bathroom. So that is the power of podcasting. There's an intimacy level between the podcast host and the podcast listener that you don't get in other forms of content marketing. So in this presentation today, what you're going to discover is why podcasts create engaged listeners that know, like, and trust you, why they increase your status as an expert, and some listener behaviors that you really should know about if you're a content creator. So here's a secret that I know because I've been working in podcasting for 6 or 7 years now. They really are the best form of content for building the level of trust within your community, within a community, within an audience that leads to successful monetization. And they are referral marketing on a grand scale. And I'm going to tell you why that happens, really, because if you think about referral marketing, you're talking to friends, right? You're recommending something to your friends. Well, the podcast host and the podcast listener are friends because of the connection and the relationship that they have. So that's why podcasts are referral marketing on a grand scale. So just to tell you a little bit about me, I wanted to be a musician all my life. I went to college and got a master's degree in conducting. I wanted to be on big stages in front of orchestras and choruses, and that was my dream. That was what I hoped for. But in 2008, my daughter was born and suffered a brain injury during birth, and that meant that we had to get flexible right away. Someone had to be home. So I took some of the skills that I learned being a musician, namely recording, and used some of those skills that I developed in college and professionally to start recording a cappella groups. And I started a recording studio on the side, worked with some of the biggest a cappella groups in the world. And as I was doing that, I mean, I went to the point of even working on the NBC show, The Sing Off. But what I started to notice is during this time I was listening to podcasts, and they were really helping me. You've maybe listened to a podcast where it's changed your life or it's taught you a new skill, and that was happening to me. But I noticed that not all podcasters had great sound, and my life was making things sound great. So I started to reach out to some podcasters and say, hey, I would love to help you out. Your show has changed my life, but your sound is horrible. Please let me help you. And so it started as a side hustle, and now it's something where we're working with Emerald City Productions is my company. We have 30 clients where we're helping them get their shows out each week and make them sound better and produce their shows and publish them and write their copy for them and get things up on their website, all that sort of stuff. And, that's thousands of episodes a year with some of the biggest names. I'm a LinkedIn learning instructor teaching people about podcasting. I'm a speaker in podcasting. So all that to say is you really can trust what I'm saying in this presentation. And the biggest message that you're going to take away from this is that really podcasts are the most powerful tool for building relationships, trust, and for growing your business. So let's talk about why that happens. First of all, podcasts build relationships with engaged listeners who know, like, and trust you. And I emphasize like because they become your friend. The average podcast listener listens to 8 episodes a week, 6 hours per week, 95 minutes per day of audio content. To put that in perspective, if we were to break that into those annoying ads at the beginning of YouTube videos, that's about 1,440 ads per week that the podcast listener, the average podcast listener, is spending listening to podcasts. They listen everywhere. At home, in the car, walking, we talked about, in the shower, at work, at the gym. And your voice is in their ears, millimeters from their eardrums. You are sharing stories, you're sharing experiences. And this is something that is primal for human beings. This is something that we've been doing since we were in caves, talking with each other and sharing stories and passing along knowledge. That's why it works. If you've ever listened to a podcast, this is kind of how it feels. You feel like you're friends with the host, even though you've never met them. And I want to share a story from one of our clients, Michelle, who went on a trip. She was taking, I believe, her son to a semester abroad in Spain. Now, Michelle lives in North Carolina, and she was 4,000 miles away, 3,000 miles away from her home. During the trip, someone had a headache or something like that, so she went into the local pharmacy to buy some ibuprofen. And when she walked through the door, the woman behind the counter said, "Oh my gosh, you're Michelle. I can't believe you're here. I listened to your podcast. You've changed my life." Michelle had never met this woman. But as this woman went on and on about all the things she'd learned from Michelle and asking about how's her family and how's the trip so far, I knew you were bringing your son over here, she realized that they were friends. And they were friends because of her podcast. And this woman had a relationship with her even though they had never met. So a podcast can also showcase your expertise and authority and increase trust. When someone has spent a few hours with you, listening to you share your knowledge, stories, advice, your experiences, they trust you. And because they are friends with you, your expert status is accelerated much faster than a video or a blog. And I'll share some things later that will show you why that happens. Now, here's another example from one of our clients. Sophie is an immigration lawyer, and she started a podcast because she wanted to help more people. She wanted to help more people understand our immigration system and how to legally immigrate into the United States of America. And the industry took notice when she started her podcast, so much so that she now has an advice column in the popular magazine, online magazine for tech startups, TechCrunch, because of her podcast. Finally, podcast listeners are a desirable demographic. Okay, this is why you should have a podcast. 162 million Americans have listened to a podcast, and that number is going up around the world as well. They tend to be most popular in North America, but Europe, Asia, Africa, they are coming on. 39% of people listening to podcasts are 35 to 54 years old. 56% of podcast listeners are 12 to 34 years old. They have disposable income. They're educated. They have employment. Now, these are the big things. 74% of people listen to podcasts to learn new things. And here's the killer. 93% of podcast listeners listen to more than half or all of each episode. So if you have a 30-minute podcast episode, that you're guaranteed that 93% of your listeners are going to be spending at least 15 minutes with you. You're lucky to get 2 minutes, 3 minutes out of a YouTube video. And here's another example from one of our clients, Cindy. Cindy started a podcast because she was getting ready to write a book. And what she did was she created a podcast that was the topic of her book, shared that content, shared that story. And by the time she was ready to launch her book, she had an audience that was ready to support her and help her launch her book and get her highly ranked on Amazon and USA Today, etc. Oh, and finally, there was actually one more point I wanted to make. Podcasts are actually an evergreen content asset. There's this behavior where even though a podcast listener may discover you at episode 30, episode 60, about 10, 20, 30% of them will go back and listen to every podcast episode you release. So it's not a short-term tactic, okay? You have to stick with it. You have to stay consistent because podcast listeners will disappear if you show up 1 week and then go away for 2 to 3 weeks. Remember, you're friends with them. They don't want to be ghosted by you. and they appreciate if you are consistent. Consistency actually compounds. It builds on that relationship. So it's a long-term investment. You have to stick with it. And if you do, you will see those relationships build with a larger group than the 10, 20, 30 people you can speak to at a chamber of commerce or something like that, or the one or two referrals you get from friends. You'll be talking to 50, 100, 500, 1,000 people at a time who think of you as a friend and trust you like a friend. And if you do that, the podcast can be a funnel that delivers return on investment for years, however you define return on investment. And I'll give you a simple example from one of our other clients, Mike. Mike is now 6 years into his podcast. He's done hundreds of episodes, but way back in 2015, 6 or 7 years ago now, episode 41, he talked about some of the sales techniques and templates and questionnaires, things that he uses on sales calls. And as a little purchase, a little product that he wanted to sell, he put those together as a PDF and sold them on his site for about $50, I think, like that. 6 years later, 7 years later, he still sees 5 to 10 purchases a month of those products. So he's making, even though this is small numbers for some businesses, $250 to $500 a month off of something that he hasn't talked about for 6 years. That would pay an electric bill for a lot of people. So why does podcasting work? Builds a relationship with people that know, like, and trust you. Increases your expert status and the trust that people have for you. It puts you in front of people who have money, who are interested in learning things, and will listen to your content longer than any other form of content. And then it's an evergreen asset. It's something that will return on the investment for years, a long-term investment that you put into. But you have to start, okay? You can't sit around trying to come up with the perfect idea for a podcast. You have to get started. So that's why I say start ugly, don't wait. No long pitch here. I do love to help podcasters get started. We not only help podcasters who've gotten started keep going, but we help them get started. And if you want a simple way to get started, I do have a membership site called the Podcaster Pod, where I have a full 8-module podcasting course from soup to nuts, from the idea of the podcast all the way through recording it, making it sound good, and then launching it into the world so that an audience hears it and you can build your audience. We have a community of other experienced podcasters who've gone through this program, who you can talk to and hang out with and be in Slack and ask questions. We do monthly Q&A calls as well, and quarterly expert calls, so that you can have continued support and growth. So I would love to see you join my Podcaster Pod. And just because you're here, you can use the code JOINPODPOD to get a 1 month free, a trial, and then also discounted price of $27 a month. So if you want to take advantage of that, go to dannyosmond.com/pod. Thank you so much for joining me today, and I hope to see you in the Podcaster Pod.
Oh, you're kidding. I was muted this whole time. And I was telling y'all some good stuff too. Oh my goodness. And of course, I had Dr. Sylvia's video cacked up so I couldn't see and none of y'all could hear me. So let's get some feedback on Danny real quick. And I'm just gonna get some feedback on Danny. And hey y'all, I'm so glad to see that you guys are on today. Hey Montrella, it's so good to see that you're on. So what I was saying is I'm just gonna have to record a special session on getting started. I think who would like that? If you would like that, drop it in the comments, and maybe we'll do that as a special New Year's kind of thing, right? But what I'm saying is, like Danny was saying, go ahead and start ugly, just do it. And over time, you'll get better. And you can look at some of my old stuff and you're like, wow, that was really bad. It wasn't bad, but it was bad. And but over time I've gotten better. And maybe I'm not perfect, but I'm getting better every day. And so we're gonna call up Dr. Sylvia. She has an excellent strategy for how to build wealth through connections. And sometimes we feel like we're not good enough. Well, that's why I bring so many different experts to you, because they're people that you can bring onto your team to help make up for the areas that maybe you're not so strong in. And, one of the things that I have done in my career is to take on something I got from Paul Martinelli that says, up until now. So up until now, I wasn't really that good on camera. Up until now, I wasn't really that good with children. Up until now, instead of just saying, I don't do well with kids, because what I really meant by that is I don't do well with their mean moms. But what I've learned over the years is I've learned some people skills, and I've learned some ways to talk to teenagers that I'm not as good as Dr. Takima, but I'm good. I'm better than I was, and I'm going to keep getting better. I'm going to keep getting better. 10 years from now, there's one of two things going to be in your life. You're either going to be dead or you're going to be alive. And if you're going to be alive, you might as well have maximized those 10 years. And maybe you don't feel like you have all the skill sets you need, but you don't have to be the master of everything. You got to know how to attract onto your team what you need, and then how to bring those people into your vision and help them help you execute. And so bringing up to the stage now somebody to help you do just that, we have Dr. Sylvia Cole. She's going to talk about the power of building wealth through connections.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Dr. Sylvia Cole, speaker development coach, and media personality. I am so excited to speak with you today on a topic very dear to my heart: wealth through connections. One of my favorite quotes says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you connect with others. Hence, it is vitally important that you connect with others to either create wealth or to build wealth. When we look back in history, there were many people who connected with others for wealth. Michael Jordan connected with Nike. Hillary Rodham Clinton connected with iHeartMedia. Jennifer Aniston connected with Vital Proteins. Tom Brady connected with Under Armour. Again, it is so important to build wealth or create wealth that you connect with others. Connections are so important. After all, the Bible even says that two are better than one. That is connection. I am excited again to share with you on this topic, wealth through connections. So go ahead, get your pen, your paper, your pencil, whatever you need to be prepared to take life-changing notes that will take your life to the next level through wealth through connections. I have 3 points in this keynote. Number 1, why should you connect for wealth? Number 2, who should you connect with for wealth? And number 3, how do you handle the connections? Again, it is vitally important that you handle the connections that you have as you are building, creating, or sustaining your wealth. Why should you connect with others? As I just mentioned, Jesus even understood the importance of connection. And again, my quote, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go with others. I believe that each of you watching this keynote right now, that you want to create wealth and you want to sustain wealth, you do not just want to go fast, you want to go far. You want to create generational wealth that will stand long after you are gone. So, are you ready? Are you ready for these life-changing nuggets that will take your life to the next level? So, why should you connect with others to build wealth? What is connection? You join with others either to create or to build something. Why should you connect with others? Number one, when you connect with others, it gives you the opportunity to focus on your strengths, those things that you do well. You may do one thing well, someone else that you connect with may do something else well. Again, it gives you an opportunity to focus on your strengths. And then what that does, it allows you to do other things apart from what you're doing with the person that you are connected with. Number two, it speeds up the timeline for wealth. Remember, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go with others. Again, you want to go far in your wealth. You want to leave a legacy. You want to leave generational wealth, again, that will stand long after you are gone. Again, number three, why should you connect to wealth? It lets you know your own limits. None of us can do everything. While each of us are gifted, we all are not gifted in the same areas. So when you come together, you collaborate, you connect with others, you know your limits, and you're able to use the strengths that you have to bring aboard, to bring to that team, and each of you are winning together. And then number four, you should connect with others because it builds trust. Many times I have found that people often have information and they are doing things where they are creating income and they are creating wealth. You may never find that out on your own, but if you open yourself to connecting with others, you will begin to build or create wealth. Number one, why should you connect to build wealth? Number two, who should you connect with? Here's the reality. Many times, and I've often thought this at some point in my life, that you must connect with those persons who are well known in order, those people who have a lot of influence, for example, celebrities. But when you look back at life, you must now begin to look at this differently. There are different types of influencers because everybody is not a celebrity. So, who are the influencers that you should be connecting with for wealth? Number one, you have your mega influencers. These are your celebrities, your famous people. You mention their name, everybody knows them. Michael Jordan, Jennifer Aniston, Steve Harvey, you mention their names. Everybody knows these individuals and they have a large following. The second influence, these are your macro influences. Usually these are people who have become famous as a result of being on YouTube, or they are bloggers. However, they have large followers and you too can connect with them to build wealth. And then number three, you have your advocates. Your advocates or your ambassadors. You know, when I look at the brand Call to Inspire, there are ambassadors for the brand. They can basically speak about the brand the same way that I do. I'm not able to be everywhere to talk about what God is doing with the Call to Inspire brand, but I have been blessed with some amazing ambassadors who are able to do just that. Number four, then you have your micro influencers. Typically, they have an audience of about 1,000 to 100,000. These are people who are considered experts in the field. As the brand has grown, I have been able to connect with some of these micro influencers, some of these experts in the field. And number five, this is so good, referrals. Yes, referrals or influencers. Someone uses your product, they use your services. What do you say to them? Well, I say to them is, don't forget to refer me to your family, your friends, your co-workers. Don't forget to refer me. Tell them about your experience. Referrals can be referrals, word of mouth. That can be one of the best ways that you begin to build wealth. I believe that if you treat people right, you operate with integrity, and you're honest, you give them a great experience that they will tell others. Not only will they tell others, but they will also come back. So number one, why should you connect? for wealth? Number 2, who should you connect with for wealth? And then number 3, how do you connect and how do you handle the connections? Whether you're connecting with celebrities, whether you're connecting with those who may have only 100,000 followers, or whether you're connecting with your ambassadors or those who are simply referring you. How do you handle the connections? I believe how we handle any relationship, it is vital. It is vitally important how we handle connections when we're trying to build or create wealth. Number 1, you have to get everyone on the same page. I believe if you're going to connect with somebody, the vision that you all have, you all must agree on that vision. You all must be on one accord when connecting for wealth. Number 2, it is also important that you set expectations. These expectations are typically set by way of a contract. If I connect with person B, I know they know what I expect, and I know what they expect. Again, that is vitally important. Number 3, you must be open about everything regarding the connection, regarding what you're trying to do in terms of building wealth. Because I guarantee you, if you're trying to do something behind the person's back that you have connected with, I guarantee you it will not go well. So again, it is very important when you connect with others to build wealth, that you are open and that you are honest. People want to work with you when they see that you're honest and that you operate with integrity. Everybody wins. And number 4, you should hold effective meetings. I believe it is vitally important that you evaluate and reevaluate exactly what stage that you all are in with the connection to build wealth, whatever it may be, whether it's a real estate project, whether you're connecting on a summit or a conference, whatever that may be. It is important, again, that you hold effective meetings so that everybody will know exactly what is going on at every stage in this connection. Again, connections are so important. If you want to see expansion in your life, if you want to see growth in your life, again, it is so important that you connect. I'm reminded of the quote that I shared earlier, each and every day. I'm not just looking to go fast, I am looking to go far. I see you, I hear you. I know that you're taking good notes. I know that you're saying, you know what, Dr. Sylvia, I have a new perspective. I'm not just looking to go fast, I'm looking to go far. So I'm going to start connecting with others. Many times, and I felt this way at some point in my life, I believe that it was best that I work alone, but I'm at a phase in my life where I understand the importance of connecting and collaborating with others. And when you two reach that stage, you will begin to see so many things take up in your personal life, in your business, more opportunities open for you. But you must be open to connection, connecting to build wealth. Again, you want to be able to be in a position where you can live life and business on your own terms. Many of us have dreams, goals, visions, and things that we would like to do, but they require finances. They require money, they require income, they require your wealth to live that life of freedom, to live life and business on your own term. Again, it's so important that you connect because you're just not trying to go fast. I see you, I hear you. You say, Dr. Sylvia, I am trying to go far. I'm trying to leave a legacy of generational wealth that will stand forever. When we look back over history, we see what may have happened with our ancestors, but now there's more knowledge is available. We understand the importance of connecting, the importance of collaborating with others. Again, it is so important that you connect, collaborate with others to build wealth. Connections are key. Remember, as I said earlier, Jesus even said, two are better than one. Jesus understood that we would have to be connected with others to have success down here. It is so important, again, that you connect with others. Why you should connect, number 1, why you should connect, that is important. Number 2, who you should connect with. There are all types of influences, just as I have learned. And number 3, how do you handle those connections so that each of you understands the rules of the game? I always say it matters how you play. It also matters that you connect with others to build wealth. Remember, you do not just want to go fast, but you want to go far. And the way that you can go far and leave a legacy, leave generational wealth, is that you connect with others. Wealth through connections, again, it is so important that you connect with others on this journey, whatever you're doing. It is so important that you connect with others for generational wealth. You don't just want wealth for a year. You want wealth, again, that will stand long after you are gone. Your kids, your nieces and nephews, they may be able to say, you know what? I want my nieces and nephews to say, you know what? Dr. Sylvia started that. When someone asked them, well, how did you all start this? How did you get started? Well, my Aunt Sylvia started that 40 years ago, and we're just keeping it up. That is the perspective that you should have. You want to build generational wealth, again, that will stand long after you're gone. I know that you've been inspired, you have been empowered by this keynote on wealth through connections. Well, I mentioned earlier that I'm a speaker, and I'm a speaker development coach and a media personality. I have a special offer for you. Go to my website, calltoinspire.org. That's call number 2 inspire.org. Register for my speaker development course. It is normally $397. You're watching now. I am offering that speaker development course for a limited time for only $197. Yes, you heard it right. It's only $197. Many of you listening, you may say, Dr. Sylvia, I'm a speaker. Many of you may have a desire to speak, but you don't know where to start. Well, let me help you prepare for the stage. Let me help you prepare to speak in front of millions. It matters how you play on this road to success. It matters how you play as you go about trying to build, create, and sustain wealth. Again, we're talking about wealth, generational wealth that will stand long after you're gone. Remember, wealth through connections. Again, it is vitally important. You're not just trying to go fast, but you are trying to go far. And the way that you go far in creating generational wealth is that you connect with others. This is Dr. Sylvia Cole, Wealth Through Connections. Thank you.
All right, all right. I'm so excited for Wealth Through Connections, and I'm also excited for Dr. Sylvia's offer. I have seen this lady moving and shaking and making waves, and she is making things happen. And so is our next guest. But before I bring up our next guest, we have a fan favorite back in the studio today. I'm gonna I forgot to warn him, so I hope he's I see he's smiling, so he knows I'm about to bring him back up. All right, I'm gonna bring back up Kevin Williams, and we're gonna talk a little bit about what we just learned. And before we do that, though, no, let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and talk about a little bit about what we just learned. How you doing today, Kevin? Welcome back to the stage.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here. Yeah, I mean, my reaction, it's what Dr. Sylvia was sharing is just so pivotal, so central to so many things in life. That whole connection piece, and it's, I mean, yes, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. The other part of that she alluded to a bit was that if you want to do something significant, you need to do it with other people too, right? I don't think anybody's ever accomplished anything of much significance on their own. And what can you really do literally on your own? You need help somewhere along the way somehow. So I think that's just so critical. And I mean, that's part of who I am, is just connecting with people. Relationships are what I'm all about. But she reminded me of a story from when I was, like 24, 25. And I got a chance I was visiting with this older couple, and for some reason, I don't remember the circumstances, but I just remember this moment where this older man, I mean, I'm saying older now. When I was saying this old guy, because I was 25 and he was, I don't know, 65, 70 or something. Now he doesn't seem so old now that I'm 54. Right. But he there was something that changed in me that day where I decided to be open to him, because I was still at a point where it's like, whatever, like, he's an old retiree. I got nothing in common. What are we going to connect on? But I decided to give it a chance and listen to him, and he started telling me his life stories, and I learned some great things about history from the wars and from different things that I would never have known and aren't in any textbooks. And just the obviously the wealth of information that I was receiving through that connection, but even just how it opened my heart up to connecting with people that I think I have nothing in common with, but I gave it a chance. And it was just a great experience. And I don't know what it did for him too. Maybe it was a great thing for him to be able to share that. So that connection, and it to me, it's connection with anybody and everybody. I mean, I've been connecting with people on Clubhouse, and connecting with you through Clubhouse and through John Maxwell first, and the things that come out of that. Who knows? All kinds of stuff comes out of it when you actually make a real connection, right? Where you actually start to get to know people and not just kind of add their name to your list, but really start to get to know them and share and understand who they are, what they have to offer, what they need from you. It's amazing what can come out of that.
Well, I'm going to give everybody your link again. Let them know that they can connect with you at kevinwillspeak.com. And I'm also going to address, before we move on, I'm going to address one of the comments that said, it would be wonderful to do a special video on getting started. And so I think I'm going to do that. I'll find a way to put that together. Make sure you're subscribed to my list so that you'll get notified whenever I do that. All right. And we'll go ahead and talk about getting started. We'll talk about getting started with podcasting, writing, videoing. And I'm not an expert in any of those, but I can connect you to people who are experts. And one of the things that I will say, and I don't know if Kevin has a thought on this, is that whatever platform is a mechanism for communicating your voice, I recommend that you give them all a try. See, if it was something sinful, I might be like, well, as a pastor, I can't tell you, try this or try that. But it's to try podcasting or to try making videos or to try doing writing. Some people are really, really excellent writers. To try doing a blog, try doing Facebook Lives, try doing the graphic memes every day, just to try something and to really get over that hump of I'm not good enough. And what if everybody laughs at me? Well, guess what? I wasn't good enough. And guess what? A lot of people laughed at me. I still have some friends that don't forward my stuff because they're like, you look too much like a tired mom and I don't want that on my platform. And I'm like, okay, well, you know what? Other tired moms are, paying me to show them how they can become a stay-at-home mom who makes good money while she's having fun with her kids. So, I am trying to elevate, I got my lashes on today, but, I am trying to elevate. But at the end of the day, what draws people to you is who you are. And you can see the difference between me and Kevin. Kevin's been in and out of this conference. He does what I like to do when I'm involved in a conference. I get on there and I support the other speakers. And so I really appreciate that. I know not everybody has that time. I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad because it's the holiday season. And I know not everybody has that kind of time to do at this particular week. In between Christmas and New Year's, we're all celebrating with family and we're taking our trips and stuff. But but for me, it's like, okay, I'm going to do what I can do. And I'm going to encourage you to do what you can do. Maybe you don't have a production studio and maybe your phone doesn't take, I have this beautiful camera that I'm using now, but I didn't start with this camera. I started with the old Motorola phone, like not even the nicest iPhone or Samsung. And I look at those videos and they're such low quality, but it's not about the outer trappings. It's about who you are inside. And it's about your journey. And there was somebody that came to me the other day and they were just really down in the dumps. And I said, okay, well, you've got to find something to live for. Well, I don't know. I've got this health issue and this health issue, and I've lost this person and this person. And they've suffered a lot of grief in the last couple of years. And my heart really, really went out to them. And I thought, okay, well, what can I do? What can I offer this person? Because, you can't just throw money at some problems. Throwing money doesn't fix kidney problems and heart problems. And throwing money at something doesn't fix being strapped up to a machine. And throwing money at problems doesn't fix somebody feeling isolated because of this pandemic that's still going strong in many parts of the world right now. And so what could I do? I said, well, there are other people who are feeling like their life is over. And one thing about you is you have a broadcaster's voice. So maybe you could start doing a podcast or a blog or a video, a vlog of a YouTube channel or something about your journey of trying to create a new life with these health conditions that have been imposed upon you. And he didn't take that suggestion, but he took other forward movement in his life. And because he put one step in front of the other, now things have changed. His energy has changed. He's in a better place. And so when we find ourselves and we're not in that place where we want to be or that place where we should be, it's just a matter. And I hate just is a four-letter word, but sometimes you got to put one step in front of the other and just take one step forward. Clear that path. Take another step forward and clear that path. But I think we're going to do a special session on getting started, and we'll thank you so much for reaching out and confirming that that's definitely the direction we want to go for a lot of people. All right, so now I'm going to bring up to the stage. Kevin, did you have something to say before I bring up our next speaker?
Just really quickly, two things to touch on. One is what you said about one more step. Just take one step. That has been the life-saving advice that my dad keeps giving me when I'm feeling stuck. Just take one more step forward. Even if that step forward is doing laundry, has nothing to do with business or anything else that I'm worried about. If you're really that stuck, just take another step to keep you moving. You can't steer a ship that's still. You gotta get some movement. And the other thing is what you said about the media and the different opportunities. Absolutely. Like there are some, each of the social media platforms and so on, they have a different feel and different vibe about them. And some of them, they just might not fit your style and how you want to express yourself or present yourself. The people on there might not receive that the same way. So yeah, I'm starting to try out the different platforms.
Resonate. Like I've written several books cover to cover. Like I've written, I've done a lot of anthologies as well. I have fun with those because I get to know other authors, but I've done a lot of books cover to cover. And you would think that blogging is my most powerful media. It's not. I had a blog for years. I had a blog before, like when it first came out. I mean, I had one of those first ones on Blogger, and then I moved my own website, and I had it for 12 years. And yeah, I made some revenue off of some of those articles, but I never developed the following on my blog that I developed on my YouTube channel. And so we have to understand that sometimes we got to try it. Just try it, but not just I keep saying not a one time, I'm going to give this one, here goes nothing, but a plan to say, okay, once a week, I'm going to get on Facebook and I'm going to make a 2-minute video about this or that and the other. And I'm going to see how it goes, or once a week or once a day, I'm going to create a new meme and I'm going to post it and see what people say. But give it some time, give it some defined time, a month, 2 weeks, or something that you can be consistent and consistently show up, and you will be amazed. You will be amazed at the platforms that work for you. And sometimes you'll be surprised, like I was about the blogging. You'll be surprised at what doesn't work as well. So now my blog is what? My blog is basically the show notes for my podcast, because that's working. Okay. So this has been fantastic. Now, if you really, really don't know how to get started and you're not sure about even growing a list to be able to market to, and maybe you've been a private person, so your Facebook page is just you and your friends, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I was in military circles for a while, and my Facebook page for a long time was just my family and friends, and then there were times where I had social media that was in a completely different profile, and you didn't know it was me because I was worried about the implications to my family and things of me being online, and implications to my career. If you're in that situation where you haven't grown a following yet, our next speaker is going to give you strategies, 3 easy ways to build an effective lead magnet. She's going to give you strategies to be able to put something out there into the world, into the virtual world, that is worthy enough that people will willingly give you their email address in exchange for this thing, this lead magnet, and then you will be able to grow a following and a list. And so I do want to qualify a couple things, what a lead magnet is and what a lead magnet isn't. And this is especially important if you want to speak at one of my conferences, because, one of the trends that we're seeing is the free consultations and the free newsletter, subscribe to my free newsletter. Those kinds of things are no longer pulling in the people like they used to be. People want something tangible of value, something that they consume without going through you, and then they can decide if they like you. So a booklet, a handout, a checklist, a worksheet, a mini course. If you're good on camera, a mini course is an excellent way to get people to give you their email address. They can build a relationship with you through the mini course, and then you can then market to them in ways that help them move their life. We're always looking for win-win-wins. So this next speaker, Dr. Takima Dorsey, she is a very accomplished person in many, many areas, especially the sports world. And my son is enjoying listening to her and connecting with her, and was like, thank you. Now, I wasn't sure if it was about meeting her or meeting her daughter, but either way, he came back and said, thank you for introducing me. So, you know how teenagers are. Anyway, I'm going to bring up to the stage someone that I have come to know over the airwaves, and come to love as if she was someone I've met in person, and that is Dr. Takima Dorsey. She's going to be talking to us about 3 simple steps to create an irresistible lead magnet.
Welcome to DTD's Urban Multisport Consulting Firm Deep Dive Training for Sales. The problem in business today is that nonprofit leaders, entrepreneurs, and small business owners have the dream of wanting to run $1 million business on inadequacy in their business processes. It's that simple. Oftentimes when I'm working with clients, they come to the table and they have these gaps, but everyone wants to make a quick dollar out of 15 cents. And in one's dream, you can do that. But in reality, if there are parts of your methodology, your framework, your process, your blueprints, and your system that's not in place, unfortunately, you can't make a dollar or 15 cents. So in this training today, we're going to go deep so that you can turn that dollar into $100 times whatever you want it to be. But most importantly, you have a tangible framework, blueprint, process, system, or methodology behind the madness of what you want to achieve in business. But before we get started, what I need you to do is grab that pencil and piece of paper, open up your computer to an MS Word document, grab that smartphone, and guess what? On your smartphone, there are 2 options you can use. You can use the note section, or you can use the audio section. If your note section is connected to your email, once you take notes, you can email them right to yourself. Technology is great, right? And through the audio, you can do the same thing, but if the file is too large, you can then go to the cloud, download the audio or the note section, and there you have it right at your fingertips. If you happen to be an Android user, I'm not well versed in Android devices, but I do know an Android device is a smart device. So open up the app, whatever works for you, and now it's time to go deep. My signature talk, I am best known for the 5-step formula to reach the urban market, to build communities, launch grassroots initiatives, and to scale your business. And although this may not be focused on businesses reaching the urban market, although you should, it is relevant to going deep to really be able to increase the sales the way that you would like to, as long as you have business processes, a methodology, a framework, or blueprint in place. And if not, we're going to get started right now to develop that tangible product to help you improve not who you are, but where you want to go. So on that sheet of paper that I asked you to take out maybe like 10 seconds ago, the first thing I want you to write down at the very top is it's time to go deep workshop. It is time to go deep workshop. You got it? You ready? Great. Let's move on. The first step that I want to go over, which is not the first step in my 5-step formula, but it is a crucial step in order to get not just to enhancing that marketing and sales plan that you have in mind, but to ensure that you are headed in the right place regarding business. So the first step that I want you to write down under your header is identify your target audience. Identify your target audience. What does that mean to me? What does that mean to you? It means to me that when you're able to identify your target audience, if the wind went left and the wind went right and the wind went up and the wind went down, your feet would stay planted to the ground on who you know you wanted to work with. What is that targeted audience that really allows you to get excited and it doesn't require you to really think that you're going to work? The one example that I always love to think about when I'm thinking about helping individuals to understand their targeted audience is identical twins, right? Identical twins on the outside look just alike. They could have the same height, they could have the same hair color, they could have the same eye color, they could have the same facial expressions, they can even wear the same clothes depending on who their mama is. However, internally, they could not be any more different, including their DNA, right? Identical twins have different characteristics, leadership traits. They have different ideology, biases, prejudices, views on life. They look at life through their own set of lenses. And when you're thinking about the target audience or who you want to work with, your niche, that's what I want you to think about. On that sheet of paper, now I want you to answer the question, who is my targeted audience? Is it males? Is it females? Is it young adults? Is it youth? Is it the elderly? Is it at risk? I'm not quite sure. But for you, in order for you to be able to increase your sales, you have to understand who it is that you're marketing to. And when you're able to at least have the conversation or understand what that looks like, then you're on your way to ensure that the framework that you're developing, i.e. your business plan or part of your business plan, is going to coincide with what your dreams continue to be to bring them to reality. So, what is your targeted audience? Got it? Great, because don't want to spend too much time on this because this is not the focus, but I do want to go over these steps. So right now we have what your targeted audience is, or you may be contemplating what that looks like. But guess what? We all had to start somewhere. And if you're in the beginning stages, you're on your way. If you already know who you're working with and it's working for you, great job. Either way, we're going to move forward because this is a deep dive for you to think outside the box and to think internally as to what is working and what may not be working so that you can move on to the next step. And so the next step in my five-step formula includes step number 3. Value proposition. Value proposition is extremely important because so I want you to write down step 2 on your form, which is value proposition. Do you know what value proposition is? If so, put it in the chat. Okay. Shay said products. JJ said services. BJ said programs. Haley said products and services. Absolutely. Your value proposition do encompass all of those things, your products, your service, your programs, and distinctly what makes your organization different from the other or from another. What is it about what you have to offer that's going to make people want to come to you as opposed to going to your competitor? What makes your organization and not an organization that will fly like the wind, depending on what the weather is that day, but really be stable and present a clear statement that you know who you are and what you have to present in terms of quality as an organization, and then more so as a staff. So my question to you that I want you to answer right now is, what value do you bring to your business? What value do you bring to your business? I remember starting with my nonprofit about 7 years ago, and it was in an untapped market, which was the untapped market, untapped targeted audience, and out of the box thinking altogether. And so what do you mean? What am I saying, right? So I was in the multi-sport industry, which I was new to, although I come from almost 20 plus years in coaching and as an athlete. Urban youth was the targeted audience, and we were dead smack into the middle of the urban community, the urban market. Now, sounds simple, right? Absolutely not. What was simple about that scenario was the urban youth and the urban community, because I come from the urban market, born and raised, still living there, still working there, still advocating, right? However, what was new to me was the multi-sport industry. So when I decided to do a Google search, which is part of my methodology for identifying my target audience, I used the keywords urban youth, urban community, and the multi-sport industry. Lo and behold, there was nothing out there for me to really grab hold to. But what it did help me to understand through search engine optimization is exactly what the competitors was doing and where the opportunities existed. So the value of doing that research and launching a pilot and then being able to create a program, a product or service, I knew right off the bat that we were prepared for an uphill battle, but if we were able to nail it, that we would be able to stand alone, provide that quality, understand that we were different from the competitor, and that there was something that we would be creating that others could replicate. In less than 4 years, I was able to build an award-winning international model that is now being used across the US because of the value. No, first, because of we were able to identify our targeted audience, and then we did the research in order to create a product, a service, and a program that added value, not just to the business, but also to the urban market and also to the multi-sport industry. So my question again to you is, what value do you bring to your business? And I'll take it a step further, to those in which you desire to serve, which goes back to step number 2, which is your targeted audience. I want you to ponder over that just a second. But while you're doing that, we're going to move on, because now we're getting ready to go a little more deeper. Then step 2 and step 3, which will lead to an understanding how these 2 steps tie into step 4 of my 5-step formula, which is the marketing plan. Now, the marketing plan is simple. It is a small piece of your overall business plan, which encompasses step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and actually step 5 of my 5-step formula. But because this workshop is centered on sales, this is where I really want to truly go a little deeper, keeping in mind step 2, identifying your targeted audience. Step 3, the value proposition of your products, your services, your products, and what value you're bringing to the organization and those you serve. What makes you different from everyone else, and what could most likely draw customers your way? When you're able to answer and nail those 2 steps outside of step 1 that I didn't introduce, then we're able to get to a point where we can now start talking 3 simple steps to create an irresistible magnet lead or giveaway to increase revenue and engagement. But again, if you don't know your target audience, if you don't know the products or services or who you're marketing to, what makes you unique, what makes people want to come to you versus your competitor, you can create all of the irresistible leads and sales and everything that you want, but it's going to fall quicker than you've created it. And oftentimes when I'm working with leaders, non-business, small business owners and entrepreneurs, this is where they're stuck at. This is one of the things they're stuck at, which we help to add clarity. My job during this workshop is to go deeper, help you create a methodology, a blueprint, a framework, a system, or plan that's going to help you become not just unstuck, but really allow you to go to work tomorrow and put things into action. I had a little help doing with the creation of this workshop, because you may have seen these individuals, which I am going to talk about next presentation. And if not, my whole goal is to give you an overview as to how it leads to the 3 steps. So step number 1 is actually introduced by a 13-year-old entrepreneur by the name of Beloved Joshua Simons. He actually has a neurological tic disorder, and his business has been in place for almost coming up on the 1-year anniversary. He is a public speaker. He has his own business, and he created the 5 simple steps to create a digital footprint to increase your revenue stream. And I want to go over these steps just a moment, because this is a part of my 3-step process. Beloved Joshua talks about in order to create a digital footprint, part one is that he first creates a flyer that he's going live, and going live is the key to all of these steps. Step 2, he searched information for what he's going to talk about, that research. So he's not just going live and just speaking based on what he feels. Step 3, he creates an intro and an outro, which will come full circle in a second. Step 4, he sets up his camera and his mic to ensure everything is clear. And then step 5, he actually goes live. Part 2, once he goes live, he now downloads his live stream, he edits it, takes it to YouTube, save the edit, post it again on YouTube to his private YouTube channel. Step 3, he converts that video into audio. So again, we're now just dealing with a live one live broadcast and some steps prior, but step one is live. Step two, he's taken the live and now he's editing it and it's now going to YouTube. Step three, he's now converting the video to audio only. So now the audio is going to be transformed into a podcast and added to his website. And then once he finished taking that audio and creating a podcast, it now goes to his website, and now he has a live stream, a YouTube stream, and also a podcast stream. And to extend that digital footprint, he now goes and does a soundbite and goes into a social media impact. So step one of the three simple steps to create an irresistible lead starts with Beloved J's 5-step to create a digital footprint to increase your revenue stream. Now, you're probably figuring, well, if that's step one and it's so in depth, where do we go from here? Great question. So, and if you're capturing this, do understand that you can always come back to this replay, or you can always go to my YouTube to download this, and hopefully it's still there. But step two includes a contribution from 15-year-old Haley S., which is the owner of Hales S. Enterprise, and her talk deals with the 5 simple steps to engage your clients and increase your followers across social media platforms. So again, Beloved J talked about creating a digital footprint. That digital footprint in a technology age can never be removed, because all they have to do through the search engine optimization is type it in and poof, it will pop up. As long as you're using keywords that is relative. Haley is now coming as she's extending that same process and now marketing it across social media platforms. So what is Haley's process? Haley uses the same process close to BJ. Step one is going live. Then she takes that live and transforms it into a YouTube. Then she takes the YouTube and converts it to a podcast. From the podcast, she's now creating a soundbite for marketing purposes. And then she has her social media impact. And part of Beloved J and Haley's social media schedule includes the following. Monday is Meme Monday. Tuesday is Quote Tuesday. 3 is Wellness Wednesday. 4, they're going live. We miss Sunday. Sunday is also going live or podcast show. Friday is Fun Fact Friday. Monday is also a product alert. Wednesday is also Sales Wednesday, where you're introducing a new item for purchase. And then they both use Hootsuite to be able to schedule it weeks in advance so that they are increasing customer engagement and followers across LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Sounds simple, right? I told you we were going deep. But if Beloved J and Haley did not define their purpose, know their targeted audience, understand their value proposition, their marketing plan, which you can see is truly in depth for 13 a 15-year-old would not at all be able to not only increase their engagement with their clients, create a digital footprint, increase followers, or have an impact across all these social media platforms. You with me? Did I lose you? Hopefully not, because now we're going to go into step number 3. Now, step number 3 piggybacks off of Beloved J, step 1, and Haley's part of step 2. And so now what I want to dive into is step 3, and how to create an irresistible magnet lead or giveaway to increase your revenue or engagement. So the first thing that I want to start off is what you actually see or hear playing real quick. Hey, it's twinsies. Oh no, go backwards. Oh, where's this going? All right, so what you heard just now is an audio clip of a training I did a few weeks ago. So this video could be live, it could be a podcast, it could be whatever you want, but in this case, it is a video, and the video is what's starting off. And once you have a video or a live that you want to now convert, what I'm introducing to you as part of step 2 is a program called Designer, DESIGNRR.com. Designer has 2 programs that I use personally and that Beloved J and Haley also use. And what I love about Designer is that it takes the video or an audio file, drop it into Designer, and if you have the Pro Edition to this program, it will transcribe all of the words from it will pull from the audio and transcribe the entire audio from beginning to end. You're talking about saving money in order to increase the value? Absolutely. So again, we're starting with the video. The Designer is going to pull the audio from the video and transcribe it. Once it's transcribed, I then go in, and you can get it in a Word document or text file or PDF, whichever you like to be able to download and edit it the way you desire. Then I use another program called Designer Premium. And with Designer Premium, it is actually able to allow you to pull in text to create an ebook, to create a program, to create content that allows you to now, in this case, create a product. And this product that's showing on the screen is actually Haley S. and Beloved J's book, which is a best-selling book. So let me recap really quick. So we talked about Hale's Beloved J with his 5 steps to create a digital footprint, which is actually step 1 of my 3 simple steps. Then we heard from, we reviewed Hale's S 5 steps to increase customers' engagement and your revenue stream across social media platforms. And then here in this marketing plan, or part of the 3rd step of my program, in creating an irresistible magnet lead or giveaway to increase revenue or engagement, you take an audio file or YouTube, step one, you use Designer. Another one, I can't think of revenue. There's another program you can use that will transcribe, but it could be costly. But if you pay the one-time price for Designer, I think you have up to 400 minutes per month, and any audio file that you upload or video, it'll transcribe within minutes. So in this case, we're using Designer Pro. And then once you have your content that was transcribed from the audio, you can now convert it into Designer Premium. And then that content within Designer Premium will allow you to create an ebook. And from that ebook, it'll be ready for Amazon. It'll be ready for, it could be a flip book, whatever you want. You now have an instant product that is yours. It's ready. You don't need an editor. You don't need any of those things, because both these Designer programs do everything for you. How amazing is that? Then you can take this ebook and you can take it to Amazon. You can create a magnet lead. It could be a giveaway. And people love free items. Everyone loves something that's going to have them opt in to know not just who you are, but what you have to offer. But guess what? You are now the expert. Absolutely. I told you we were going to go deep, right? And I know some of the information that we covered already may be a little above, might be a little exhausting, or might be overwhelming. But guess what? This is not designed to be overwhelming, because again, you can always hit the rewind, go back, break it down. Hopefully you were taking awesome notes. But in case you're feeling that somewhere along this deep dive training, you saw a few gaps, whether it's in the identify your targeted audience, understanding your value proposition, identifying the marketing plan that's a part of your business plan, any part of those 5 steps that Beloved Jay talked about in creating that digital footprint, the 5 steps that Haley talked about going deep into calendars and all of that with increasing social media across platforms, or even taking an audio file, transforming it, grabbing the content and creating an ebook for that irresistible lead. All of these things are part of basic business 101, 201, 301. And guess what? No one is expecting you right off the bat to know exactly what this is in deep. Haley and BJ learned this information like a year ago and have been gradually over time implementing it. But if you feel that you are in a spot where you want to take your business to the next level and you just need a little more in-depth one-on-one training, guess what? We're here for you. So I want you to text the word makeover to 443-267-8783. 443-267-8783. Now, be sure to include your name, your email, and your phone number. Your name, your email, and your phone number, because if not, we may not know who's calling, or oftentimes we get a text message and don't know how to adequately reply. A member of my team, which will now be a part of your team, will reach out to you to ensure that we can see how we can help you. But most importantly, you may get a survey so we can understand where to start. So I have a few final thoughts. And you can always reach out to me at www.urbanmultisportconsulting.com. But I want to sum this up in a way that allows you to understand, 1, you're not alone. 2, sales is hard, but sales doesn't have to be hard. Sales is only as hard as we make it. As nonprofit leaders, as entrepreneurs, as consultants, as people who desire to do business, we have to continuously think outside the box. We have to constantly place an investment in ourselves. And we have to never stop striving to be not the best version of ourselves, to just be better. And so I remember a few months ago, I come from, years of business, for-profit, nonprofit, award-winning nonprofit, small business awards for for-profit consulting. But the one thing that I wasn't great at, and I had to actually hire a mentor, and that was in sales. Now, mind you, I come from research and process and blueprints and frameworks and systems and all of that, but it was still something missing. And what was missing was the fact that I knew sales, but I didn't know sales enough for me to really close those deals. And so after a few years of watching and being on platforms and trying it and watching YouTube and hiring a coach for this and trying to really narrow down my niche and who I was and what I wanted to do, I rolled my sleeves up, got to work, understood what I had to offer, but it was still something missing. So less than 6 months ago, this year, I decided to go home, go hard or go home. Now, mind you, I was already home. So all I could do was go hard because I was stuck in that hamster wheel cycle. I could teach process, I can teach blueprint, I can teach framework, I can teach all of those things because that's who I am. But what I couldn't teach until now, even more so, not just the process, but the outcome, was how to close the sales conversation. So I'm gonna be real transparent with you, right? So what I just went over, I can teach with my eyes closed because that was years and years and years of learning. But again, I got to a point where so I wanted to take my elevation to the next level. I reached out to a person who I knew was really great in sales, but I couldn't afford them. And I decided to take a plunge. So I'm like, I knew at any point that when I got the money or the investment to go this route that I was going to pick up the phone and call them. So I don't know what happened. No, I actually got an email from him and I signed up to do his Comeback Champion Summit. And at the bottom, again, it was the sales guru. And it was like, if you want to do this, reach out. And I'm like, I'm just calling to be a part of the summit. So luckily, got to the summit. And then I understood that I wanted to have not just the signature talk, but a funnel, which actually drew me to him. And I actually stumbled across the summit. So I knew I wanted a sales funnel, and I forgot the word that I knew a few years ago. And he quickly reminded me, which was an evergreen model, evergreen webinar, and then that funnel would allow me to automate, would allow me to increase my sales, would allow me to market and position me even more as an expert, although I had years and years and years of notoriety behind me. And having that conversation with him, creating my webinar, I was thinking like, I know all of X, Y, and Z because I teach it, but what I had to hone in on was the conversation, the right way to pitch it, the right way to present it, the right way to close it, and less than 5 months later, sales are through the roof. And the sales were not just through the roof because I hired a mentor, because that was already there, at least a process, but hiring or investing in a process, in a person who I knew had already been at that level, I had to humble myself and to understand that if I wanted my business to go deeper and to go higher and to have more of an impact, I had to make a change and a choice. And everything that I taught Hales and Beloved Jay prior to hiring a sales mentor, now I'm teaching them, and they're only 13 and 15. And so by the time they get to my age and your age, they will be millionaires. But that's the difference. When you have a product, a service, when you have a framework, when you have a blueprint, when you know your who, what, when, where, and why, it makes it easier for people to not just be attracted to you, but people to really know who you are and what you stand for. But often in business, people don't know. So now that we've gone through this deep dive training in this workshop dealing with sales, let's sum up the beauty of you having the 3 simple steps to create an irresistible lead magnet, to increase your revenue streams, the 5 simple steps to create a digital footprint to increase your revenue stream, and a 5 simple steps to increase engagement and followership across social media platforms. One is going to help to increase your sales because you're going to attract people to you and you're going to stand out as the expert. You're going to scale your business. You're going to be able to launch grassroots initiatives. You're going to be able to begin or continue to build community relationships because now you're visible across social media. And the number one thing that business owners and entrepreneurs and nonprofit leaders have a hard time doing is creating exactly what we went over today, a digital footprint in one way or the other, whether it's digital, it's social media, it's talks, it's podcasts, or anything. And hopefully you understand simply in this deep dive how you can take one concept and really spread it out across the masses. And when you're able to do that, you increase your value proposition, which we talked about. You set yourself and your organization apart from others. You come across and you not just come across, but you help to produce quality versus quantity. Because again, let's go back to the basics, right? When you can identify your audience, when you know your products, your value proposition, when you have a blueprint, a framework, and a methodology as to how you're reaching these individuals, you're no longer all over the place. So you're going to be talking directly to your targeted audience, and that's quality, not quantity. You're going to be able to increase your sales, increase your products. You're going to be able to lead and micromanage less as the head of your organization. You're going to be able to attract more clients, which is what we all know, because not only will you be able to attract more clients, you increase the opportunity of you having people buy in and them now becoming clients, or at least increasing your organic leads. And then you're going to actually allow people to invite you to a seat at the table. When I started out in the multi-sport industry some 7 years ago, I remember in the multi-sport industry, which is triathlons, it's not a lot of us African Americans at all. And so there were a lot of committees and, seats, elections at the NGB, which is the national governing body, ITU, all of the organizations that encompass this sport. And there was a problem with the minority representation back then. Right around August of 2014, there were about 500,000 triathletes in the world. Of the 500,000, it was like 0.5% of African Americans, and you don't have to be a rocket science to understand that 0.5% of 500,000 isn't a lot. The industry was new to me. You know, as I talked about early in this discussion, there was no model out there to replicate. No one to really turn to from a mentoring standpoint. However, I knew, and I made not just a claim, but a prediction that I was going to be invited. I was going to position myself to be invite myself at the table. And in 4 short years, I was elected the first African American to the USAT Board of Directors in its 45-year history. You talk about breaking barriers. Now, did my sales revenue increase right away? Absolutely not. But what did increase was the fact that I had now used all of the tools that we talked about today during this workshop to increase visibility of myself, visibility of my organization, visibility of my products, my services, and the programs, and the rest is history. So you also have an opportunity to take your model or develop a model in your value proposition and allow others to replicate it. You're actually building support, because here's what we know. A lot of organizations and leaders are solopreneurs. And when you're doing it all by yourself, when you are the alpha and omega, the beginning, the end, the director, the editor, the program, the grant writer, when you're all of those things, eventually you will burn out. But when you're able to increase your reach and engagement and support, and not just sales, guess what? Sales isn't always equated to monetary value. Because when you're able to go from 1 person to 4 people, whether they're paid interns, volunteers, or people who just want to help, guess what? If you equated a salary to each of those 4 people, including yourself, that might be greater than what's in your bank account. So when you're also able to build your support team, and the list goes on and on and on, because you now have a framework, a blueprint, a system to increase your bottom line, your sustainability, and your return on investment, then you're winning. And that's what we want you to experience, is winning as you're building your health and your wealth for you, your family, your business, and your community. Well, we've gone deep, and we've gone so deep that I'm encouraging you to be sure to download this workshop, listen to it, watch it again, grab your notes, because we went deep, and I wanted to go deep because you are worth it. We want to turn those frowns upside down. In any quarter you are, in any phase in your business, just know it's just the beginning. And so remember, if you're in a position where you need help in any of these steps, text the word makeover to 443-267-8783, 443-267-8783. Include your name, your phone number, and your email. Type makeover. We'll reach out to you, because now we're a part of your team. The question is, how can we help you take it to the next level? And by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Takira Dorsey. I am the senior consultant at DTD's Urban Multi-Sport Consulting Firm. And we look forward to working with you and seeing you on the other side of success. If you have any questions, be sure to reach out. Until then, have a great and fantastic day. And thanks for joining this training today. See you later.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. You know, I just love her. As you could see on her wall, she really does not just talk the talk, but she walks the walk. And you can see on her background the Ironmans and the former professional football that she used to play, the photo, and all those different things. And you can tell a lot about somebody by their backgrounds. And what you can see about Dr. Takima Dorsey is she is about winning and success, and she can help you win and have greater levels of success. And so earlier we had her son, beloved Jay Simons, come on and talk about building a digital presence. Now what we're going to do is we're going to bring up her daughter, who's going to continue the conversation. Now, you might notice she referenced both of these strategies in her talk. I wanted to make sure my son saw the Facebook one before he had to run to his appointment right now. But we're going to bring up Haley Simons, and she is going to talk to us about 5 simple steps to engage your clients and increase followers. So let me go ahead and call her up to the screen, and there we go. Well, that's never a good thing, especially when you see media moguls checking out your profile, is it? But you know what? Sometimes things happen. We just gonna give it another shot. I promise you, it is worth the wait. All right, here we go. One more time, we gonna bring up Haley Simons, and she's gonna talk to us about 5 easy steps to increase your engagement and your followers.
I'm excited to be here. I appreciate you for being here with me. It's time to go deep. As we get started, what you need to do right now is grab a pencil and a piece of paper, because today we're going to create your blueprint to engage your clients and increase followers across social media platforms. Ready, set, let's go. The problem for nonprofits, small businesses, and entrepreneurs is their lack of engaging clients and increasing followers across social media platforms. How do you define engagement? Engagement is the interaction between employers, vocational, rehabilitation, and other workforce development and education organizations that result in measurable improvement in desired outcome for both parties. How can consistency and engagement impact you? Consistency and engagement across social media platforms build trust and improves efficiency. Consistency is important, especially in challenging times when people want certainty and reassurance. Your business plan will define your purpose, vision, goals, and strategies to achieve those goals. It impacts me because as a business owner, engagement and increase in followers across social media platforms increase opportunities to develop partnership. It also defines the owner as the expert leader in that industry. It also gives me opportunities to talk about my business to different nonprofit, small businesses, and entrepreneurs, helps increase followers and continue to expand their horizon to new opportunities. Now, here's the framework I developed to engage clients and followers across social media platforms to create your revenue stream. 5 simple steps to engage your clients and increase followers across social media platform by Haley Simons. Step 1, going live. So for my lives, I use StreamYard to go live on Facebook. One of the main reasons why going live is so important because it increases your digital footprint and let your audience see you on a daily, day-to-day basis. And another reason why going live is so important because you can get a wider audience on who you are and what you do. Step 2, uploading to YouTube. So now I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a second. And now share. Okay. Sorry, wrong one. So, okay, right one. So now I'm going to show you how you can take a video from going live and upload it on YouTube. I hope that you guys can see me. Well, here, I'll increase. So what you do is click create, go to upload video. And then after that, you want to click select files. And now select the files you want. So for example, I'm going to click 5 tips on how to start off the new academic year right. Click open. Wait for it to load. And then after that, you want to go ahead and just rename your video that you want it to be. For example, mine is 5 tips on how to start a new academic year. And then go ahead and tell somebody about the description, like, I'm gonna put, hey guys, welcome back to a new YouTube video. Here are tips on how to start off the academic school right. And then after that, I'm just going to put enjoy. We had a typo. I hope I'm not the only one that uses Grammarly because, yeah, okay. Then I'm just going to put, yep, this is just all I'm going to put, and then go ahead and scroll down. And what you do need to do so that you can move on to the next step is either click yes, it's made for kids, or no, it's not made for kids. So if you click yes, it's made for kids, it's going to upload the video, but it's not going to allow the comments to turn on. So you know, like how when you watch a regular YouTube video and you scroll down, you're able to see the comments. So if you click yes, it's made for kids, it's going to not allow you to do that. So what I personally do is click it's not made for kids. It's made for kids, for people, for youth who want to be entrepreneurs and start off the academic year right. But when you click no, it's not made for kids, it's allowing them to, it's allowing people to comment under your video and hear feedback from them, because feedback is most important. So then after that, you click next. This is optional if you want to add like an end screen for different videos. I don't, personally, I don't. And then after that, you checks, just this is like to see if there's like any plagiarism or stuff like that. You can go and click next. Now this is very important, visibility. So visibility is an option. So for if you want to go public, everybody out on YouTube will see it. Unlisted is for anybody who has a link to the video, they'll be able, you and that person will be able to see it. And public, like I said, is for everyone to see it. And sorry, private will only let you and you only look at the video. So I'm gonna press private and save. And the video is still processing, so you're not able to see a video right up just yet, but it's at 95%. But what we just did was use how to start off the academic school year right. Don't mind this video is not important, but basically, yeah. So now I'm gonna stop. So now the next step you now have is you just finished uploading your live. You just finished your live, uploading it to YouTube. And now the next step is turning it into a podcast using VideoPad video editor. So I'm going to, and now here I just opened up a VideoPad. I'm going to place myself right here so that you can see me. Probably just make myself just a little bit bigger. There we go. So now VideoPad and video editor is where I use all of my podcast softwares and everything to edit my videos. So you're going to click open, and open should take you straight to your files. We can do one example of I'm going to use, we'll use the same audio, 5 tips to start off the academic school year right. And after I get done processing, now I'm just gonna click, well, first we need to grab all of our files. So you see here, I have my, I have my commercial that goes in between the podcast, my outro and my intro. So now I'm gonna go ahead and just copy all of them and put them in here so I'm not going back and forth. And what I first want to do is add my intro, then go ahead and add in my actual audio. You do want to find a good place to put it in the middle. I think right here is good. So this is for the commercial. So I don't think you guys can hear it, but basically just what I'm doing is just going through okay, so that's the beginning. Wait. So just once, I'm gonna come right back. So actually, I'm just gonna go through right now and find a middle to the audio, and I will be right back. Okay, hey guys, so I just went ahead and put the commercial in the middle, as you see the cut right here. And now all I just have to do is put the outro at the end. And now we're going to, now to export it is very important because it's going to, the file in which you use to post it on your website, Spotify, things like that is very important. So we're gonna go to video file. This will pop up. I'm gonna rename it as 5 tips to start off the academic school year right. And I have my default location of where I want this to save in videos. I'll show you just like where these are. And I want it to be an MP3, but when I go and convert it a different way, I'm going to convert it to MP3 and not MP4. So then after that, make sure you have all the stuff you need and then click create. And this process can take a second, so I will be right back when it finish exporting. So I just came back and just finished exporting it. And now this is very, very important. So now what we're gonna do is go into a separate website that I like to use to export these different kind of audios into MP3. So I'm gonna pull that up now. And that is Audio Online Converter, because I can take any audio that I want and convert it into anything I need, really, like MP3, WAV, and all that good stuff. So now I'm gonna go ahead into where I saved it. It's this one. And now I'm going to go ahead and convert it into an MP3. Scroll all the way down and click convert. What? I can't convert it. Oh, I have to wait for this to upload. So I'll be right back when it finishes uploading. Okay, so I finished letting it finally upload to the website. It took a while, but it's finally uploaded. So now I'm gonna go ahead and convert it into an MP3. Just click on which I want. We want it to be the best, and now convert it. Luckily, this process takes way much more faster. And now I'm just gonna go ahead and download it. As you see right here. And now we're gonna go ahead and now create it into a soundbite. Okay, so now to create a soundbite, I use the website buzzsprout.com is where I use all of my Buzzsprouts. So I'm not gonna go ahead and click new video. Well, okay, it did it for me. Now I'm gonna click on the audio that I just converted into an MP3, which is 5 tips to start off the new academic year. Upload. And this is where I'm gonna go ahead and rename the title 5 tips to start off the academic school year, right? And here you can put a description, but I don't really need to, but I'm gonna leave it as unpublished. Save episode to draft, re-click on it, and now you go down here where it says create a visual soundbite right here. Click it, and you won't be able to hear the sound, but I'm just gonna go ahead through and just pick a good key topic that I want to pull out of here. Oops, sorry. And I will come right back once I grab the soundbite. So I just went through and picked out which audio that I wanted to grab as a soundbite. As you see, I said as 5 minutes, 25 second, 5 minutes, 25 second, and I don't know what the editing is. So I'm gonna set it to 15 seconds. And you have all these options here of how many seconds you want to be, like 60 seconds, 30, 15, etc. But I'm gonna set mine to 15 seconds just to listen to a preview of it. Okay, then scroll down and click sound good, continue. And you can go and do whatever you want here. If you want square, landscape, portrait, but it won't really matter because this will be turned into a audio. So I'm gonna go ahead and click create soundbite. And while it's creating the visual soundbite, I'll be right back once it's finished. Okay, now I went ahead and finished studying Buzzsprout, finished creating the soundbite. So now I'm gonna go ahead and download the soundbite. As you can see right here. Oh, no, I did not mean to. No. Okay, so now the next step is finish creating the soundbite is now going into the weekly postings, which we will be posting them onto Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube. Well, we already did YouTube, so we're basically just uploading it to Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and you're figuring out, look, Haley, how are we gonna do all of that? That is too much work. But I will show you a simple way to do it all in one setting. So now I'm gonna go ahead to Hootsuite and just, oh, I just logged myself out. Go ahead and log on in. And now you see that it takes me right to this dashboard, and that's where you want to go. Like how you see I have some postings coming up that I have like weeks from now that's already been scheduled, and stuff like Me Monday. Stay tuned for that tomorrow, and so far and so forth. So now you're gonna go to post, and this is just brief. I'm not gonna go into much detail of it. And I'm gonna go ahead and click on my business page. I think this is it. Yeah, click on my page. Actually, I just want to make this simpler. Click on here, and you see I have my page, IABT's page, International Association LinkedIn, Dr. Doris's LinkedIn, and her radio, multi-sport radio podcast Facebook, and then many more. And you go ahead to upload files, pick a file that you want to upload. Let's say, for example, I pick, this is just a model. Let's say pick this, right? Go ahead, upload it, and I'm going to type in brand new podcast. Okay, and then after that, I'm going to tag myself. Of course, I don't have LinkedIn, but I have Facebook. Me right there, click it. And then all you have to do is, if you want to schedule it later, like this is the recommendation it gives me. If you want to schedule it for later or today, I'll go ahead and click schedule. So that is how you turn, let's go on back to the PowerPoint. So that is how you turn your live video that you just did and turn it into uploading it to YouTube, podcast, turn it into a soundbite, and uploading it. Now, I hope you guys enjoy. Thank you. In conclusion, career professionals, nonprofits, consultants, expert leaders, entrepreneurs, parents, and anyone who works with youth from an organizational and individual standpoint, consider pivoting your business model to get youth actively involved to become future leaders and business owners. You are cordially invited to become an affiliate partner with my Hales S Business Academy today. Go right to www.halesenterprises.com, fill out the contact form to learn more. And to those who currently work with youth, my goal is to help 100 youth better their lives. What I need you to do right now is register at least 10 youth you know as members for an annual membership of $10 a year for Hales S Business Academy. Go to www.halesenterprises.com.
How many of you didn't even know what an affiliate program was when you were 16 years old, huh? I know I sure didn't. You know, I look at my son now and I look at these kids and I think they have a wonderful opportunity to live the life that our parents couldn't give to us. And we've been able to move the needle forward in our family generation. And if you allow your children to participate in the affiliate program, did you all hear that? The affiliate program that you can bring, you know what, wait, do some of y'all know what an affiliate program is? I'm so sorry. I may have been so excited. I may have forgotten to explain for some of us who don't know what that is. What an affiliate program is if you send somebody a link to one of my courses with a special link, so I know it came from you, and your friends buy the product or they buy the class, you get a cut. That's called an affiliate fee. And so this young lady at 15, 16 years old has not only a business academy, first of all, but she's astute enough, or she at least knows how to listen to her mama. I don't know which one it is, but she's astute enough to know that, hey, the best way for me to get more business is to have people refer their friends and family. And so she set up an affiliate program so that you get compensated when you bring youth into her program that's going to help youth. Talk about a win-win. You know I love the win-win-win. And speaking of something that's going to help us win even the more today, we're going to bring up next one of our VIP premier speakers, and her name is Jan DeGallier, and she is going to talk to us today about keys to building a high-performance culture and the silent success killers that hold you back. I think one of the themes you may have heard if you've been able to watch this last day and a half of conference is there are a lot of things in our lives that are holding us back unnecessarily. And we can overcome those silent success killers. And when we do, and we implement the strategies that Jan's about to share with us, it allows us to go on and move forward in creating, whether we're in the corporate setting or whether we're even talking about our family, our volunteer organizations, or even in our entrepreneurship. So before I bring her up to the stage, I want to go ahead and highlight this comment for Haley Simons. Montrella says she is dynamite. I want my son to follow her lead and start a business. Well, I'm going to tell you something, Montrella. Get your son involved. We have a special no-cost program for the teenagers. All right. So we have a no-cost program for the teenagers to speak. And I am asking for the teenagers to do a block in our Women Building Wealth Together conference coming up in May, but recording in January and February. I am asking for our teenagers to do a special panel on things their mom needs to know while she's working to build wealth. I think it's always insightful to hear from the young people about their challenges, their frustrations, and what we as parents can do to serve them better. I know that I found out in my life that I was trying to do all of these things and thinking that all these high quality things for my child were what he needed. And that wasn't what he needed. What he needed was for me to show up at his games and to show up to some of his practices and to celebrate his wins. He couldn't care less about the money or any of those things. He just wanted me to celebrate him. But I would have never known that if I hadn't ever interviewed him for another podcast. I think it was my very first Grow Your Own Money Tree boot camp. And we're sitting there on the swing recording this, and he's like 6 years old, 7 years old. And he's like, blah, 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 blah. And then I've noticed the theme over all the interviews I've done with him. It always loops back to be at my games, be at my practices, watch me win. And so Montrella, if your son would like to, we would love, love, love to have him participate on our team panel. You can go ahead and register at the Apply to Speak thing so that you can see what it's all about. There is always there is a cost share for these speakers to come in to help elevate the platform and be able to offer some community efforts that we do to help support that. So we do ask our speakers to partner in this particular conference, but your son would not be a part of that. And so we would love, love, love to have him. Okay. But yes, she is amazing. These young people are amazing. And I want to be careful how I say this, because it's real easy to sometimes internalize the successes or failures of our children as a representation of ourselves. I am not an amazing mom because my son's football team, and he's on JV, so he's on the practice squad. He's not on the varsity, but I am not going to live vicariously through him and consider myself an amazing mom because his team won state championships a couple weeks ago. All right, 2 weeks ago. That doesn't define me as a parent. Okay, I will celebrate in his wins, but I understand that he is his own person and he makes his own choices. See, I can drop him off at the school, but well, he's not home, so I'll say this because I don't want him to hear it too loud yet. He still has a little bit of fear of mama in him. But realistically speaking, when our kids are old enough and they become young adults and then they leave the house, we only have so much input over them. And some of us, we've had life knock us down. And our parenting, is a reflection of that. When you're working 3 jobs to put food on the table and barely able to put, one pair of jeans, and your child got to put a different shirt on every day, and you wash that pair of jeans halfway through the week because it's all you got. It's a different reflection of your parenting. However, your child makes their own decisions. And sometimes we internalize the struggles and the failures, and we internalize the issues and the things we couldn't give our kids. And we internalize all that. And when they make a poor decision over here, we take that into our heart as if we are not a good parent, or we're not a bad parent, we're not a good parent, we're not this or that. We internalize that negatively. And so what I'm about to say about the parenting of these 2 young individuals is not a reflection on you or your parenting, because these children are their own people. They are under the direction of a parent, but some of us, our kids are facing addictions right now. Some of us have had to make the hard decision to throw out our children out of the house, to lock them out of the house and make them find their own way. Some of us are facing a decision where our children are sickly, or they have this or that, and we didn't know how to give them good health, and we're trying to change things now that we know better, because when you know better, you do better, but we didn't know back then, and we did the best we could. And so please, please, please don't take my highlighting one parent to mean that I think that everything that your kids are going through is a reflection of you. Like last year when my son was going through and he was running away and he was doing all this stuff, I began to feel that way, and the Lord had to come in and deliver my heart. Now, this is not a parenting thing. And I know this is not what Montrella was talking about, but since I was talking about her son, I was going to praise Dr. Tequila for her parenting. I just feel in my heart that some of us, one of the hidden hidden things. Jan's going to talk about these hidden silent success killers that hold us back. One of the things that holds us back is we are internalizing other people's failures as our own. And because we're internalizing their failures as our own, it's holding us back from doing and being who we were created to do and be. And just like I can't internalize my son's success on the football field as if it's my success, and even though in Texas there does seem to be a certain level of clout associated with having kids who play well in sports, that's them, that's not me. Right? It's the same with our parenting. However, when we know better, we can do better. And I may not have been the best mom back in the day, but I'm doing the best I can with the knowledge I have. And I'm always seeking to learn more. And one of the things that I saw with Dr. Takima and her 2 kids is that she is giving them the opportunities. She's equipping them with the tools. She is elevating their mindset and opening up the aperture of their mind. She's opening up the viewing field of their mind so that they can see more opportunities. I knew about businesses when I was a kid, but I didn't know anything about leveraging businesses. I didn't know anything about affiliate programs. I didn't know anything about sitting as a youth leader on this or that board. And that's what she's put. She's put the opportunities into her children's hand, and they're taking it. And so sometimes that's all that we can do. But now it's time for us to do. And it's time for all of them, even myself. Look, I'm like, what other opportunities can I start? Can I start researching for my son? I got the time now, so let me do it. But yes, I would love to do that. And what we're going to do now is we're going to shift gears a little bit, and we are going to talk about creating a high performance team. Let me go ahead and call up to the stage. Again, we're going to be hearing from another fellow John Maxwell team director, executive director with me on the John Maxwell team, Jan DeGallier, talking about creating a high performing team and the silent success killers that hold us back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Jan DeGallier here. Thank you all for joining in for our topic today called The Keys to Building a High Performance Culture and the Silent Success Killers That Hold You Back. It's great that you're here. And as we talk about this important topic today, I want to say it's foundational to any kind of discussion on success or failure of our businesses and our organizations. And what I'm talking about impacts for-profit businesses and nonprofits, because it's about outcomes. It's about results, the good and the bad. So today, as I mentioned results like profits or profitability, for many of you in business, you equate that to growth, bottom line profits. But for those of you in a nonprofit environment, please don't tune me out. Profitability is still relevant. Think about it this way. Beyond the bottom line, you can measure profitability based on a return on assets, return on investment. It applies to all of us. And then for everyone too, consider it about how well you serve your customer and how well you use your resources while doing it. Okay? Make sense? Great. So let's get started. We're going to talk about profits, efficiencies, growth. Those are all definitely key indicators for a successful business. That's a given. And we all know the importance of culture too. It sits at the center of any successful business because it's about beliefs and behaviors. It's about how employees interact and handle outside business transactions. And of course, culture can't be fabricated because no amount of company perks, cool furniture, or hip employees creates culture. It's more than that. It's how the company does everything. Inside and outside its 4 walls. It really guides how employees act, feel, and think. So who's experienced what Peter Drucker talks about in his quote, "Culture eats strategy for breakfast"? Have you heard that before? Have you had that happen to you? Culture eats strategy for breakfast. Yeah, right. You can have the best plan, the best strategy, hire ideal candidates, and great systems and processes defined, but if you don't have the right culture or environment to execute, what happens? You really aren't as successful as you could be or should be. So when people ask me, Jan, how do you build culture How do I build culture in my business? Here's my response. Actually, you already have a culture, but the question is it a good one? So my focus today is to not just share a textbook summary of Business 101 or talk about the key aspects of organizational management. If we only talk theory, truthfully, it's a lot of the concepts you already know. Just knowing the definition, though, it won't help you apply and make impactful changes to your business. Yes, I will have some concepts that I'm going to share with you, a framework to help simplify where to focus for successful results. And if you've worked with me already, how I serve my clients is built around the framework that I'm going to share. So as we go, I'll share some examples that I use, ways that I help my clients build a higher performance culture, a couple of pretty unique options. So one is a training program for your people, and the other is an online business growth platform, an automated tool for strategic plans. So my focus today is to share with you how you can build that profitable business culture. And we need to get started with the culture that you already have, the good and the not so good. You need to become more aware of those silent success killers that lurk within your culture. And you can start where you're at. A high performance culture, it's possible for all organizations, all sizes, and all industries. And it's not just for businesses that have been around for a while or large Fortune 500 companies that are already profitable. And it's not even for organizations that have a lot of employees. I want to say founders, solopreneurs, listen up. Now is the time to think about culture while you're getting ready to hire your team. It's never too early to start building your high performance culture. So let's dive in, get started where you're at, talk about how you can build that profitable business culture in a healthy way for your organization. And the framework for what I'm doing now came about from what I experienced. Throughout the span of my career, over 30 years so far, I've been in the business space that whole time. My background is finance. My career started as a CPA. I was an auditor at Deloitte & Touche, going from business to business, auditing different business environments. Then later on, I transitioned and spent a big portion of time in the corporate world, leading teams and multiple levels of leaders across all functions in corporate finance. What I experienced planted the seeds for me. It was a desire to help businesses transform, build a stronger culture, doing it the best way for long-term sustainable growth. I know you're probably wondering what led me to shift out of a focus I had spent building throughout my entire career. It's not a typical path of someone with my background. You see, in my roles throughout the years in corporate finance, I gained a broad understanding of the inner workings, strategically and operationally, and that really pinpointed for me a gap, missed opportunities, impacting profitability every day. This is what developed for me a passion to help companies and leaders close their gap to get better results and maximize their profits in the right way, in the healthiest way for their business. And that's what we're going to be covering today. So let's check out a quote by venture capitalist, early Google investor, early Amazon investor, John Doerr. He said, "Ideas are easy. Execution is everything." So have you heard that quote before? Ideas are easy, but execution is everything. Do you agree with that one? Yeah, right. It's really that gap between ideas and execution where I saw for myself and the leaders around me, we were all missing the opportunity to fully utilize our resources to successfully execute. These misses were disguised in 1,000 different ways, but the effect is still the same. We were struggling in the execution. This is why a business broker friend of mine says that business owners, by the time they come to her to talk about selling their business, they're at a crossroads. They either need to grow and scale the business or they need to sell it. As a leader, they are stuck between idea and execution. So within businesses, Here's a struggle that I would commonly hear. Comments from one department like, if only they would fill out the details correctly before they send it to us, then we wouldn't have to fix it ourselves. Does that sound familiar? What does that point to? Silos. Yep. When functions, departments within the same organization get too siloed off, they don't communicate well. They point fingers and they blame each other for inefficiencies. They duplicate efforts. Or here's another common struggle. Comments from employees like, here they go again. Did you hear the changes that leadership is going to try to make? It's never going to work. It's just going to create more work for me. What about that? Have you heard that before? All those disconnects, lack of trust between the various levels of leadership in the company. So many opportunity gaps, thousands of them, vertically, horizontally, throughout the teams and the departments, the entire company. Nothing more expensive than a missed opportunity. And I was realizing it wasn't just me and my leadership abilities either. It wasn't just one company, but I could see a pattern of struggles across all the companies and teams that I had worked with over the years. So I'm going to walk you through a few of these struggles, 4 different kinds of struggles, and see if you can relate to these at all. Okay. So the first one is when you have struggles with things like capacity, because we all have a set capacity to work with, right? Employee time, talent, budgets, systems, and it never quite seems like enough, does it? So you probably end up thinking things like, we can move forward if we had more people, or at least the right people in place, then we could get some traction. Or you could replace that word with money if we had more money, a bigger budget, better systems, and on and on. All those challenges tie back to capacity. Another common challenge is lack of buy-in throughout the organization. It happens even within the leadership team. No matter what you say or do, it can feel like a struggle to get your team to willingly support what the initiatives are, to actively participate in a project to their best abilities. What about this? Have you said this one before? I've explained the benefit of what we're doing and she still isn't taking action. I just don't think she cares about doing a good job. How about another struggle? Not being able to handle unexpected obstacles, complexities, distractions, all those things that come up when you're just trying to get the job done. Lack of clarity, it can be really challenging, especially those that are driven from external influences like customers, suppliers, competitors, or maybe it's a change of laws or regulations. Perhaps it's even pandemics. How about this? Does this sound familiar? There's no way we can move forward with this plan in light of the current facts and circumstances. We need to put this project on hold until we can gather more information and gain more certainty on our next steps. Yeah, confusion, fear, lack of clarity, all those things easily hold teams and organizations back from deciding what to do and when to do it. And then the last struggle we're going to talk about is how about just dealing with overall inefficiencies, a lack of traction, a lack of rhythm or momentum. Those kind of things end up making you think, I can see everyone on the team has been working hard, but we're not even close to being where we should be. So ideas are easy, execution is everything. And when you and your team are stuck in between, it leads to burnout. Your burnout, your employees' burnout, that inevitably leads to thinking, man, dealing with the same problems over and over again, it's draining. It's like being stuck in a hamster wheel, running and getting nowhere. And it's so true. All these problems, they become a vicious cycle that just keeps repeating itself. And there's so many examples too of failed companies caught in this vicious cycle, caught in the gap between idea and execution. What if I were to say new Coke? Now there's a great example of getting caught in the gap. If you were around in the 80s and the 90s, need I say more? Another example would be IBM. This is a really interesting scenario because there was not one single error or strategic decision that turned IBM from one of the most successful companies in the 70s and 80s to struggling in the 90s. Their leaders took their eye off the ball and they let their culture slide. They were blind to what was changing within until after years of stifling bureaucracy at the middle levels of the company, their innovative culture was crushed and raised to a culture of conformity and regulation. They weren't able to compete in that fast-changing technology environment. There's also lots of interdependencies here too. I've heard someone describe it like a game of whack-a-mole. As soon as you whack one, boop, another one pops up. No long-term success. And that just loops you right back into that same vicious circle with the same struggles over and over again. And here's what I've experienced. When you lack the momentum to move forward, all levels, leadership and employees, as they're grasping to maintain hope that they can find a solution to their problem, inevitably they just start thinking that their solution either comes from applying a quick fix, which you know what that means. Their problem's just going to keep cropping back up again and again. Or they end up believing that their solution falls outside their reach. They think the answer lies beyond the potential that they already have. Again, it's those comments like, if we only had a new system, then we could get what we need. Or we just need more employees or better employees. More money is what would make the difference. All those comments only focused on external solutions. And when we're struggling, it's easy to default into this conclusion without looking at your current resources. What I mean is really looking inward and identifying how to maximize your potential with what you already have. So this pattern of struggles, it led me to ask myself the question, isn't it much easier to put your current resources to better use rather than trying to develop resources where they don't exist? This is when I realized, as I looked across all these pain points I've experienced, I could see the common denominator. So let me lay out the framework for you. I want to share a visual with you. So as I'm describing it, you'll be able to better understand what I'm saying. So let's flip ahead to this visual. And here's what I found. The success of a business, it comes down to what I call the 3 Ps: your plan, your people, and your processes. So your plan, it's your vision and your strategy. Your people are the leaders and all the team members working towards that plan or that vision. And your processes are all those interrelated activities and the systems that your people use to help them work towards that plan or that vision. But is it enough to say, okay, yeah, I have all 3. I have my plan, my people, and my processes. Every company has them, right? Just to varying degrees, perhaps. But you and I know that even with all 3 Ps, not all businesses are successful. So what makes the difference? What closes the gap between ideas and execution? Well, I like to say it's like a 3-legged stool. You need all 3 to work well together as a healthy system. This creates synergy and momentum, which creates sustainable growth, successful results, which naturally just generates the 4th P, which is profit. When you can maximize the resources you already have, generate efficiencies as you go from idea to executing a well-designed plan with your people and your processes, profit is only natural. Sounds easy, right? This is what I like about the 3P model. The idea really does make sense. But this is where the executing of the idea can get hung up. You can have your plan, your people, and your processes in place, but still not get the results you need. You get hung up with lack of resources. You get stuck from lack of clarity, slowed down from all those inefficiencies. Why can't you seem to build that synergy and momentum that you're looking for? So let's peel back the layers of this 3P model just a little bit more, narrow it down to one important driver that connects it all. And that driver is your culture. It's at the center of your company, and it also surrounds your 3 Ps. That's your culture. It's not only what you say it is, it's not just your value statement hanging on the wall. It goes beyond that. It's about what you do and how you do it, because culture is dependent upon your people. People are behind it all. And guess what? People are complex. So lots of missed opportunities, lots of success killers, right? Nothing more expensive than a missed opportunity. So now that you understand this framework, the 3 Ps, that was important to lay the groundwork for you. So let me share with you what you can start doing today to help transform your culture with the 3 keys to building a high performance culture. First, number 1, know the current health of your business. That's the first step. Second is to build synergy and momentum with your 3 Ps. And then third, you need to leverage your 3 Ps. How you leverage is both foundational and incremental. So let's go ahead. We're going to jump into step number 1. And that's about knowing your business's health. And there's definitely a lot of indicators you can look at. All those indicators for businesses' health and or business success and business failure. Many of them we commonly use. They're important. They're taught in business schools, right? So cash position, that's key, of course. That's something I help startup companies and growing companies with all the time. That's cash flow analysis, projections. That's super important. But there's other indicators too, like growth rate, market share, profit margins. Those are important as well. Very necessary to know your results. However, a great point was shared by Peter Fuller, Catapult.ai CEO. He created a white paper called the 7 Business Drivers. Fuller's point was that all of these indicators like cash position, growth rate, market share, profit margin, they're actually lagging indicators. They're not leading indicators of the success or failure of the business. So think about it. If you're running out of cash, something must have gone wrong with the business before the cash was impacted, right? Does that make sense? Yeah, and of course there's articles, there's research, all those things that are telling us all those top symptoms of what went wrong with when a business fails. Things like poor market research, marketing and sales, that's one of them. Think back to our new Coke example from a little bit ago. There's also things like inadequate financial management, being blindsided by externalities, poor leadership and management skills, or lack of planning and execution. All those things have a major impact. All these things we've already been talking about it too, right? So no surprise there with that list. We know the symptoms, we've learned it, we've read the articles. So if we know this, why do businesses still struggle? And I also want to say, I don't think we should just pick on businesses that are not profitable. Even a profitable business, lots of those pain points are still there for them. Lack of resources, lack of buy-in, inefficiencies. That would tell me that they're just not as profitable as they could be. Lots of potential there too. So what is the true source of the issue? The answer? Think back to what we said earlier. What surrounds your 3 Ps? Your culture. Yep, it impacts how well your plan, your people, and your processes work together. You need to look back to the culture that's been created with your organization. It's your culture that impacts your ability to build synergy and momentum with your 3 Ps. So that's our second step today. The differentiator is being able to create that synergy and momentum within those 3 Ps as you move from ideas to execution. And your culture is really the lens through which you see everything. It's how you do the small stuff and also how you do the big stuff. And this is also key. Culture is a reflection of priorities. Can you do everything at once? No, you need to prioritize. So you can actually use a framework like Peter Fuller's 7 Business Drivers to help prioritize. And so let me walk through that with you. Let me share that with you in order of priority. In Peter Fuller's 7 Business Drivers, the first driver is you. Number one, if you are the business owner, CEO, understanding how you as a leader set the culture, that's first and foremost. The second driver is leadership. How well you pass down those values to the leaders that are on your team is key as well. So much truth to what John Maxwell says. Everything rises and falls on leadership. The third driver is your employees. So we've gone through in priority order the first three drivers, and all of these are about you and your people. Driver number 4 is customers. Driver number 5 is financial partners, your investors and your creditors. And then there's driver number 6, which is your cash, and driver number 7, which is growth. These are all the results of those first drivers, right? When you think of cash and growth. So think of businesses that have gotten in trouble in the past when they haven't prioritized their business drivers well. They haven't prioritized what they value. So take Wells Fargo, for example. Top management, they created an aggressive sales culture, and that led to unethical sales practices. 3.5 million fake accounts were opened without customer authorization. That did not work very well for them. Not a great reflection of their culture. Or if you think about it on the flip side, there's businesses that have prioritized their 7 business drivers well. Chick-fil-A, Southwest Airlines, definitely known for their strong, healthy cultures. And did you know that Chick-fil-A, despite only operating 6 days a week, they're the 3rd highest grossing food chain in the entire country. They've grown annually by 15% per year between 2010 to 2018, while the industry as a whole, it only grew 3% during that same time. So I really hope this helps you start to think about your culture differently, because it's something we just don't normally think about in the day-to-day. Can you see that your culture has a huge impact? Yeah, a strong culture, it means better job retention, attracting great candidates. And if employees have a sense of belonging, then they're more apt to want to stay. Something we're paying even more attention to in this time period we're calling the Great Resignation. And a strong culture, they also employ people who are excited about what they do and they believe in what they do. This translates to higher performance rates too. So, wow, just think about it. Synergy and momentum, that really kicks in when you not only retain people, but they're also energized. They're motivated to work and fulfill your company's purpose. Developing your people is key, right? Remember, that's one of our 3 Ps is your people. And it's really the purpose of some of the continuity training programs that I use in my business to develop leaders, develop their teams, and to shift their culture. It's designed to be intentional about doing this. It's about the content for sure. So topics focused on growth, communication, teamwork, leadership. Those are pretty common for most training programs, and that's important. But here's the difference. I want to say that it's also through the format, how to apply what you're learning. Putting those teachings into practice into the day-to-day is going to make the difference for you. So are you ready to take a good look at your culture based on the results that you're getting? Perhaps you're thinking about some of the challenges that you have right now. Is it employee turnover, employee engagement? Could be a lot of things, but it's a great place to start. Becoming aware, knowing what the symptoms are of the issues in your culture, right? But you can't stop there, even though it's difficult, because the ways of thinking and doing things, they've been there for a long, long time in your culture. So let me share some ways that you can create positive change in your culture. There's a few great areas that you can think of. So a culture that values great communication, that's a great way to shift your culture. A culture of transparency makes a difference. A culture that nurtures and plays to the strengths of its resources is huge. A culture that positively uses motivation and intentionally celebrates successes. So those are all key things that you can use to create positive change in your culture. And I like to base my programs for people on the premise that was said so well by John Maxwell. He said, Developing leaders is the best way to grow an organization, and a company cannot grow throughout unless its leaders grow within. With culture, it's a top-down approach, and as a leader, it starts with you. Now, depending on your role, some of you might be thinking, well, Jan, this all makes sense, but I'm in no position myself to impact culture. I just don't have that kind of authority in my job. Well, I want to encourage you. You can still impact culture. Start small and go from there. Think of Carly Fiorina. For example, she started as a secretary. She was really committed to the job, and she found that she was a great problem solver. She used that skill to help the people around her. And you know what? She was only in her 40s when she became the first female CEO of Hewlett Packard. So yes, acting on ways to create positive change in your culture, it can seem impossible. Remember, people are complex. The behaviors and the attitudes, they're already there. You just can't declare change in the culture as a new policy or a new procedure, right? Instead, this kind of change is a process from the bottom up in what each of you and your team do every day. So it's twofold there. So a process that I use to help simplify this kind of change is the model: learn it, do it, and leverage it. To learn it is about being open to doing what you need to do to change. You learn from articles, books, podcasts, webinars, summits, and conferences too. Those are great ways to learn it. But then you also need to do it. You need to take action because knowledge isn't enough. It's not just an exercise of checking it off the list. Think about communication, for example. You just can't have ended your day with fulfilling your communication quota as your main approach. I so often hear things like, oh yeah, I know that. I've learned that before. Or some people say, yep, we learned that in training last year. So when I hear that, I say, okay, that's good, but how well do you do it? So this is why you need to leverage it. What did you learn from with what you just did? Adjust as you go. Take advantage of what you learned from that experience. This is the type of process you need to process change in your culture. Make sure you learn it, do it, and leverage it. That's key. So we've talked about step number 1, knowing the health of your company. Step number 2 is building synergy and momentum throughout your 3 Ps. So let's go to the 3rd step, and that's about leverage. Let's flesh that out a little bit more. And so let me start by saying what I mean by leverage. And so first of all, think about the word lever. What is that? It's a tool, it's a resource. Think about like a crowbar, for example, something that you use, a tool to move something that's stuck, right? That's a lever. Now, if you look up the definition of leverage in the dictionary, that's when you use something to its maximum advantage. Now, if you adapt that to our topic today, building a high performance culture, leverage is taking what you learn. So that's your key strategies. That's your lever. And then you need to layer on what you do, aligning your key actions and your processes, what you do every day. And only then can you build on what you do to maximize your advantage through leverage. The impact of leverage is not addition, but multiplication. It's exponential. Leverage means you're putting your current resources to their best use before trying to develop resources where they don't exist. And there's 2 key areas you need for good leverage. 1 is foundational, and 2 is that it's incremental. So let's start with your foundation. A good solid foundation has 4 cornerstones. So I'm going to explain the 4 cornerstones, what you need for that solid foundation, and I'll pull up a visual for you. As I'm talking about it, take a look at the visual, listen to what I'm saying, and picture what these 4 cornerstones could look like in your organization. So let me pull that up for you. And you should be able to see here the 4 cornerstones. There we go. So let's start with the first cornerstone, that first circle. It's about having a clearly defined mission and clearly defined outcomes that are communicated well throughout the whole organization. They're communicated often throughout all levels of the whole organization, and everyone knows the big picture. They know how what they do in their roles, how that fits into that big picture as well. And think back to the 7 business drivers that we talked about. From the top down, the CEO, the business owner, their executive leadership, they know the value of putting individual core values first. They do this well, and because of their focus on valuing others and others' individual values, this creates a culture that carries throughout the whole organization. A huge impact on employee engagement and employee satisfaction. So let's go to the second cornerstone. With that one, you need visibility to goals and milestones that align with the mission, that align with those desired outcomes. So those things that we talked about with the first cornerstone. The milestones, the goals, they drive the agendas of the teams at all levels. It creates transparency and clarity. And leaders aligning your team behind your strategic plan, that's key. The third cornerstone is about key measurements. You need concise key measurements, KPIs that are well designed and align with the goals and the outcomes of, that are defined in the second cornerstone. And also with KPIs, you need consistent visibility. You need the right data on a real-time basis, or as close as possible. As a leader too, when your team has what they need to adjust along the way, they don't need you as much. You don't need to micromanage. Then the fourth cornerstone is about supporting accountability. This comes from focused, rapid communication, the kind that's non-judgmental. It focuses only on what actually needs to be discussed. So how many of you have spent endless hours in meetings not getting the results needed to make progress? I've seen it in so many companies. Time is such a valuable resource. Huge potential efficiencies here, for sure. So think about how well the plan, the people, and the processes, how well they work together if your 4 cornerstones are in place. This gives you a culture of alignment, visibility, and accountability. It's exactly what you need to leverage off of, being able to use your resources to their maximum advantage. Then think about what happens to those silos. Remember that comment from the first department, not sending the correct details? Yeah, when your 4 cornerstones are in place, you can manage and eliminate the silos. You'll probably end up hearing comments like, I noticed the details were not filled out correctly, but before I could send a request to process a change, it was already corrected. What a great team we have. Then think about that scenario with lack of trust with leadership in the company. When you can leverage a solid foundation with your 4 cornerstones, the team members will understand how their role fits into the big picture, and they know how their individual value to the team fits in as well. You're then going to hear comments like, this upcoming project is going to provide a big boost to our company's growth. I'm so excited that I can play a part in making it happen. So with a strong foundation to leverage from, gaps will start to close as your people become more engaged, more empowered. They're more energized to be part of something bigger. And this leads to employees who are more productive, they're problem solvers, they're innovative, team-oriented, motivated, and I could go on and on with all of those characteristics. So let me share with you, I just want to give an example that puts into play these 4 cornerstones. And it's a tool that I use in my business to help with your strategic plan. It's the Catapult.ai online business growth platform. It's a framework that automates your strategic plan. So first, how many of you in your organizations have a documented strategic plan? If you do, that's great. That's really good. That's a great start. And it's the way you communicate your desired outcomes with your organization. It moves you towards fulfilling your mission and your milestones along the way. So with your strategic plan, it helps your 3 Ps work well together. It creates a framework for making decisions. So think about it this way. it's not that your strategic plan, it doesn't work well if you just document it and then hang it on a bulletin board somewhere, or worse yet, file it away in somebody's desk. That doesn't work well. It actually needs to be a living and breathing plan, because it's moving you from idea to execution. And remember what we talked about, leverage? Yeah, Catapult, that online business growth platform, it's a great example of the kind of tool that allows you to leverage your 4 cornerstones. Build on what you're doing to close the gap from idea to execution without getting stuck along the way. So one of the links that, main link that I'm providing to you, there's going to be information in there about Catapult, if that's something that interests you. So why not leverage technology to strengthen your 4 cornerstones? In addition to a strong foundation, the second key area for good leverage is to make it incremental. Because changing your culture, it's not an event, it's an incremental process. An event like itself, like today's presentation, even though it's important, it doesn't actually drive change. You just can't snap your fingers and be changed, but it can definitely get you started on building a more profitable culture. Leveraging change within your culture, it's about incrementing what you know and what you do into your day-to-day. And you can do that through growth in bite-sized pieces on a consistent basis. You learn a little and you do a little. Think about it this way. A strong culture, it's not about hiring extraordinary people, but it's about having a culture, creating an environment where ordinary people can do extraordinary things. So this is where developing your people to help shift your culture, getting your 3 Ps to work well together is a great place to start. So I'm going to share another visual with you. It's our 3P model again, and I think it'll be good for you to see this as I'm talking about this next section. So you're going to want your people to help them grow continuously and incrementally so they can better work to design and implement your plan and your processes. And I'm not just talking about the developing of technical skills either. People need to work well together. So a great illustration that I like to talk about and share is the leveraging of growth with your people. So this is your people circle that's on the screen. And I use something that's called a continuity program. It's a unique structure that builds an incremental growth process for your people. So let me describe this by telling you what a continuity program is not. How many of you go to some kind of leadership training, maybe once or twice a year? Yeah, probably you go off site. Maybe right now it's virtual. So, but anyway, you're in a conference somewhere, the content is good, the speakers are good, right? A lot packed into 1 or 2 days. Lots of learning, you get some good ideas. The event was good. Now, when you get back from the training, you're back to your desk after being gone for a few days. It sure is busy. There's a lot to catch up on. So how many of you, before you can even think about what you're going to implement with your ideas, you set aside your notes and your material so you can get caught up on the day-to-day? And before you know it, what happens? It's really hard to get back to your ideas and move them forward. You learned it, but after that, how much do you do it or even leverage it? You're stuck between idea and execution. Were there some missed opportunities there? Yeah, probably. And not as much ROI on that training program as you would have liked, right? So contrast this instead with a continuous training program. You and your people, you're learning with consistent bite-sized lessons. The programs that I use are continuous training lessons. So they're like 30 to 45 minutes each, those bite-sized pieces. I do the teaching, that's the learning part. Learning and answering questions, definitely a common way for training programs to work. But here's the differentiator with continuous continuity programs. You just can't stop with learning it. You need to do it. So my programs use an interactive online learning platform. Each participant designs their individual action steps that drives accountability. So the online learning platform, it's not just about answering questions about the content, it's designing your own action steps and then leveraging it, taking what you learn from those action steps, being able to also do things like jump on live Q&A calls. So every week we're interacting, allowing you to adjust and learn as you go. So can you see the difference, the benefit of incremental learning versus event-based learning? From the top down, this is what helps build culture. And from the bottom up, it allows the change to be integrated into your culture on a day-to-day basis. The goal is to get those 3 Ps working well together. And I want to say it's not just for businesses either. It works well for individuals to join in too. Remember, founders, solopreneurs, now's the time to build the culture of your business, and your business can only grow as much as you yourself grow. So I really wish we were able to spend more time on this topic, but we don't have enough time today to do that deeper dive. So you can tell I'm pretty passionate about the need to build synergy and momentum with your 3 Ps. I have built my business around this. It's how I help businesses tap into their potential with their plan, their people, and their processes. So as we walk through the challenges we run into when executing our ideas on a day-to-day basis in our current environments, many of you could relate to the gaps that we discussed, all those missed opportunities, right? I hope you got some key takeaways that you can use to leverage change in your culture. So here's my challenge to you. Knowing this, you can continue to execute your ideas and profitability initiatives the way you have been, or you can choose to intentionally focus on key areas that will shift your culture through your plan, your people, and your processes, building and strengthening your 4 cornerstones, driving your change process through incremental, bite-sized pieces. Now, for those of you who want to start shifting your culture and move towards the best way to strengthen your business and become more profitable, remember the 3 steps, the 3 key steps that we discussed. Step number 1 was to assess your current business health. Step number 2 is to be intentional. Find ways to build some synergy and momentum within your 3 Ps. And step number 3 was to leverage what you're doing. Apply it, learn it, adjust, and do it again. So for those of you who are interested and would find value, if you're ready to jump in and experience steps number 2 and 3, I have a program coming up starting January 12th, 2022. It's a 6-week continuity mini course called Nuggets of Leadership Gold. So if you follow the link to degalierleadership.com/buildingwealth, you're going to find information on this program. You're going to learn in this program from 3 high-value leadership lessons from John Maxwell's Leadership Gold. Excellent content designed to help you become the smartest leader that you can be. It's 6 weeks. You get the 3 teaching lessons. Every other week, you can join in live, virtually, or you can view the recording on your training portal. Between the teaching lessons, you then create self-designed action steps to do it. You take what you learned and you apply with the help of the interactive learning platform, that online learning platform. You'll then leverage it too by taking what you learned from those action steps. It's about Q&A opportunities directly with me. That's going to help you leverage to adjust and learn as you go. So the cost of this course is $247. And for being part of this group today, I would like to share a bonus with you that you can use when you register. And for the $247, up to 2 more of your leaders can also join in at no cost. It's a great opportunity at the start of the year to get some growth going, some continuity, and some momentum as you integrate what you learn into your day-to-day. So the link to my website is degalierleadershipsolutions.com/buildingwealth. You'll see it on the screen here. Now, if what I've talked about today has sparked your curiosity, and if you're interested in learning more, but maybe you're still considering your options, here's another idea for you. I'm able to offer for our group here today, the opportunity is to schedule a complimentary call to go through a checklist to assess your company's health. It's a 20 to 30-minute process. You can see where you're at. It'll get you going on step number 1. So you're going to find a link to that at DeGallierLeadershipSolutions.com/building wealth as well. Go ahead. There's going to be a link to my calendar. Schedule a time. I've got about 10 spots reserved over the next week or so, and it costs you absolutely nothing to schedule a time with me. DeGallierLeadershipSolutions.com/building wealth. Go ahead, select the option to schedule a time with me. So that's it for today. Let me ask, did you get value out of today's session? Did it change your perspective of ways to think about your culture and better use the resources that you have? Well, that is great. I am so glad I was able to share this content with you. So now you get to decide, you get to choose. Are you ready to tap into the potential that you already have within your plan, your people, and your processes? Do you want to build momentum and synergy, reduce all those missed opportunities? Do you want to gain confidence and certainty on how to maximize your profitability within your 3 Ps? Now's the time to begin the journey of mastering this shift from idea to execution. Go use this model to better tap into your resources. It will absolutely get you started. And let me know if I can help you along the way. Reach out to me. The link is available at DeGallierLeadershipSolutions.com/building wealth. And as my gift to you for listening in today, you can also find in that same link a free copy to Peter Fuller's 7 Business Drivers. You can download it for you. So thank you, everyone. It's been my pleasure to share this topic with you today. Have a great day. Take care. Bye for now.
Don't forget to go to that. Don't forget to go to that link that she mentioned there, DeGallierLeadershipSolutions.com/building wealth. I'm going to give you a quick screenshot because she's got a lot of goodies on there, and I want to make sure that everybody sees the goodness that's there. And then also, we have joining us backstage, we also have Kevin Williams, who's come back. We invite all of our speakers to come on and give their comments in between, but hopefully right now you can see that page, DeGallierLeadershipSolutions.com/building wealth. And you'll see there the nuggets of Leadership Gold. Now, I've been through and I have facilitated the Leadership Gold program for many times. This is a fantastic value on what companies are paying over $2,000 to bring into their companies. So go ahead and jump on this right now. And then if you scroll down, you'll see that she offers the assessment, but she also, if you keep scrolling, she's got different programs that you can use to work with her. And then if you're just not sure which of these many wonderful programs is right for you, you can book a cost at absolutely no charge, or you can go ahead and download the 7 business drivers that she discussed. That was created by Peter Fuller and is a very, very robust model for your business success. So let me go ahead and take that down now. And hi, Kevin, welcome back to the stage. Have you got a few thoughts about what we just learned from Jan?
Yeah, I appreciate it. I just wanted to just quickly affirm and what stood out to me. I think what she's saying about culture and how central that is. And I mean, of course, I have such a focus on family that's, I see that there as well. And it grows out from there, just understanding. But I think, to me, what was one of the most central things that she talked about, the difference between looking internally and externally for solutions and how that changes your perspective on things, right? If you're always looking outside of yourself or outside of your business, yeah, there are sometimes that's what you need, but then so often it's what's inside that's messing it up, right? The leaders are not doing things right, or there's something happening in the culture. And she talked to that with some of the specific companies she mentioned. And I just see that in life so much. People are so quick to look outside themselves for either solutions or even the source of the problem, right? blaming other people, blaming other circumstances or whatever it is. But when you look at them, you kind of go, okay, I can see where the problem is, and it's not over there. Go look in the mirror. But I love listening to Jan. She's obviously got a lot of experience and great wisdom and a clear understanding of these things, and a very kind presentation and style. So it's always a pleasure to listen to her and appreciate that. So I'm enjoying all the speakers and looking forward to what's coming up as well.
Yeah, well, we've got somebody fantastic coming up, and his name is Joseph Prignan. He is JP, the Power Coach. Many of you, oops, I already put it over in the other spot. Many of you won a copy of his book during our giveaway, the Blessing book that talks about how to both be a blessing and attract blessings to you. It's a wonderful, and it goes along with Black and Gold, my colors. So Black and Gold Friday, and we gave away quite a few of those books. If you are interested in that, we're going to have his link in the course content for this. Just before I bring him up, since I mentioned the link to his book through the course content, I did change my mind about replays, and we are going to have replays available. So the replay from day one is already available. You just got to go out to buildingwealthtogether.com. And when you go out to buildingwealthtogether.com, you will see it there. I've made it my front page, made it nice and easy for everybody to see it. Let me go ahead and share that real quick so you all see what we're talking about. And you can go right there. Well, maybe you can go right there. Come on. Oh my. That's fun. Well, I'll tell you what, this was so funny because earlier I had someone who's really big on media was on the page, and I was like so excited that she was congratulating the speaker, and then the signal dropped, and the dead space is is just the death of life in TV and broadcasting. And so you never want to have dead space, but it's just one of those things. It's not always about what happens, but it's also about how you prevent it. And so as you can see right there, you go to buildingwealthtogether.com. It'll see the Wealthy You in 22 challenge. I've made it absolutely free. Now, whether it stays free, I don't know, but at least until the first of the year, we have made this free because there is a hosting charge. And, it costs money to host these very high quality videos, and it takes a lot, it's 8 hours of broadcast. So I don't know how long I'm going to let it be free. If you want to get it free, you want to get in right now, but you can download the guidebook. You can get the very nice guidebook. You can also look at how to actually register for the main event, which gives you the link to build the it gives you the link to, the link to win. I think that's in here as well. Oh yeah, you have to enroll. You have to actually enroll to get the link. So look, I'm giving you the guidebook for free, right? But in order to get the link to win up to $1,500 in prizes, or to get the $500 worth of digital swag from the original conference, you are going to have to register. And and then you'll be able to put in your feedback for each of the speakers, such as what Kevin did for Jan, and then you'll be able to enter each of the speakers that you provide feedback for. Gives you an opportunity to win one of over $1,500 worth of prizes. So, but this is out here. All you got to do is go to buildingwealthtogether.com. I've made it my front page, nice and easy peasy for you. And you can enroll in the class for free to unlock those other lessons. And then you will see the special offers. You've got Dr. Gales there. We need to put something from Kevin in there since you've seen so much of him. But day one has already been uploaded. The video has been uploaded. The downloadable MP3 will be up. It's being edited right now, and it'll be uploaded soon. So I decided to go ahead and do that for you. I hope that you all enjoy that. And now what we're going to do, we're going to bring up, like I mentioned, JP, the Power Coach. Let's go ahead and stop sharing that window. We're going to bring up JP, the Power Coach. He is going to talk to you. Now, his book that we gave away for the main conference was the Blessing book. What we're going to talk to you about today is turning your personality into profit. And I'm going to just acknowledge, heads up, that he recorded his video as if it was the Instagram or like an Instagram video. So it's the portrait view instead of landscape view. So if you see that, it's not a problem. It's just a different platforms that he's used to broadcasting to. So let me go ahead and bring him up. I think you guys are going to enjoy it.
There's a story told about a man who goes to work and he looks off into the distance and he sees this $1.2 million Bugatti and he's just mesmerized. And he's like, oh my gosh. And the CEO of the company, he gets out of the car and he sees the worker across the parking lot and he beckons to him and he says, come here. And the guy walks over to him like he's in trouble. He doesn't want to be in trouble. He says, yes, sir. And he says, you see this Bugatti that I got? And he said, yes, sir. And he says, it's really nice, isn't it? He's like, yes, sir. He says, listen, if you work hard for the next 365 days, if you work hard, keep your head down, stay focused, give it 110% every day, come early, leave late, sacrifice weekends, holidays, really give it 110% next year at this same time, I'll be able to buy another one. My name is Joseph Pridgeon, founder and CEO of JP Global. And that's the story that I wanted to start off with this morning, because I want you to understand that your boss is never going to pay you enough to be his neighbor. Watch this. I want to talk to you about how to turn your personality into profit. Again, how to turn your personality into profit. So just to start off the bat, if you're comfortable where you are, comfortable with what you're doing, comfortable with what you're making, this is not for you. If you're going to a job that you like, but you don't really love it, or if you're going to a job that you hate, but it pays the bills, stick around. This is for you. If you're one of those people that it's not even about your job, it's not even about making money, you just know there's more to life, this is for you. If you're one of those people who find yourself in the situation that I found myself, you see people who are less gifted than you, being more successful than you, and you know that you can do more, this is for you. So there's a little bit about my story. What makes me qualified to talk about how to turn your personality into profit? Well, myself, I got my master's degree in religion and philosophy. I pastored in the traditional church for 7 years. And then all of a sudden in 2014, somebody told a lie on me. And just like that, I got kicked out of my church, no income, no home. I was homeless, incomeless. I didn't have a car. I was carless, walking everywhere. 7 years ago, 2014, I had nothing. So what did I do? I found 2 coaching certification programs, became a certified life coach. And from that moment to this one, I've made over $500,000 coaching. So it's been a blessing to me. It's been lucrative to me. And I've seen lives transformed and changed. And you can too. So watch this. So now I teach people not to run from their uniqueness, but how to utilize their uniqueness. If you're like me, I grew up in the culture that the nail that sticks out gets hammered. In school, to be different is not celebrated, it's demonized. And most people graduate from school to working jobs where their individuality and their creativity and their unique perspective is not only not valued, it's attacked. When you go to a job situation where they only want parts of you, where they're like, well, you see something, you see a process or a procedure that's not working as efficiently as it could be. So you make a suggestion to your boss or to your manager, and they're like, hey, somebody way above your pay grade has already made that decision. We don't pay you to think, we pay you to do what we tell you to do. Any witnesses out there? Listen. So I learned a long time ago that if you're going to be prosperous, if you're going to be successful, you need to go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated. So if any of this is resonating with you, you're in the right place. Watch this. If you want to learn how to utilize your uniqueness, monetize your mindset, and turn your personality into profit, you're in the right place. But first, here's the thing. If you're going to turn your personality into profit, you have to master 3 things, and they're all M's, 3 M's. Write this down. You got to master your mindset, your motivation, and your mentorship. Mindset, motivation, and mentorship. Now, somebody's saying, Joseph, off the top already, this is real general. What about the specifics? How am I going to make this $1 million? Listen to me. If you wait till the end of this video, I promise you, I'm going to give you some specific step-by-step processes that will absolutely make you a millionaire. Watch this. But the reason why I'm starting general is because I don't want you to get too hung up on specifics. Watch this. Because the truth is, there's a million ways to make $1 million. I'm going to say it again. I want you to catch it. There's a million ways to make $1 million. Real estate, the stock market, rental cars, becoming an Amazon seller, selling insurance, travel, trucking industry, even CBD. I know millionaires in every industry that I just named. There's a million ways to make $1 million. Why am I sharing that with you? Because there's a lot of fake gurus out there that say you got to do it my way. If you don't do it this one way, if you're not investing in the stock market, if you're not doing real estate, if you're not doing X, Y, and Z new fly-by-night business, you'll never be rich. You're stupid. What's wrong with you? Poor means passing over opportunities repeatedly. You should jump on this opportunity. And half the people that are saying that haven't made any money to themselves. What are you saying, Joseph? There are a lot of fake gurus out there who have rules but no receipts. Rules but no receipt. You can look at the house that I live in, you can look at the car that I drive, you can look at the things on my wrist, and you can tell I've got a certain level of disposable income. I'm beautifully married with a beautiful wife, 2 children. My wife doesn't have to work. My children go to private school. Why? Because the Lord has blessed us financially, and I want you to be there too. It's not because I'm special, because I didn't do anything that you're not capable of doing. Watch this. So anytime somebody tells you you have to do it this way or you won't be successful, they're lying. That's a nugget. I promise you today, you're going to get value out of what I talk about. That's a nugget you can write down. Anytime somebody tells you you have to do it this way or you won't be successful, they're lying. The most successful people on this planet right now are the ones who ignored the rules, ignored the trends, and listened to the God voice inside of them. Whether you're talking about Jeff Bezos, Tyler Perry, Jay-Z, all of these people, Tyler Perry slept in his car, kept doing failed play after failed play after failed play. Jay-Z sold CDs out of his trunk and named his record company Rockefeller after the famous billionaire Rockefeller, because he knew in his mind, even broke selling drugs and selling CDs, that greatness was on his mind. He was going to be the first rapper to become a billionaire. He knew that even then. I need y'all to get it. It was because he didn't follow the rules. He went his own path. I want y'all to get it. Listen. So again, those who ignored the rules, listen to the voice inside that blessed them. There are a lot of people that are going to tell you, you have to use my vehicle. I've got vehicles for you. I've got vehicles for you to be successful. But I'm telling you right now, here's the nugget. You do not have to use any of my vehicles. Why? Because hear this, you are the vehicle. The success you're looking for is not outside you, it's inside you. Your job is not to find success. Your job is to discover success. Did I just say something right there? All right, I need you to listen. You are the vehicle. Watch it. How do I know you're the vehicle? Watch this. Because companies want to use your gifts, your talents, and your energy to make money. How do I know you're the vehicle? Because companies are looking for you. They want to use your gifts, your talents, your energies to make them money. That's why I'm starting with mindset. You got to have mindset. The Bible says a man's gift will make room for him and bring him before the presence of great men. The Bible says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. And it says, be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Listen, here's a nugget. Change your mind, change your life. I want y'all to get it. If you change your mind, you change your life. Your mindset is your greatest asset. Your mindset, how you think about life, is your greatest asset. Listen, so Joseph, how do I turn my personality into profit? Good news. If you have a job, if you are gainfully employed right now, you already have. How do I turn my personality into profit? If you have a job right now, you already have turned your personality into profit. You went on a job interview and you sold the interviewer not on your skills, but on your personality. How do I know that? Because everybody who applied to that job saw a job description. Everybody who applied to that job saw qualifications, and theoretically, at least, statistically, they should have had the qualifications before they even applied to the job. So you didn't stand out because you had qualifications. You didn't stand out because of the degree that was required for the job. You stood out because when you showed up and showed out in that interview, and they bought your personality, not your skills. I want y'all to get it. Listen, so here's the thing. If they can afford to pay you $60,000 a year, how much you think they're making off you? Whatever your salary is, $45,000, $60,000, $100,000. If you're one of the lucky Americans who's making $200,000 a year, watch this, that's even better. If they can afford to pay you $200,000 a year and still make their product and still pay for their warehouses and still give you your computer and your office and your cubicle or wherever you are, if they can pay for all of those expenses and still pay their stockholders and still pay their presidents and CEOs and vice presidents and staff, if they can pay all those people and still pay you $200,000 a year, how much do you think they're making off you? It's about changing your mindset. Watch, I want y'all to get it. So the mindset is, well, if you can afford to do all that and pay me $200,000, that means that you're at least making $1 million, at least $1 million off me. So how much of that can I make for myself? What if I started my own company? How much of that can I do to get paid what I weigh? Watch, I need y'all to get it. So watch it. First step is mindset. Second step is motivation. Now, motivation gets a bad rep. I know there's some people that are saying, motivation is foolishness, it's random, it's all this motivational stuff, all this self-help, emotional stuff. It's not real. It's just kind of hype. And somebody, it's okay. If you feel like that, that's okay. If it's okay. But I want y'all to get this. If motivation is BS, if motivation is not real, it's just hype, then why is the caffeine industry a multi-billion-dollar a year industry? Coffee, 5-hour energy, all these caffeine supplements. Caffeine, it's nothing but liquid motivation. Nobody gets hyped up off caffeine so they can do a better job sitting on their couch. Listen to me carefully. The caffeine industry, the energy industry is just liquid motivation. It's people take energy because they need to feel like accomplishing what they need to accomplish. Watch this. The reason why it's $1 billion industry is because they understand something we don't. The only reason why we do things is because we want to. I hear people all the time saying, I would have made it to the event, but something came up. No, the only reason you didn't make it to the event is because you didn't want to. Let me prove it to you. The only reason we fail to do anything is because we don't want to. Prove it to you. If I said to you watching today, if you show up at my event next Tuesday, I'm going to have a check with your name on it for $10 billion. Is there any way on God's green earth you wouldn't make it to that event? No. People are saying, man, I would show up the night before I'd sleep in the parking lot. 10 billion? There's no way I wouldn't make it. So watch it. I'm saying to you, the only reason we don't do things is because we don't want to. The only reason we do things is because we do want to. There's nothing that would keep you away from that event for that 10 billion, because where there's a will, there's always a way. Watch this. So then motivation then is the art of making yourself want to. If the key to accomplishing whatever we want to accomplish is finding a way to want to, then motivation is the art of making yourself want to. You get the right mindset, you got to have the right motivation to get things done. When your why is strong enough, you'll be able to accomplish anything. The last thing, brothers and sisters, today is mentorship. You got to have the right mindset, you got to have the right motivation, but then you got to have the right mentorship. There's a story told about a huge cruise ship where thousands of people were out on the middle of the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, and all of a sudden the engine gave out. Everybody's panicking. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, what's getting ready to happen? So they call around and they find that there's this mechanic, this guru, this specialist that can come out and fix it. So they call him and say, hey, can you come out and fix it? And he says, hey, yeah, I can come out and fix it, but it's going to cost you $100,000. Now, the captain says, listen, it doesn't matter how much it costs. We make millions of dollars a year off this cruise ship. It doesn't matter. Just come out and fix it. So he comes out and he says, try to start the engine up. And they put the start button, and there's a sound that happens. He said, okay, cut it off, shut it off, shut it off. And he takes his hammer, and he goes to the engine. He goes, tap, 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 tap. Okay, now try it again. And they go, and the guy's looking, kind of quizzically at him like, oh, okay. He goes and presses the arm button. Magically, the engine goes, roars to life. And the guy says, okay, that'll be $100,000. And the captain is like, okay, player, all right, I agreed to pay you the $100,000, but you're gonna have to itemize that for me. You're gonna have to tell me something, Doc. Wait, because all I saw you do was tap 6 times. So can you itemize why it cost $100,000? I need you to break that down for me. So the guy says, yeah, I can definitely break that down for you. Here's the itemization. It's $5,000 for me to get the ride out here or on the helicopter to get out here. It's for my time. It's for me taking, my day, my per diem. $5,000 is for that. The other $95,000 is for knowing where to tap. I spent 30 years learning how to know where to tap. Your people couldn't do it. You got the best engineers and ship mechanics on the planet. Your people couldn't do it. I could do it. That's why I can charge whatever I want to charge. Good guy, right? Now, listen. So I want y'all to get it. Listen, you could spend years of studying and dissecting the success engines of your life, or you could just plug into somebody who can show you where to tap. Come on, I need y'all to get it. Mentorship allows you to save time, money, and energy. Mentorship, the most important M I'm going to talk about that. I talked about mindset, talked about motivation, but mentorship allows you to save time, money, and energy. Successful people spent years learning what they've learned and thousands of dollars on courses, watch this, just to learn what doesn't work. How many of you, listen, I'm telling you, if you could plug into a course right now that could guarantee you success, the people who started it are successful, the people who are taking it are successful, guarantee the formula for success, how valuable would that be? There's a whole lot of people out there guaranteeing or promising success, but they can't guarantee it because they haven't been through the years of studying what doesn't work. There are these fake gurus that say, well, you got to get in real estate and you got to do it like this, or you got to do an Airbnb, or you got to do it like this. I don't have to do it like anything. There are principles of success. Success leaves clues, and mentorship is the key to tapping into that. I want y'all to get it. Successful people spent years learning what they've learned, thousands of dollars on courses just to learn what doesn't work. And now here's the key. Here's your choice today. You can start from scratch and make all the same mistakes that they made, or you can get the cheat codes. Somebody say cheat codes. Watch, I need y'all to get some. Listen, you can get the cheat codes. Mentorship. If you don't hear anything else that I say today, if you don't choose me as your mentor, mentorship is a cheat code. Mentorship allows you to do three things. It allows you to avoid failures, apply the principles, and jump straight to success. Mentorship allows you to avoid a lot of the failures, apply the principles that they already learned through their hard work and years of experience, and jump straight to success. You don't care. Listen, the average person doesn't care how the car works. I just want it to run. When I get in and I started, I want it to run. Listen, so my mentor taught me, if you're going to be successful with a new skill, it's either a skill or a bill. It's either a skill or a bill. Either you learn how to do it or you're going to pay somebody to do it. Certain things in your life.
Well, I didn't catch earlier that his recording cut off so soon, but what he was saying is, that it's either a skill or a bill. And so I'm a huge fan of mentorship. Now, depending on where you are, I believe that we are all fully resourced and available. We are fully resourced and equipped to do all that we are called to do. Okay. And so, you may feel like you don't have money for the right mentor, but a lot of the mentors that came into my life, they didn't need money to help me move forward. Now I'm at a level in my business where to bring in the business mentors, I got to show them that I'm serious, and money is one way you show people that you're serious, but it's not always about money. It's about walking in abundance and bringing value. And if you choose to work with Joseph or me or Kevin or Jan or any of the others, Takima, anybody who's on here in this conference, we will help you move the needle forward, and we will shorten the learning curve in your life. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and keep us back on track. I'm going to, well, you know what? I see we've got some speakers I see we have, they dropped off. All right. I see we still have Kevin in the wings. Kevin, do you have a comment that you'd like to bring in? I can add you in to the stream if you have a comment that you'd like to bring in before we move on.
Yeah, I don't want to take up too much more time, but yeah, I would just say, yeah, absolutely. What you said, I was going to comment that it doesn't have to be someone you pay. Sometimes it does. But my dad has been my greatest coach for a long time, before I even knew what coaching was. But after I learned what coaching was, I realized, oh, this is what my dad does for me. And he just does it out of love, and it's our relationship and so on. But it's been so helpful for me. I mean, now I pay a professional coach as well, but and it's same with mentoring and so on. So don't sell yourself short by thinking you can't afford it. Reach out to people. Sometimes you can even just reach out to other people in your industry and say, hey, I need a little help with this. Is there some arrangement we can make, trade services? Or a lot of people will just help you because they want to see other people succeed in your industry. So don't quit until you've tried.
There's been many times now people pay me up to, $500 an hour to help mentor them in business. And there are times where I will literally put out on my Facebook or in my text group that I have that, hey, I'm on the road for 4 hours, free business coaching. It's a win-win. You're keeping me awake, and you're you're getting what you need. Or when I used to walk in the mall, and if I ever didn't feel like it, we would do a walk in wealth, because people would show up and we would have a big crowd walking in the mall. And It would motivate me to get out of bed and do what the doctor told me to do, which is walking. And you would think, oh, well, how about being in pain would motivate you to do what the doctor told you to do? But, you know, sometimes we need a little extra oomph. You know, sometimes we've been sitting in our pain for so long. Being in pain doesn't always motivate like it should. But every once in a while, and just because somebody asked, and on one of those walks, I met a business mentor, Cheryl Wood Gary. May she rest in peace. And she began to walk with us, and she ended up going through chemo, and she asked would I come sit with her in her treatments. And I sat with her the first time because I had the time. You know, many of you know I had this accident. So in my Air Force job, I had no duties assigned, so I could take long lunches. I mean, it wasn't like anybody was counting on me to do anything. You know, I don't even think they noticed I wasn't there. But so I would take about a 2-hour lunch, and I would go sit with her while she was doing her chemo, and she filled my head with all kinds of business knowledge, explained to me how to do business as a dark woman in the South, explained to me why my business wasn't succeeding the way I wanted it to because I didn't understand how business worked in the South. And she just really poured into me. And had I not had that, I wouldn't have turned around in the year following, had a self-sustaining business. I wouldn't have been able to serve 3 years on the board of the Shreveport-Bossier African American Chamber. I wouldn't be today still a member, even though I've moved to Stephenville, Texas. My business is still based in Shreveport, and I'm still a member of the Shreveport Mayor's Commission for Race and Diversity. None of those things would have happened had a mentor not poured into my life. And because she did that, then she did that not because I begged her to or asked her to. She did it because she saw something in me. And if you're watching this today, there's something in you that wants to break forth, something in you that knows you were called to do, have, and be more. And I want to encourage you to take the opportunities as they arise. Take the opportunities for mentorship as they arise. And if some of them have a cost, well, step out on faith if you can. Now, look, I don't believe that the Lord sends you an opportunity you can't afford and doesn't make a way for you to afford it. If he doesn't make a way for you to afford it, that's not him. The Bible says he brings a blessing without a curse, right? That's a loose translation. If it's got a curse attached to it, that's not a blessing. But I remember when I first started participating in one of my former mentors' classes. His name is Paul Martinelli. And I remember one year it was like a $250 course. And it was really a step out on faith for me to participate in his $250 course. It was something after our John Maxwell event. And the next year I noticed I was participating in licenses and things like that. And it was a $2,500 course. And then the next year it was, let's add another zero onto that. And it was just like, well, you know, when you break it down with the payment plan, I can afford to do this. And it was just like to see the growth year after year after year. I could see that I was growing. And maybe you feel like you're starting small now, or maybe you don't know how you're going to put food on the table, or maybe you don't know how this or that's going to work out. But I promise you, if you take the first step, the next one will appear, and the next one, and the next one. And you'll turn around and you'll be like, wow, I may have started here with $0, but the next year I'm able to pay $25 into my business. And the next year it's $250, and the next year it's $2,500, and the next year it's $25,000, and it can just exponentially grow. And as your ability grows, so will your income, so will your influence, so will your ministry, so will your calling, so will your family. Oh, we've been working so hard in our families, and we just want better for our families. Ooh, you know, this is supposed to be Entrepreneurial and Corporate Excellence Day, but we have been going back to the family over and over and over. You know, everything that we do has got a reason. And that reason is personal to each of us. Don't lose sight of the reason. Don't lose sight of it. All right. So I could talk all day, but we'll be too late. I don't want Facebook to cut us off again like it did yesterday. It said, you're 7 minutes over. We don't care. We're stopping it at 8 hours. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up someone else who's got a wonderful entrepreneurial journey for us to learn about. He is what we call dual career. So he is still employed in the federal government, and he also has his entrepreneurship. Now, we have to be careful about that. Sometimes I don't know, Kevin, what the rules are in Canada, But I know in the United States, I got really excited when one of my Air Force jobs was to teach John Maxwell, because I had just become a member of John Maxwell team, and I lobbied my way into this job, and I was so excited about it, except that they were like, yeah, since you do this for your job now, you can't do this as a business off duty. So for that 2 years, everything I did with John Maxwell was free to the public or sponsored to the public. I was not allowed to charge for it. So you have to be careful about that. And you have to make sure you follow different rules, which, what did Joseph just tell you? Find a mentor. And Melvin is one of those mentors who can show you how to successfully navigate a dual career. All right, let's bring him to the stage. Melvin Capers, he's going to talk about his entrepreneurial journey.
Hello, I'm Melvin Capers, and I just want to take a moment and thank God for allowing me the opportunity to be here with you at the 2021 Building Wealth Together Summit. I'm truly excited to be here, especially at a summit that has as its headliners General Larry Spencer and Dr. Cheryl Wood. But I truly am honored to be here with each and every one of you. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to thank the sponsors and the coordinators, and especially JJ Conway and her amazing team for putting on such a fantastic summit. I'd like to take a few moments to reflect on my journey and the adjustments that I made along the way to help to ensure that my journey was a positive one. During my time with you, I'll be talking about 3 different topics. The first one I will talk to you about is developing your wealth mindset. I'm going to take a few moments and share some of my experience and how I developed my wealth mindset. And then I want to take you to my next topic, which is closely related to the summit's topic. But this one is transitioning to entrepreneurship, but it's the way I did transition to entrepreneurship and what I have to offer my clients. And then lastly, I want to talk real quickly about investing with discipline. Investing with discipline. Topics that are going to be covered during this entire summit. And I'm so happy that I have the opportunity to speak with you. Now, when I talk about developing a wealth mindset, I must tell you, I'm amazed. I truly am amazed at my story. When I reflect on my journey, I'm amazed. I mean, I had humble beginnings. And I'm surprised where I am today. I feel like I'm living in abundance now. And it is amazing to me. Sometimes I look in the mirror and I say to myself, oh, wow, Melvin, look at you. Look at where you are. Look at your life today. Would you have ever believed it when you were a little boy? My. And sometimes I have to pinch myself. Now, I wouldn't say that I'm a wealthy person, but I am on a journey to wealth and a legacy of wealth. But you see, it didn't always happen that way. I mean, when I was little, wealth was not a part of our vocabulary. Growing up in a house of 4 brothers and 2 sisters, my mom and a dad. But wealth was not a part of our conversation. You see, during that time, it was health. See, I was raised in Charleston, South Carolina in the 60s and in the 70s. For those of you who don't know about Charleston, Charleston is the place where they used to sell slaves. They used to sell, auction off slaves in downtown Charleston back in the 1800s. But the city is a very, 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 very southern city. Let's just say that way. And growing up in the South back in the 60s and 70s, it was truly a challenge. So much so that my mother had a saying for us, and she said it all the time. This is what my mother always told us. Just stay out of trouble. Whatever it takes, just stay out of trouble. And as a young boy, my parents drilled that in my head, my mother and father, just stay out of trouble. And my mother especially wanted me to do as much as I could to stay out of trouble. And the way she said, this is how you'll stay out of trouble, is you need to stay busy doing something that's constructive. You need to work hard. Work hard. so you don't get in trouble. If you're working hard, you're not getting in trouble. You need to stay healthy because you really need to stay in school. Stay in school. Do good in school. Do not quit school. And the third thing they used to drill in my head all the time was you need to save your money. Work hard, stay healthy, and save your money. Those were the three things that constantly came to us over and over and over again from our parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, even cousins. Older cousins used to make sure that we stayed out of trouble by working hard. More than anything, my mother wanted, and she told me this, I just want you to stay off the streets. I don't want you to be out in the streets. It's dangerous. And I think I got it. I got it a little bit, but I didn't truly get it at that time. And it was an interesting statement my mom made because my father kept me and my brothers on the streets. Okay, let me explain. My mother wanted us to stay off the street, and my father kept us on the streets because my father had an entrepreneurial spirit. You see, my father, in the 70s, my father owned a pickup truck. He used to go downtown Charleston to certain neighborhoods, and he would sell watermelons. Yeah, he was the watermelon man. To be honest, he wasn't really the watermelon man as much as I was the watermelon man and my brother was the watermelon man, because we were on the back of the truck and we had to handle the watermelons and make sure we took it to the customers' cars or to their houses. We worked hard while my father collected the money from the customers. My father truly had an entrepreneurial spirit, and he had labor that I guess we couldn't complain, because if we wanted to eat and sleep and live, we had to be on the back of that truck. But over time, my father, see, he was doing pretty well with the watermelon, so much so that he decided to expand his business. He wanted to do more things. And like I said, my father had an entrepreneurial mindset. And what he did is he decided that he wanted to start selling fresh seafood. Yeah, fresh seafood. So he sold fresh fish and he sold crabs. Now the crabs he sold, they were sold, get this, by the dozen. By the dozen. You would buy a dozen of crab for maybe $3. Guess who sold the crabs and the fish on the back of my father's truck on Saturdays? It was me, and it was my brother. So I guess that was a way of keeping us out of trouble. And like I said, my mother wanted to keep us off the streets, but my father kept us on the streets on the weekend selling fresh fish and crab with a side order of watermelons. And that's what we did growing up in the 70s. It was terrible for me because I couldn't do anything on the weekend with my friends. I didn't have an opportunity to enjoy anything. It was great for my father. I mean, he was doing well as an entrepreneur. And I didn't even realize it at the time, but I was developing this entrepreneurial mindset. See, it still has me shaking up that truck. This entrepreneurial mindset of being able to sell something and receive money in return. Now, my father didn't make tons of money selling fish, but he did this every weekend. Every weekend he sold fish. Every week, his sons had to get ready to get on the truck to go out in the streets of Charleston in certain communities to sell fresh fish, crabs, and watermelon as a side. I hated being out on the streets hustling food, seafood, and watermelons with my dad. I mean, my friends just teased me so badly. There is no such thing as a social life when you're a young child, when you're a teenager. But listen, there's time to play. And every time I played, I got teased. I got teased that I was called Charlie Tuna. I was called Fish Boy. And here's one I hated all the time. I was called the Crab Man. I was the one with crabs. And it just drove me crazy because I was always around fish and I was always being teased by my peers and my so-called friends. So I hated it. Here I am, a 15-year-old boy, and I'm complaining about the way my life is. But I didn't realize it during that time. I was developing an entrepreneurial mindset, watching my father use his business. And he ended up having a business called Joe's Seafood. And he went out on the streets to the community versus having people come to his store. He went to them. During the time, I didn't realize it, but it was torture to me. It was torture being on the hot days in Charleston on Saturdays and out in the street selling fish and crab and watermelons on the side. I was learning, didn't even know it, but I was learning and developing a wealth mindset, a wealth management mindset. That's what I was doing. That's what my father was doing. Never told me that, but I realized that I couldn't continue that way. I had to do something different. And the one thing I had to do is get off of this truck. Just wanted to get off this truck. Daddy, you're doing great. I hope you do better without me because I have to get off this truck. I didn't want my life to be selling fish, so I had to do something. And I remember my mother said, just stay out of trouble, stay out of the streets. So I couldn't just walk off the truck without having something ready for me to do. I had to make sure that I had a job. And so what I decided to do is I decided to get a job at Charleston's #1 full-service car wash. It's called In-N-Out Car Wash, where all my older brothers and some of my uncles actually work at this car wash, full-service car wash. And so I went down and I applied and got a job. I said, thank you. Now, the job was a part-time job, of course, because I was still in school. So I made sure that I worked on Friday evenings after school, all day Saturday and all day Sunday, because I did not want to get back on that truck. And my father was okay with it. My mother was okay with it too, because I had a job. I was working at a place where my older brothers were working and some of my uncles, so they had eyes on me and I was off the streets. But working at the car wash was a very hard job, especially in the heated summer that Charleston had. It was just very difficult. But I didn't work on that truck. I had an opportunity to stay off the truck. But working as hard as I did, I don't know if it was a lot of fun, but it did keep me out of trouble. And I was making minimum wage. But let me tell you, I was so tired by the end of the days on Friday when I was done at work, and Saturday and Sunday, we closed at 6:30. So right around that time when I went and I punched my time card and clocked out, all I wanted to do is ride home with my brothers, get cleaned up, eat, and go to sleep. And that's pretty much what I did. I went home, I cleaned up, I ate, and I went to sleep. And to my surprise, over time, I wasn't going out doing anything except getting my paycheck, coming home, getting cleaned up, eating, and going to sleep. And over time, I actually was building up some money because the money I got from my job, I stashed in my drawer, my sock and underwear drawer. And so really over time, I mean, I was just too tired to go out and spend money. And so all my money was going in this sock drawer. And I must tell you, I never knew that you can actually become better off. You can almost be wealthy. At my age, I was, I guess, wealthy. I had a lot of money in my drawer. But the way I got and built my money was because I was too tired to spend it. Honestly, I was just too tired to spend my money, and it was just building up in my drawer. So, you know, as a 17-year-old boy, because it was a couple of years that I worked at the car wash, and I worked hard. The work was very, very hard. And I did follow my mother's advice and my grandparents, uncles and aunts, and I made sure that I stayed off the street. And I made sure that I stayed healthy and stayed in school. All this time, I was not realizing it then, but it was helping me to develop a mindset of working hard, staying healthy, and saving your money. And that's exactly what I was doing. Now, at 17 years old, and it was time for me to, date young girls. And I met this one girl I had a crush on. She eventually became my high school sweetheart. And we couldn't really go places because on dates because I had no transportation to get there. And as a cool 17-year-old boy, you just don't want to jump on a city bus and take your girlfriend to on a date. So what I decided to do is I decided to buy a car. I bought my first car. It was a 1967 Firebird, souped up, fast-running car, a car that a 17-year-old boy should not be driving. But I bought my first car in cash. Yes, I went to my sock drawer and my underwear drawer, and I grabbed enough money to buy a car out of my sock drawer. That's how much savings that I had built up over time. Incredible. Now, I was getting close to the final year of my high school. You know, the years when you really need to make a decision of whether you're going to go to college or what are you going to do. And but I was so much involved with my high school sweetheart, and I had my own car, and I was just living the life at 17 years old. When I turned 18, I realized I needed to make some decisions. And I needed to get ready to graduate high school and do something beyond high school. So it was time for me to make some adult decisions. And I had 3 adult decisions that I made. The first adult decision that I made was I decided to go to my sock and underwear drawer, take out all the rest of the money that was hidden in there, and take it down to a bank and open up a savings account. That was my first adult decision. Then when I got paid, I would just put my money in the savings account. So it was still building up. So again, I had money because I was too tired to spend it, even though I had a girlfriend and we went different places. I had a car I was driving, buying gas, but I had a savings account. That was the first adult decision I decided to make. The second adult decision I made was I decided to say, you know, I want to marry you. Yeah, I thought it was an adult decision at the time. I decided to propose to my girlfriend because I knew that after high school there was a chance that we would go our separate ways, and I didn't want to go a separate way. So I decided to propose to my high school sweetheart at age 18. Whew. So here comes my third adult decision. I needed to find a better job. So I worked 2 or 3 jobs at the same time if I wanted to marry this young lady, which we did get married at age 19. And 1 year into our marriage, I realized that I could work 15 jobs but would never have enough money coming in to take on the responsibility of being a father that I wanted to become and being a good husband. I wanted to be a father. I wanted to have children. And I just knew that the way I was living of just working these small jobs, making the income I was making, it was just not enough. Now, remember, my mindset that my mother and my father and all my elders drilled into my mind was work hard, stay out of trouble, and you'll stay healthy, and save so you'll have more than what your parents had. Those were 3 things that were drilled in my head. And at the time I graduated high school and when I got married, I knew I had to continue to work hard. And I knew I had to stay in school. Some kind of way I was going to stay in school. I couldn't afford it, but some kind of way I had to do it. I had to get my education. Now, I finished high school, but I was going to go beyond that. And then save the money and be better off than your parents. So those 3 things were my goals. And as a newly married young man, at 19 years old, I knew that I had to do something big. So I did. I did something very big. I decided to join the United States Air Force. And that was a great way of life for me. And I tell you, every job I ever had in the Air Force was a blessing. I was very honored at my retirement ceremony because I was proud enough to have my 79-year-old mother, who was struggling with Alzheimer's. She was there. And my sister was very close to her, helping her out, and I recognized her. And when she stood up, I was very proud to present my mother to the audience, and also proud to let the audience know that because my mother wanted me to just stay out of trouble, because she made sure that I worked hard, because she made sure that I was healthy and I saved my money, that I was standing before her as a proud military man because I followed her lead. I worked hard, I stayed healthy, and I saved money. And I thank my mother for being the mother that she was to me and the man she made me. I was very proud at that moment. A few weeks later, I got a call from another agency in Washington, D.C., offering me a job. And everything went well. My background check went well. I explained to them everything that was going on, and I was hired. On June 9th, 2008, I was hired as a federal worker, and I started my career as a civil servant. Life was starting to turn for the better. Now, what I didn't tell you is when I was in Illinois and had a house in Alabama, I had gone through a divorce from my high school sweetheart. So I was on my own, and I was dealing with all of this myself. And so it was a time for me to reflect on who I was at that time as a man and who I wanted to be. But I was happy to be, at this point, working for the federal government in Washington, D.C. And I made a promise to my daughters at my retirement ceremony that I was going to leave them a legacy that they would be proud of. And I was determined to do that. And a part of leaving them a legacy, in my mind, was to leave each one of them a house if I was to ever leave this world. I had a house in Illinois, I had a house in Montgomery, Alabama, and I was renting a house in Alexandria, Virginia at the time. But I knew what got me there: hard work, staying healthy, and saving my money. So after starting working for the federal government as a civil servant, I made sure that I got myself prepared. I learned as much as I could, as quickly as I could, to increase my promotion opportunities so I can make more money, be more in the leadership roles, which I did, and I had a plan for myself. Things were working out nicely. And I had made a promise that I would have 3 homes. I will tell you, 6 years after starting my job with the federal government, I closed on my 3rd house in Maryland. That's because I had the right mentality. I worked hard, I stayed healthy, and I saved my money. I was determined to do well. I had 3 homes. And that's why I said, I stand in the mirror and I can't believe it. I said, you actually made a goal for yourself to own 3 homes, and you own 3 homes. And you have money coming in. And you're doing fine. Everything I have that I look at, I own, because I make sure I have enough money in my accounts to do well, based on the mindset that my mother and my father and my grandparents and my uncles and aunts, they kept embedding in my mind: make sure you stay out of trouble. And you can stay out of trouble by working hard, by being healthy, and by saving your money to make it a better world for you and your family. I followed that mindset. I developed that mindset over time. It is working for me. It works for me. I love my family for what they put me through, especially my father, for teaching me how to be successful as an entrepreneur. And now it's time for me to get to my next stage of my life, and that is the life I'm living now as an entrepreneur. So that's the second thing I want to talk to you about, is transitioning to entrepreneurship because it was not easy. And as you know, if you're an entrepreneur, it's not an easy thing to do. It's a very, very frightening thing. And you want to make sure that you do it smartly. So let's talk about my journey as I transitioned into entrepreneurship. It wasn't easy because I'd always been taken care of by the Air Force, and as a federal civil servant, I was taking care of pretty much getting the government check coming in. So how am I going to be successful standing out there on my own? I had to decide what worked for me. And just like I said, in building or developing a wealth mindset, I decided I need to develop a mindset that I will do well as an entrepreneur. And I learned one of the first things that I needed to do is come up with a formula. Come up with a formula that was going to be my core values. As I transitioned as an entrepreneur and wanted to start my business, I said, I've got to have a core value that I can always fall on, or I can basically lay down the foundation of everything I do. That formula was easy for me. That formula is, you work hard. You pay attention to your health. You work hard plus paying attention to your health together, and multiply that by your faith in God. And you will get service. You'll have service, and that is what it's all about. When you serve, you are successful. That is my core value. Working hard, staying healthy. My faith in God equals service, equals success. That is what I concentrate on. That is what I build my business foundation on. See, I had that mindset that helped me start it all off on the back of that fish truck, from the back of that fish truck to owning my own company. With that formula, I founded my own company, my own consulting company, and it's called Capers Consulting, but I do business as Capers Business Ventures. I call myself CBV Services because that's what I do. I serve. What I try to do is I help clients transform themselves to a level that from where they are to the next level of excellence. And my focus is truly on the areas of communication, leadership, and team development. That's where I want to help my clients get to. Now, those are the three major areas: communications, leadership, and team development. But my entire business is all about helping people get to the next level. Helping my clients get to the next level. Whatever that means, getting to the next level is what I do with my clients. We tried our darndest to make sure that we gain the trust of our clients, and we do that by just being upfront with them. And we help a lot of entrepreneurs. We help a lot of entrepreneurs who are launching their business because that's what I just came through. We act as their coach and sometimes as their mentors, but we try to help them get through the start of running a business. And one of the first things we tell our clients who are trying to start a business is that you have to know the difference between running a business and having a hustle. Because having a hustle is not like running a business. There are so many other things that you need to be focusing on if you're running a business. I think my father, even though he had an entrepreneurial spirit, that was a hustle of his. But he was a businessman in his day and in his mind. And I thank him for everything he taught me at that time, because it helps me now as an entrepreneur help other entrepreneurs. And when I talk about those three areas that became my core value, working hard and health and saving money, I share that with my clients as I'm sharing it with you. Because when you get those core values and you realize you have to work hard as an entrepreneur, and every one of you who is an entrepreneur, you know it's hard work. It's truly hard work. So I encourage you to develop a formula that you can follow on. But at the same time, I encourage you to have mentors and coaches and have somebody who's been there, done that, to just kind of like, you might not want to do that. Or they might give you some information that will help you go down the right turn or invest in the right way. Coaches and mentors will help you seek out the right information and, more importantly, the right training. See, they've been there and they've done that. So when you're starting off as a new entrepreneur, a lot of times we think everything we see and everything that has training on it is what we need to better ourselves and better our company. Well, that's not always true. Let me break training down just quickly for you. The way I break the training down with my definition of training is simply this: to improve your knowledge, your skills, and your competencies. And I think each one of us will agree that if there's an opportunity for us to improve our knowledge, our skills, and our competencies, we should take advantage of it. But this is where a lot of folks lose themselves. When I say a lot of folks, I'm talking about the folks who are entrepreneurs, because what happens is they decide to start signing up for everything, signing up for all kinds of training because they're an entrepreneur. I need to take that training. I need to take this training. And I want to do this and I want to do that. All of that is great, but you have to know what training you need at that time, at the time where you are. You need to make sure that you invest your money in the right training for the right time. And I'm going to share something with you. I always try to tell my clients, you need to break it down. When it comes to training, let's break it down. I'm going to show you. And what I tell them is I want you to get a piece of paper, and on a piece of paper, write a big T, a T square. And I'll show it to you right here. Just write down a big T square. And when you write that T square on the left side, the top left side, what I want you to do is write myself. Okay? And then on the right side, write my business. And what you want to do when it comes to training, the training under myself has everything to do with your self-development. And what I mean by that is if you need to have more courses to learn how to speak before an audience, that's the training you need to put over there. And that's the training you need to focus on first. If you need to develop training to learn how to build up your self-confidence in a meeting, or learn how to network better, or just training that helps you become a better you. The training for your business might be task specific, like keeping books, doing taxes, social media. For many of us, social media is a challenge. And that might be training that you would need for your business. But if you really have some weaknesses and some areas that you'd like to improve self-development wise, under the myself column, prioritize your top 3 and then focus on the training there and determine what training you need and when you need it. Now, I hope this was helpful for you, because what you need to do is you need to make decisions on training, because you're going to invest your money in the training. And you don't want to be putting money somewhere. You can put tons of money on different types of coaching plans and doing this for your business, but if you still have some issues about speaking before an audience or your writing skills or what have you, you really want to focus on building that up as an entrepreneur, because at one point or another, you are going to have to speak and write and communicate to people. So that's why you want to take the time to do the training. At CBV Services, we do training. We focus on training. Actually, I have a webinar that I have in the queue that's going to be broadcast real soon, talking about the 3 tips of speaking before an audience of 5 or 500. So we'll talk on that webinar and share with you, how do you get yourself to a point to speak before an audience of 5 or 500? And recently, we've completed a training bundle. I call it a training bundle, where it is a 3-day workshop where I've actually bundled together training topics in the diversity, equity, and inclusion arena. I've bundled this together, and it has 4 parts. And what we want to do is we want to train the diversity, equity, and inclusion by starting off with the communications part of it. And what I mean by that is understanding why you communicate the way you communicate. And the way you do that is understanding a little bit more about yourself. So we take a look at some behavioral assessments. We do masterminds. We do more than one mastermind. We do dialoguing about diversity and equity and inclusion topics, those difficult discussions we have. I put it all together in this workshop, and that's a part of the training. But I'm just giving you examples of the types of training that you should be looking for, that you should try to get involved with: leadership training, communications training, diversity, equity, and inclusion type training, anything that can help your business actually get to the next level. We offer that at CBV Services. So, and I'm going to share with you how you can get in touch with us. But I do want to talk about, real quickly, another area when you're talking about transitioning to entrepreneurship. I believe that a part of your life as an entrepreneur, you need to write your book. You need to write your book. Let's face it, each one of us has a story. I've always told my clients it's a shame that most of the times we don't find out about a person's story until we read their obituary. There's no need to wait. Each one of us has a story. And you should tell your story. You should tell your story. Everyone should have a book on the life of you. And listen, we help clients do that through our podcast. We have a podcast that we bring on and that I help folks. I actually invite my clients on who want to come on my podcast, and I try to get them to come on and say, if you have a business, if you want to connect with the world, you need to come on my podcast. My podcast is called the Capers Business Ventures Connect Podcast with Mel Capers. I invite each and every one of you to go out there and find my podcast on whatever podcast directory that you listen to. Subscribe with me, and you'll hear some fantastic stories by some fantastic entrepreneurs. I have authors who've been on, and they've told my audience how did they get to that point. I even had on an entrepreneur who owns a publishing company. She and I are very good friends now, and we're actually partners. And a part of her publishing company, what she does is when she gets clients, she actually refers the clients to my podcast so we can schedule a time for those clients to talk about their books. But what if you don't have a book yet? Here's what I offer clients. Sign up for my podcast. Come on as a guest. We'll talk about your life, your journey, your business. And here's what I'll do. I will give you the transcript of that podcast episode as a part of you coming on the podcast. It's a part of the deal. And once you get that transcript, guess what? You've got the first initial draft for your manuscript for your book. You can use that. I invite you to come on the podcast more than once so we can just continue to write the book over the airways. And at the same time, people will know who you are and they know that you're writing a book. We help people level up. That is what we do at the Capers Business Ventures. We do it by just saying, we're here to serve you. We're here to help you. And I do want to share with you that we also have a community. It's called the Capers Business, it's called the CBV Level Up Community. It's a level up community. So I invite clients, I said, if you want to come in and you want to have one-on-one coaching, you want to have real good coaching, you want to be in a community, in an environment where there are others at your level, then sign up for my community. Come on into my community. It's cbvservices.com/community. before closing out is I just want to share with you, again, some of the services that we offer to help you expand your skills and the opportunities. And so visit us at our website at cbbservices.com/home. You'll be directed to the 4 areas where we focus our business and we help clients level up. We do the coaching, the speaking, and the training, and I do have online courses. And so it's all about leveling up. It's all about you, the client. And here's my contact information. If you want to get in touch with me, please send me an email at melvin.capers@cbbservices.com. You can call me at my 1-877 number, 228-0011. But please, 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 please consider joining our community. You'll be happy you did, because there's going to be great opportunities. I talked to you about my friend who's a publisher. She's a member of this community. If you want to learn some information about publishing a book, there's an opportunity for you to do there, as well as coming on my podcast, being a guest there, listening to all my podcasts. So you can do it now by signing up as a listener from the Capers Business Ventures Connect podcast. We are here to help level you up. That is what our business is all about. Having the right mindset, getting you ready to transition to entrepreneurship, and not only that, being a successful entrepreneur. That's where we provide the services for you. And then my final topic that I want to talk about real quickly is investing. I found out later on that the best way to invest money is probably not the way I did in my sock drawer or even in day trading, but in long-term investments like mutual funds, or if you're a federal worker, the thrift savings plan. Real estate is a good thing to invest money in. But I would strongly suggest that you see a professional financial advisor and learn exactly how to invest your money. Just be smart, but more than anything, understand that you have to have patience and you have to be disciplined, because investing is for the long term. And when you talk long term, you should be talking more than just 1, 2, or 3, or even 5 years. It's for the long term. So you need to invest smartly and have discipline. Now, when we talk about investing, there's also something I share with my clients that you should become more knowledgeable of, and that's the tax laws, the tax codes when it comes to being an entrepreneur. You need to understand a little bit about the taxes. And I know dealing with taxes is not the most favorite things to do, but you have to have some type of understanding about the taxes. This is the understanding, that you can use the tax codes and tax write-offs to your advantage as an entrepreneur. You just have to know how. And there are 2 things that I always do every year that I feel proud of, is that I donate to charities. I donate to my favorite charity, like the Cancer Society, the Alzheimer's Foundation of America, as well as Autism Society. So I donate, and I strongly suggest that you donate. Anything that you donate to the church or anything that you involve yourself with the church, you can have a write-off. Again, please see a tax advisor to make sure that you get the appropriate information when it comes to what can be deducted from your business taxes and what shouldn't be deducted. The second thing is donating to clothes and other things around the house that you might not need. You know, especially down after COVID, I'm sure, well, I speak for myself. There are so many outfits in my closet that I have donated, and I probably will donate very soon. Do whatever you can to save money, and don't buy things that you really don't need as much. You might want it, and it might make you feel good, but when it comes to investing, you have to be disciplined. You have to save more than you make. And that takes a lot of discipline. You know, I'm going to wrap this up. I got to tell you, I thought that I had a tough life growing up. I thought my journey was a tough journey growing up in Charleston, South Carolina in the 60s and 70s on the back of my father's fish truck. I thought that was just punishment. But what that was preparing me. It was helping me to develop a wealth mindset. It was helping me for today. There were 3 things that my mother, my father, grandparents, they told me and drilled in our heads. Work hard so you can stay out of trouble. Stay healthy so you can stay in school. And I followed that. Followed that so much that when I did leave the Air Force, I had 5 academic degrees. 5 academic degrees. So I never stopped going to school. I did get sick every once in a while, but I never stopped going to school. And over time, you save your money so that you can have a better life than your parents and your grandparents. I see myself now having 3 daughters, having 3 homes, that I'm doing much better than my parents did in their time. Because I planted the seeds early. They planted the seeds early. They helped me understand what it takes to have the entrepreneurial spirit. They helped me understand how to set core values. They helped me understand how to serve, and you always will serve and understand your purpose better when you have faith in God. So I put all of that together, and that is who I am today, a proud man standing before you at the 2021 Building Wealth Together Summit. I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for allowing me an opportunity to be with you. I thank God for being here, and I wish you all the best, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Malvin. You know, he is just a fantastic individual. You see that he's first class in everything that he does. And I'm super, super excited that he was part of this event today. And I do want to echo something that he mentioned, and that is to make sure that you have a quality CPA in your life to help you advise you on tax matters. I gave mine a shout out. I keep getting, I think maybe we should bring her in. I don't know why I haven't brought her in as a speaker. Maybe for Women Building Wealth Together in May. Maybe we'll see if we can bring her in. All right. But for now, I'm going to bring up, we have 2 more speakers today. Yes, we are going to run a little late. I admit it, but it's going to be worth it. And we've got, yes, ma'am, CPAs matter. We're going to go call up now Natalie Layvlock. She is one of our premier VIP speakers. And one of the things that I like about Natalie is she's not afraid to integrate her faith along with, she's not afraid to integrate her faith in her business. And so I'm excited to bring to the stage Natalie Layvlock. She is going to talk to us about the business of wealth.
Do you want to help more people, make more money, and build a business and life you love? Well, if so, you're in the right place. I want you to imagine for a minute waking up each and every day alive, full of purpose, knowing that you're serving at your highest level, that lives are being changed every day because of the work you do. How would that feel? Would that just be absolutely amazing? Waking up every day knowing that someone's life is going to change for the better because of what you do. But have you ever felt like maybe that dream, that lifestyle, that type of impact and influence is out of reach? Have you thought maybe the journey was too long? It was going to take too much time to get there. Or maybe there were too many barriers in the way. The obstacles were just too big for you to actually reach the finish line. Or maybe you feel like you don't have what it takes, that maybe you're not enough and you'll never be able to reach that level. Well, today I want to share with you not only how it's possible, but to let you see how my clients are doing it each and every day, and how really for you, it's no different. You see, my clients, they're not born with special gifts, talents, and abilities that no one else has. They're not some sort of superhero influencer. They've just learned how to take those God-given gifts, talents, and abilities and turn them into a business and a life that they love so that they can fulfill their ultimate purpose here on earth. Hi, my name is Natalie Lavelock, and I want to welcome you to the business of wealth. You see, this is what I believe. I believe that your life matters. I believe that your business, the programs, products, and services that you create, they're a lifeline to someone in need. And I believe that right now, in this moment, you're being called to step up, to step out in faith, and to use all of those gifts, talents, and abilities that God has given you to be that lifeline to those who need you the most. So before we go on, there's a couple things I want to just get out there. Number one, I want to make sure that we give JJ a huge thank you for hosting this event for us. I know it takes so much time and energy and resources to make something like this happen. So I want to make sure that at some point during this week, whether it's by email, whether it's in the Facebook group, whatever that looks like, be sure and tell her thank you and let her know how much you appreciate her hosting this event for you. And secondly, I want to thank you. You have a million things that you could be doing, and yet you've taken the time and made the commitment to showing up here during this event to learn how to grow your business, to learn how to create the kind of wealth that will allow you not only to serve at your highest level, to be able to give back, but to create true legacy. And so just one more time, thank you to you for being here and for investing in yourself. Before we go on, the second thing I really want to share with you is that from some of my past presentations, some of the things that I'm going to be talking about, audiences from the past have wanted slides or handouts or something like that. So I'm about to tell you how you can get the handouts that go along with this presentation, because I'm not going to be using a PowerPoint specifically today, but just in case you want those handouts, I'm going to make them available. So what you need to do right now is you need to pull out your cell phone, okay? And you're going to open it up to your text messaging platform. And where you would normally send someone a message, you're going to type the word slides, S-L-I-D-E-S, okay? S-L-I-D-E-S. And once you have that in, the phone number that you're going to send that to is 1-888-376-2013. Now, when you do that, it's going to just ask you for your name really quick, and then you type in your name, and then it's going to immediately give you a link where you can download the slides for the presentation. You can have those as we go through here so that you don't miss out on anything. I guarantee you there are going to be things that you're going to want to write down. And so I'm making sure up here at the beginning of the presentation, you have access to those slides. So, and I'm talking a little extra to give you time to plug it in and download that resource. So one more time before we jump into the main portion of our content today, pull out your phone if you want the slides, and you're going to text the word slides, S-L-I-D-E-S, to 1-888-376-2013. All right. And then, like I said, enter your name, and you're going to get the link to the slides for the presentation today. All right. So before we go on, since we're going to be sharing a little bit of time together, and since for most of us, we probably haven't met before, would it be okay with you if I just shared a little bit about who I am and why I'm sharing this presentation with you today? So I'm Natalie Lavelock. I'm a speaker, trainer, author, best-selling author, program development specialist, and online business strategist. I'm also a registered nurse. I have a master's degree in nursing education, which is something that you'll find important when we get to talking a little bit later on in the presentation. So that's going to be something that's important for you to know and to understand. For over 20 years, it was my job in corporate healthcare to train the doctors and nurses at the bedside so that when seconds mattered, they were ready to go to save lives each and every day. I've also had the opportunity to teach at the collegiate level. I worked with a college who was starting a brand new nursing program. And so I was able to come in and help them design their curriculum, design their programs for their students to come through. I've also been recognized both nationally and internationally for my commitment to excellence in care. And since starting my business, I've had the pleasure of serving my clients and helping them develop both their multiple 5- and 6-figure program launches. I am a husband, or I'm a wife to my husband, Jason, who is a serial entrepreneur. He has multiple businesses that he runs as well. And I'm a mom to 3 incredible little boys who are growing up so much faster than I would like to admit. And I can just say, since starting my business, I've had the opportunity to build a business that allows me to live a life that I love. But when I think back to when I was working at the hospital, in my job as the clinical nurse educator, I had just been given the opportunity to move into a management position. And for many people, that would be something that would be super exciting. It's kind of like the next rung on the ladder. You know, you get the paycheck, the status, the title, all of those kinds of things that come along with working in management. But because of the work that I had been doing and the success that I had had in developing the programs and products and even a new department for the hospital, and I was leading their high-level teams and all of that kind of thing, administration just kept piling more and more and more on my plate. It was the classic case of, let's find the busiest person because we know that they know how to get things done, and let's ask them to do it. But you know what? All of those long hours, all of that push, the grind, the stress, over time, it started taking a massive toll on my body and on my family. I remember towards the end of my time working for the hospital, and I had been broken out in hives, head to toe, for over 3 months. And nobody could figure out why. I'd had all the tests, I'd done all the things, and everybody was like, we don't know. We don't know why you're having all of these hives. Several times a day, I would feel like I couldn't catch my breath. Like I could look down and I could see my chest moving. So I knew I was breathing, but it didn't feel like I was actually perfusing the oxygen. I didn't feel like I could catch my breath. And if that weren't bad enough, it wasn't long after that that I learned that my adrenal glands, they were failing. They'd been pushed to the max, and I was in serious trouble. Now, if my health weren't bad enough, if that alone wasn't bad enough, I was missing out on some of the most precious moments of my children's lives. Some of those moments that are once in a lifetime moments. And those are the kind of moments that you can never get back. And it was all because I couldn't take off work. I had things to do. I had things to accomplish. People depended on me. Deadlines and timelines and programs all depended on me being there to make sure the work got done. And I remember one day coming home and I pulled my car over on the side of our gravel road and I just started sobbing. They were hot tears. They were tears of frustration and exasperation because I didn't know what to do. You see, I live in what I call the middle of nowhere. Okay. So there aren't a lot of job opportunities where I live. And the job that I did have, it was robbing me of my health and my life. It was hurting my family. And I remember in that moment, I just sat there and I just cried out to God. I said, God, show me what I need to do. Give me a new opportunity. Help me to see what you want from me, because what I've got, what I'm doing, it's not working. It's hurting me. It's hurting everyone around me. And it's not worth it. I'm not living the life that you called me to live. And when I say that, I don't mean like luxury and riches and things like that. I mean being a good mom, being a good wife. I didn't have the energy or the patience that I wanted to have the impact on my family that I knew that I could have. And it wasn't long after that moment happened, that's when that management opportunity came up. And I was kind of like, really, God, is this it? Like, is this the opportunity? Like, if I was teetering on this before, like, this is just going to throw me, like, call the funeral home now, right? Because it's just going to take it over the edge. And it's just, I felt like it was the beginning of the end. But about that time, I also started having this, like, this stirring inside. Like, maybe I wanted to try something new, do something crazy, to take a leap of faith and step out into the unknown. After having worked for this organization for over 15 years, I knew that taking this management opportunity was just going to mean more to do, more of the same, more of the stress, more of time away from my family. And I knew that I knew that I knew it was time to say no. It was time for something new. It was time for a fresh start. It was time for me to build a business and a life that I loved. And I have a feeling that for many of you right now, you're in that same exact place. You know that it's time to shake things up a little bit. You know that God has placed this dream on your heart for something bigger, something more. But for whatever reason, maybe it's those golden handcuffs of the corporate career. Maybe it's just a fear of the unknown. Whatever that is, you've been too afraid to really go for it, to go all in and say yes to what it is you're being called to do. I just want to say today is the day you get to say yes to your future. Today is the day you take the first step towards achieving your mission and building your legacy. And that's why I'm here. I'm here to show you how you can turn your expertise into a highly profitable business and life you love. You see, purpose-driven coaches and speakers, they hire me when they're ready to create $1 million product system. They hire me when they're ready to create transformational coaching programs, online courses, and advanced training certification programs that allow them to build a highly profitable business with multiple streams of lucrative income, which gives them the flexibility they need, the freedom that they need to live a life they love. So today we're going to be talking about the business of wealth. But before we do, there's one thing that I really want you just to let sink into your soul. Okay? So just take a deep breath. And I want you to hear these words and I want you to let them soak in. Wealth without wisdom and profit without peace all lead to poverty. Okay? I'm going to say it again. Wealth without wisdom and profit without peace leads to poverty. You can make all the money in the world, but if you don't have the wisdom to steward it wisely, it's just going to slip through your fingers. And likewise, if you're profiting abundantly in your business, but you're doing it in a way that corrupts your soul, you're going to end up bankrupt in your spirit, and you're going to be ineffective in your calling. So I want to encourage you, lean in this week, absorb all the wisdom that's being shared with you. It's being shared by people who are successful in their businesses, by people who have been down the path that you're on. They're sharing what they've learned so you don't have to go through the same experiences. And I really want you to commit to doing one thing each day to take you closer to fulfilling your mission. You don't have to do all the things. Just choose one thing that's going to take you closer to building a life of purpose, meaning, and wealth. So let's talk about the 3 things that you need to get you there. All right. The first thing we're going to talk about is you. Then we're going to talk about your business. And then we're going to talk about your legacy. So I want you to imagine for a minute. You're standing in front of this large white canvas. Okay. Close your eyes for a second and just picture this large white canvas in front of you. And this painter comes over and he starts painting on the canvas. And he's using the most beautiful colors you've ever seen. And after a few minutes of watching, you start to see the image take shape. And you can tell it's a silhouette. All right. You watch him as he paints those long, beautiful strokes. And then you watch as he comes in close. He gets another brush with another color. And he comes in and he does the very fine detail work of this painting. So intrigued by what you're watching, you come over to the painter and you say, "What are you doing? It looks spectacular." And he looks at you and he says, "I only paint the truth." Now that seems like a strange answer to you, but as you watch, you continue to watch, you're captivated to see what is this truth that he's painting. And after a few more minutes of watching, you start to notice that what he's painting is a portrait of you. And you're enamored by the accuracy and detail of what he's crafted. I mean, he didn't really even know you. You didn't have a relationship, and yet he's captured the very essence of who you are in this spectacular, this beautiful painting. And so you take a step closer to see it even better. And as you move closer, you see something that looks just a little bit off. Now, you couldn't see it from further away, but as you move in closer, you start to notice that something just doesn't look quite right. And you see over here on the painter's table where he has all of his paints laid out there and the colors and the brushes and everything, you see a magnifying glass. And so you ask the painter, "Sir, may I use that glass to take a look at your painting a little bit closer?" He says, "Sure." So you pick up that magnifying glass and you move in closer and closer. And as you get closer, the irregularities and the flaws and the little nuances, they really start to stand out. And you're a little disillusioned because what looks like this amazing masterpiece, you're now seeing all the flaws. And after a few minutes, other than being really disappointed, you're having a hard time believing that this painting was really even that great to start with. Money is a magnifier in our lives. So whatever irregularities or flaws we might have as a human, they're going to become magnified when we come into more money. So how many times have you heard the story of someone who won the lottery, but then they lose everything just a short time later? Because their flaw was money management. How many of you have a sweet tooth, kind of like I do? Well, when you come into wealth, you're going to have to watch how many of those amazing delicacies you allow yourself to indulge in, because you're going to end up needing extra dentist visits, maybe becoming diabetic if we're not careful. Whatever it is our flaws are, they're going to be magnified if we're not cautious, and if we're not taking steps to mitigate those, they're going to become magnified and they're going to cause even bigger problems in our life. So whatever's on the inside of you is just going to be expanded exponentially with wealth. So let me ask you, are you generous? If so, you're going to give more. Are you a hoarder? Money's just going to give you the capacity to go buy more things to hoard. Are you a spender? You'll spend more. Are you a saver? You'll save more. Are you someone who loves to give back and pay it forward? You're going to do even bigger and better things and help more people the more money you make. So in order to build a business and life you love, the first thing we have to do is take a look at who we are, flaws and all. And then we have to begin putting structures in place to help us mitigate those, to help us overcome those flaws, so that we can stay on the path to doing the most good, so that we can accentuate our strengths and help the most people that we possibly can. Because if we don't address these, if we don't address our flaws, then one of two things is going to happen. We're either going to create a business that will suck the life out of us, or the patterns in our lives will destroy the path to wealth. So I want to leave you with 2 action steps that you can take today that will help position you to address some of those flaws before they really become a problem. So over the next few days, what I'd like for you to do is, number one, I'd like you to take a few minutes to look back at your finances over the last 4 to 6 months. Are you giving? Are you saving? Are you tithing? If something's off in your finances, now's the time to fix it. Now's the time to address it, to get things right, so that as you continue to build wealth, you're going to be building it on a strong foundation. The next thing I want you to do is I want you to just do a quick Google search and search for core values. Just type in core values list, and you'll find a list of possibly, if not dozens, 100 different values. Go through that list and just take a few minutes to circle those that, as you're reading through the list, you're like, oh yeah, that sounds like me. That's something I like. That's something that's important to me. Go through that list, and you may have 10, you may have 15. And what I'd like you to do is try and narrow that down to 3. Try to come up with your 3 core values that, if everything else were forsaken, these would be the 3 things that you hold on to. And then you take a look at how you've run your business in the last couple of months, in the last week even. Did the things you did in your business align with those 3 core values? I want you to think about your family, your time with friends, your relationships. Did the things you said or did, or the actions you took, did they align with your 3 core values? If not, it's time to get that right. It's time to bring it back into alignment. So these are just 2 simple little things that will help you in gaining insight as to who you're becoming and how to fix things that might have gone a little askew or a little stray as you're building wealth. This is something that I like to do about every 6 months because that's a good check-in point to make sure that the progress that I've made and the direction that I'm headed is right on target with my vision, with my mission, and with the person that I'm called to be. The next piece is to look at your business. In 2018, online business represented 14 to 14.5% of online commerce. I shouldn't say online commerce, 14 to 14.5% of commerce. So of all sales, 14 to 14.5% of those were online. And that comes from Digital Commerce 360. That was the source for that. iBiz World estimates that the percentage of business conducted online increased 27.9% in 2020, bringing it to the level of almost 31% of all that business activity was conducted online. So while these numbers with the country opening back up, while we may see them come down just a little bit, business owners of all walks of life have discovered the importance of being able to conduct business in multiple different formats in order to stay healthy and to stay ahead of the game, and to really understand the value that different ways of generating income can have on their business if they want to keep their business strong. There's a popular proverb that says, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. So for many of you, that time is now. It's time that, if you have a brick and mortar business, it's time to be thinking about how can I offer my programs, my products, my services in an online world. If you're a service provider, how can I expand those services in an online format so that I can continue to serve at my highest level and reach as many people as possible? We have to look at the way we're doing business. I'm sure you've heard it said, this is not the first time. You may have heard it earlier this week. You may have heard it a few years ago, but I'm sure you've heard it said that the average millionaire has 5 to 7 streams of income. In my $1 Million Business System, my clients are creating those streams of income without the hassle of having to start up multiple different businesses. They're not having to divide their time, their energy, or their resources. We create one simple product together that's based on their expertise and allows them to build upon that product until they have the entire $1 Million product system in place. So they have those 5 to 7 streams of income in place. So the best part is that not only are they creating a highly profitable business, they get to live a life they love because they're serving more people. They're making a bigger impact than they ever thought possible. And number 3 is your legacy. Building your legacy, Peter Strobel said, legacy is not something for people. Legacy is leaving something in people. And that's what we're about. We're about changing lives for the better. We're about breaking those generational bonds of poverty, breaking the cycles of abuse, fear, worthlessness. We're here to give people hope. We're here to give them meaning and purpose and a future. But what happens when you're gone? What happens when you're no longer able to serve every single day in your business? Does all the good that you've created come to an end? Do all the lives that need you just stay stuck? Gary Vaynerchuk says, please think about your legacy because you're writing it every single day. Is your business ready to carry on the work that you've been doing in your absence? Is one of your 5 to 7 streams of income your legacy program? If not, then it's time to start planning it. If you're not sure what that looks like, again, grab the download that I have for you, grab that handout, type slides into your messenger or into your text message platform, type the word slides and send it to 1-888-376-2013 because I'm going to show you some examples of what a legacy program looks like. How many of you are familiar with the John Maxwell program? Have you ever heard that name before? Are you familiar with John Maxwell? So John Maxwell has what he calls the John Maxwell team. He has a certification program that he takes people through that once they've been through that training program, they can serve on his behalf to take his message, to take his methodology out into the world, reach even more people, and continue doing his work long after he's gone. How about Les Brown? You ever heard of Les Brown? Les Brown has his Prodigy program where you can come be trained in the way that he speaks, to be motivational, to be inspirational, to get before crowds that want to hear what you have to say, to change their lives through the words that you use to impact them. He's teaching you how to speak in a way that will take his legacy into the future. What about Tony Robbins? Tony Robbins has a life coaching certificate program. You can become part of the Tony Robbins team. You can go through his certification program and become a Tony Robbins certified coach. And not only that, he's taken it one step further. Not only can you earn the credential of being certified by him, but he has continuing education credits that you need to take in order to continue achieving that certification or receiving that certification. He wants to make sure that you continue to learn, that you continue to grow, that process of personal growth and development is something that goes on and on and on into the future. So these programs, they're not just your average everyday run-of-the-mill online course or coaching program. These are the type of programs that are methodically planned out. They're highly trained individuals that come out of these programs. They establish a level of excellence in that training methodology, and it shows that you've achieved that level of excellence as the participant. And you have the capacity then to be able to take that legacy into the future on behalf of the company. Because of the standards, the processes, the evaluation criteria, the curriculum that's been established, it becomes possible for the graduates of these programs to continue the work of the creator into the future exponentially for years and years and years. And that's what a legacy program looks like. Now, some of you know that this is your next step. You're like, this is what I need to do. This is the next step for me. But I know that some of you are saying, that would be awesome X number of years from now, but I'm not there yet. And that's okay. As I mentioned before, legacy programs are just one part of the $1 Million Product System. So here I'm going to share with you some examples of some of my other clients who are building the parts and pieces of their $1 Million Product System, but they don't yet have the legacy program in place. Okay, if you have the handouts, you're going to be able to see these. You're going to be able to touch them, feel them, look at them, take notes as we go through these. All right. So the first person I want to tell you about is Ashley. Ashley Prieto is a powerhouse personal trainer. Absolute amazing, amazing personal trainer. When I met Ashley, her business was thriving. She was booked out with clients, and yet she still wanted to grow. She wanted her business to continue growing, but she couldn't take on any more one-on-one clients because she was already maxed out. She was losing time with her family. And so Ashley and I started working on her membership site. And as we launched her membership site, guess what happened? COVID-19 hit. But guess what? Because Ashley had been working on this membership site, when all the other businesses that people would go to face had to shut down, when they had to close their doors, when they were running the risk of losing their businesses altogether, Ashley's income doubled. Ashley was able to continue serving her clients in a way that they got what they needed from her, and they started telling their friends to come to her. And so her income doubled. And she said, Natalie, she said, had it not been for this membership program, I don't know what I would have done. She said, but because I have this in place, I now get to spend more time with my husband. I get to take my kids to the pool, and I get to do more of what I love. The next person I want to tell you about is Jay Souter. He is a professional speaker and speaking trainer. When Jason and I started working together, we worked on one of his foundational products, but then he decided he wanted to build a certification program. And so we built out that certification program. He has his foundational program is the World Class Speaker Academy. And then his certification program is called Black Belt Speaker Training. And so we built out those levels of advancement for him that his clients could move through. And he said, because of the work that we did together, he's now able to sell more of his $20,000 programs than ever before. And the last person I want to tell you about is Kelly Retley. Kelly is a chiropractor. She is also an author, a speaker, and a feminine fat loss specialist. Excuse me, my eyes are watering. So when I met Kelly, she was preparing to do a 3-day training, a 3-day live event, and she wanted to have people come into a coaches training program and into a master practitioner program that was beyond the coaches training program. So, but the problem was that the people who were in her coaches training program, they were kind of all over the place. Some people were getting incredible results. Some people weren't getting any results. Some people were getting moderate results, and some people were just flat out lost. And she said, Natalie, you know, I don't understand. You know, they're all showing up. I'm teaching them all the same things. Why are some getting results and some aren't? And so we started taking a look at how she was delivering her training. And we discovered that really, while she was sharing lots of great information, she didn't understand the learning process. She didn't understand adult education principles. So once we started putting those in place, her clients started getting results. And so when she had her event, because her clients were doing better, because they were getting more results, and because they were ready to take the next step with her, it was a $200,000 event. How many of you would like to have a $200,000 weekend? And that doesn't even count all of the other programs that she sells throughout the year. That doesn't take into account all of the other things that she's doing. That's just one weekend. So in your handouts, I'm showing you, I have a diagram up there that talks about the different programs that she uses. For her, million dollar product pathway. She's got coaching programs, and she's got training programs, and she's got her master practitioner program. And the thing is, there is a unique pathway for each and every one of you. Your journey is not going to look just like Kelly's. Your journey is not going to look just like Jace's. There is a unique pathway for you and your business. So let's do a quick recap on what we've learned today, all right? Number one, we've learned that money is a magnifier. Whatever you have in your foundation, who you are is what's going to be magnified as you come into more wealth. And it's so important that we learn to address all of those little cracks, all of those little nuances that can set us up to have a weakened foundation when we come into wealth. What does it look like when you have a strong foundation? It looks like love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, faithfulness, and self-control. Those are the hallmark of a business owner with a strong foundation. That when you come into more wealth, as you continue building your wealth, those are the things that are released out into the world. Those are the things that flow out of you. Number two, we learned that online business is and will continue to be something that increases, and that having the programs and products that are capable of being delivered online gives you the opportunity not only just to pivot in the event of some sort of catastrophic event, but it gives you a way to develop those multiple streams of income for your business. And then number three, we've learned that your business is a lifeline to those in need. And it's a lifeline that, with a little bit of thought and planning, it can turn into a legacy that changes lives for decades to come. So now I'd like to offer you the opportunity to see what your $1 million product system could look like, to see what your legacy program could be. I'd like to invite you to schedule a call with me. One of the most valuable things that I could offer you, my time, my heart, my vision for what could be possible for you. So to schedule your call, you're going to pull out your phone again, and you're going to text the word call, C-A-L-L, to this number you're going to know in your sleep, 1-888-376-2013. And it's going to immediately send you over to my calendar so that you can get on my calendar, and so that we can set up the appointment for you to join me to start planning out what your $1 million product system could look like, and or your legacy program. So again, you're going to text, just like we did earlier in the messages, you're going to put call, C-A-L-L, and you're going to text that to the number 1-888-376-2013. All right, so thank you. Thank you for your time today. But before I go, I want to share one more thing with you. The greatest legacy that you can leave behind is to positively impact the lives of people around you. Because when you make their lives a little bit better, a little bit richer, and a little bit easier, it's like leaving footprints in the sand of time that will live on forever and ever and ever. Today is the day that you begin your journey of creating your legacy. Thank you. I'll talk to you.
Make sure you reach out to Natalie, and you will see something from the young man she mentioned, Jay Souter, who's doing a comedy, speakers using comedy to improve their speaking soon. So before Facebook cuts us off, I want to go ahead and bring our last speaker of the day up. Her name is Rosalind Henderson, and she is going to be talking to us about how to unlock our sales superpower. Hey, everybody, I want to welcome you back to Building Wealth Together. Today, we have a special treat for you. Rosalind Henderson is owner of Leadership Keys Unlimited. She is a leadership and sales coach for 13 years. She's worked with such organizations as Chick-fil-A, UPS, and Xavier University. Now, Rosalind brings her phenomenal training and experience to business owners who are sales resistant or who desire to upgrade their skills and mindset to regularly hit their income goals. When Rosalind isn't working, you will find her on the floor with her grandson playing with Lego. Rosalind, welcome to Building Wealth Together.
Oh, JJ, it is my honor to be here.
Oh, I'm so excited to have you here. When I heard about what you want to share with the audience today, the discussion that we're going to have, I knew that this was going to be a phenomenal session to help up-level our entrepreneurs. Because one of the biggest problems we all struggle with is getting paid for our talent. Now, before you jump into some of your fine points that you want to share with us today, I've got a question about your bio. You have in here business owners who are sales resistant. And that jumped out at me because I know a lot of us want more sales, but deep down inside, I kind of feel like many of us are blocking our own selves. But can you tell me what you mean by sales resistant and how we know that that might be us?
Absolutely. Self-resistance ends up being self-sabotage, whether we're doing it intentionally or unintentionally. It ends up being the same thing, is that our business ends up financially struggling. It might be struggling because maybe we personalize no's as we're doing sales conversations. Maybe it struggles because we have old tapes and have an old mindset about what sales looks like. And the experiences that we've had in the past often comes in to bear when we're trying to interact with our own prospects. I don't know about you, JJ, but surely I started off disliking sales because there were salespeople that I encountered who were hard driving. They were pushy. They really were about to sell more than they were about serving me. And I really didn't want to have anything to do with that. And so that was a mindset that I needed to really, really work on. There's all kinds of things. Charging what your services are worth is an issue for some of my clients because they have worth issues. You know, closing a sale might be difficult for some of people. So those are the symptoms of a deeper issue where mindset is blocking your ability to make wealth. It is about learning sales skills. Absolutely. And we have a 9-prong step sales system that we introduce our prospects and customers to, but it's equally mindset, because if you have the skills, but if you lack execution, then you're going to get uneven financial results. If I just show up every so often to do sales, then it's going to affect your pocketbook.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm a person who's very much aversive to being sold to. I want my problems answered, but I don't want you to sell to me. And I say this as somebody who I've been in Home Depot in the landscaping area and had 3 different people come try to sell me cabinets. And with the third one, I was super frustrated. I was like, if I wanted cabinets for my kitchen, don't you think I'd be over in the kitchen section? What do I look like? Some kind of sucker to you? And he was like, well, yeah, actually, you kind of do. I was so hurt.
Wow.
They had pegged me as an easy mark. And the interesting thing that I have found is that because of that experience, it made me resistant to ever doing anything that would appear as if I was like those guys. And in so feeling, I actually cut myself off of a lot of business because sometimes in business, we've got to be more aggressive. I learned that the hard way at a trade show where I was marketing my 40 Dates in 4 Months book. And I wish I would have had your book back then. Your 21 things that women need to do to in business, because if I had had your book, it wouldn't have taken me 2 hours to finally start yelling at people. 40 dates in 4 months, the true story of how I met my husband. Everybody walked past my banner. They saw it, but nobody was stopping at my booth, and I had spent my money to be there. And then as I called out to people, I realized, hey, I'm not being aggressive. They're enjoying talking to me about my book. They just needed to know it was here.
Yes, yes. I love that point that you're making, because oftentimes we have services that we poured our heart into in our book or curriculum. We do webinars, we speak on the stage, there's all kind of different things that we do, and yet we're not assertive enough. We think people are going to come to us and just wrestle a sell off of us. And all we have to do is stand there when we need to give the invitation. Sales to me is an invitation for my transformation. It's an invitation to see if there's a fit between what your needs are and what I have to offer. Look, I'm honest. If I feel like I am unable to help you get the transformation and to solve the problem that you need solved, then I'll tell the truth, because it can be about service. It can be about honesty. It is about serving the client or the soon to be client. That's the perspective we need to come from in sales. If there is a good fit, then I'm going to show how it is a good fit. I'm going to connect the dots for the prospect, leading them to a sale, but it's hardly about strong arming at all. Absolutely not.
And I've also been in several businesses where I thought I was going to go into business for myself, and I wasn't going to have to sell, and I wasn't going to have to be beholden to anybody. And what do you find out when you become an entrepreneur? One, you find out if you're not working, you're not getting paid, right? And then two, you find out that everybody is selling to somebody, and you're basically selling you. So how do we
Yes.
get over that mentally? How do we make that jump and understand that it's not icky and it's not slimy to actually market ourselves to the audience? I like how you said, I wrote this down. It's selling to our clients is an invitation for their transformation.
Absolutely. I think that thought alone, using that as an affirmation, can really shift your perspective. It really could. To know that that's what I am extending to you, an invite. I think that that's one thing that is very vital, that we work on our mindsets. Oftentimes we kind of accept the thoughts that just race through our head. We just allow them to hang around too long, and it comes to us through self-talk. And that self-talk can be highly critical, or we have these emotional states. Sometimes I feel shameful. Sometimes I feel worthless and insecure and fearful. So it starts with beginning to say, this is where I am. This is what I'm doing. I'm struggling, embracing the results of that. We have to understand, JJ, the cost of embracing negative mindsets, the cost of believing the ways in which we fake ourselves out. We have to locate and pin down our excuses that sound all so lovely and so plausible, but keep us from regularly setting up sales presentations and doing them. So first of all, it is about locating ourselves and where we are. And there is so much out there, JJ, in regards to how to transform your mindset. I just mentioned affirmations. In my program, we do affirmations on steroids. And what I mean is that we position affirmations in a way that it really is hitting the subconscious mind. So there's transformation. So you're kind of getting rid of some of that old toxic garbage. For instance, we do things like cognitive therapy exercises that we use. Very easy to use. You can use it conveniently where you're challenging some of the thoughts that you just accept as normal, as part of yourself. There are a lot of techniques out there. Journaling is a very good way to see what is inside of this head, make it concrete, and begin to work with those thoughts with the idea of changing them and watching the emotional charge drain enough so that we can act in our own best interest, despite the fact we still may hear those voices. But when we're working on ourselves and we do it consistently, it doesn't have the same charge, power, weight. It's oh, there you go again, negative self-talk. Okay, anyway, I have how many calls to run today? You're not affected. You are acting in your own best interest, and within the idea of creating a healthy business. It's about creating a healthy business, and that includes sales, marketing, and sales.
Yes, healthy. And I like how you emphasize healthy, because I know that for me and many of my clients, when I got started, I thought I was doing great because I was making all this money, and I didn't really have a healthy business. I'm thinking specifically, okay, so I've had 17 different businesses before I found one that I stuck with, right? But when I was selling Mary Kay, and I was making $1,000 a month, and that was really good for somebody who's $800,000 in debt, like I needed that $1,000 a month. And I was in one church where they didn't have any independent consultants for Mary Kay. So I would offer sales. I would give you a 30% off thing. I had to pay 50%. So I made that 20% that spread. And you have a large enough group, that 20% spread translated to about $1,000 a month. My sponsor got her car and everything, right? Well, I didn't have a healthy business. So when I picked up and moved, the military moved us to another state, my entire business dried up, because now I was in an area where all of our churches had at least 2 or 3 Mary Kay consultants. And instead of building a business, I was just relying on tactics and tricks. And so when you talk about sales and marketing, that really speaks to my heart, because it's the lifeblood of our business to continue to bring new people in contact with the value that we offer.
Absolutely. So lead generation is very key, that we not use just one lead generation system, but we have a number of lead generation systems in place so that we always have someone going through the pipeline, so that JJ, when you don't uproot, you uprooted and went to live somewhere else. Perhaps if there were other ways to generate leads, you wouldn't have been totally shriveled up.
Right. Well, if I had paid attention to what others were teaching,
it's okay.
So basically what I'm learning right now is I've got a hard head.
We're all learning and growing. So that is essential, that we keep those leads coming in various different ways. So that's one way to keep your business healthy, is to get leads, is to nurture those leads in various ways, shape, and form. I have a blog that I use. I stay in contact through email marketing with my leads. I'm holding free events so people can taste my wares, so to speak. And I know you do the same kind of thing. And then I sell from my webinars. I sell from the stage. That's what I do. And it's rinse and repeat, but it depends on what kind of business you have, the way you're going to approach it. So it takes a while to get all of those little pieces into place so that you have a well-oiled machine. And when you do have it in place, to me, marketing and sales really is rinse and repeat. It's like going to me, the ATM machine, and saying, I want this amount, and just being able to withdraw whatever amount of money you wish. So it takes a while to do that, but that's the goal. And that's the point I want to make, JJ, about financial wealth and about sales, and always tweaking ourselves, getting better at sales, understanding new tactics, techniques, approaches. All of that is a lifelong endeavor that really builds financial wealth. And I think business owners, some, need to take that a lot more seriously than they do, especially if they're trying to open doors, financial doors, for themselves and the little ones and the kids and the family that is they're dependent on you to make those sales, and so that they can live the life that you desire and you desire for your family.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's something that for me has been very important. And I know that there's a long, like I'm nowhere near the level of John Maxwell or Les Brown, but I do all right. And I was really surprised to see that it didn't take me as long as I was afraid of, and it didn't take as much effort as I was afraid of. I want to say that the right way, because entrepreneurship is work, but it's fun work. But it didn't require, how do I want to say this? It didn't require me to go into hundreds of $1,000s of debt. It didn't require me to stop playing with my kids. It didn't require me to stop picking my boys up from school and dropping them off at school. It didn't require me to start missing my son's football games. Now, I may have been able to scale faster if I did those things, but instead I was able to scale in still a fairly short time amount, by being very clear on the concepts that you're teaching, and then making sure that my confidence levels are up there. Because I find that confidence for me, it does two things. One, it either makes me feel a lack of confidence. I mean, makes me either feel like I can't charge, like I don't have something of value. And I'd like you to speak to that. But the other thing that a lack of confidence does for me is a lack of confidence, a lack of confidence when I allow it to creep into my life, actually prevents me from seeing myself as offering a service and value to the client, and it closes me off from opportunities where I may have to pay to get access to more leads and more clients. And so, like, this conference, Building Wealth Together, is a free conference for the attendees, but all of us as speakers at varying levels, we all chipped in to make this happen, because we understood the process of developing leads, and we understood how powerful that is. But yet sometimes that fear is like, well, I'm not going to take a chance on me. So can you help us walk through how to overcome these lacks of confidence that overtake us? What is one thing somebody can do starting today that they can put into place that will help transform their confidence, even if it's a small step forward in the rest of the week, and then even beyond in their business?
Wow. There's so much said that I have to think about how I want to address that. But I believe confidence is the very bedrock of business. And of course, we're building levels and higher levels and higher levels of confidence. That is so critical. I find so many business owners and so many people blind to all the talents and to all the giftings that God has given them. There's a lot of reasons why we're blind.
Say that again. Say that again. That is so true.
Yes, that is amazing, mind-blowing how we are blind to all the giftings and to all the talents that are inherent in us, that God has put in us. And there are a lot of reasons for that, JJ. Some of us have been molested. Some of us have been abused by parents or others. Some of us have gone through, you just name the trauma. They have gone through things that may have your hair and my hair stand on end. And so there's a lot of people who can look at another person and go, oh, this person is dripping with talent and skills and gifts. Why don't they use it? because they don't see that. And because some of those old messages are really hardwired into some business owners, into some people. I don't deserve this, or there's no way I'll ever be as good as this person over here. It results in all kind of skewed ways of thinking and seeing the world. And I think that is something that is going to inhibit financial wealth building more than anything else, is that disbelief in taking a chance on me, the disbelief that I have in my capacities and my abilities. That is what's going to hinder me more than anything. Because in the final analysis, JJ, I got to believe in me. I got to take a chance on me. I have to believe that what has been put in me, inherent in me by God, is going to provide someone else's transformation. It could be a mini transformation. It could be a gigantic transformation, but that's why we're all here. We're all here to help each other along this path, specifically so. And to me, business in a way has a ministry element to it, to me, in the sense that I'm using my purpose and my mission to help transform others. So for those who lack confidence, again, I'm always saying this: realize you lack it. Don't fight it. Some people will try to drink over it. They'll try to eat over the fact they don't have confidence. They binge watch TV. They're sexaholics. They might be. Stay there in the place of momentary discomfort, this momentary discomfort, and start thinking about, what can I do to start building my confidence? There's a number of things that you can do. One simple answer, of course, is therapy. Some of us, and I'm talking about us brown folks in particular, resist therapy. But I want to tell you, JJ, that there have been arenas and times in my life where I had to clutch on to therapy and to milk whatever I could get from it, because I was dealing with depression and anxiety, and it showed up in business.
It absolutely does.
Yes, it shows up in your attitude. It shows up in your behavior. It shows up. Your clients pick it up. Your prospects pick it up. You're not as progressive as you want to be when you're stuck in that arena. So that's the first thing that I will say, because that helped in time. It helped me break through layers and higher levels of confidence, to build confidence. The second thing is, there's so much that we can do in between, if you're seeing a therapist, in between seeing the therapist, to expedite our emotional, mental health. Because I'm going to say this, and it might sound a little radical, JJ, but often a lack of confidence sometimes points to mental health issues sometimes. So, okay. But there's a lot that we can do about that. For instance, I'm part of a mastermind group. I cannot tell you the importance of community. The right kind of community with the right kind of people, which allows me to grow. There are people in that mastermind group, for instance, who have told me things I didn't know about myself, or I was not owning about myself. They were helping me see myself more correctly, soberly, all my warts, I suppose, but also the great strengths that, we own. To be able to see it and to be responsible for it and to start using it out there in your business and life means that your, guess what? Self-confidence grows and grows. So community is a way to build confidence. Another way to build confidence, again, is that with my clients, I do hand out a number of exercises and strategies that they can use conveniently to start challenging some of their thought processes related to a lack of confidence.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
So that you can see what's true. It's so interesting once we begin to take some of our thoughts and put them onto paper, it becomes concrete, and you can begin to manipulate your thoughts, expose the light of truth on some of our stinking thinking. And then once you do that, you can begin to see what the truth is, what the truth is. And once you begin to see what the truth is, it oftentimes has that great side effect of dissolving negative thinking patterns and emotions that you have, because the truth does indeed set you free.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
those are some of the ideas that I have in regards to that.
I love that because that confidence, it's such an impact to everything. And like you said, your clients can feel it, your prospects, it's like your confidence meets them before you meet them. And I didn't make any sales when I wasn't confident, that's for sure. And I tell you, I've come to learn that it doesn't matter how famous somebody is or how wealthy somebody is. I always have something to offer them. And when I meet somebody else, it doesn't matter how high up they are in society's eyes or how low down they are in society's eyes. I have discovered that I can pretty much learn something from everybody. And with that level of humility, it actually increases my confidence because I don't have to stress out now about whether or not I can add value. I know I can add value. It's a matter of whether this is the right time in your life or whether I'm the right person to speak into your life or whether there's someone else. And for me, like having that confidence that, you know, through some of the methods that you outlined, and I wanted to touch on them again because I think a lot of people discount the value of these exercises. I know some of the exercises that I went through, my mentors would tell me, I know you haven't done them, but I read them and I thought them and I thought through it, but I didn't do what I was supposed to do. I didn't write out what I was supposed to write out. I didn't think it was a big deal that I didn't have that physical motor versus mind connection, all of that together. I was like, I thought about it, I skimmed it, I got it. And one of my mentors was like, you don't got it, because if you did get it, you'd be getting that bag. And so, but the other thing that I wanted to loop back to is you talked about therapy. And I tell you, boy, 6 years ago, I would have really kind of been like, you know what, accomplished people, spiritual people, we don't need therapy. But I learned for myself that, you'll go, if you break a bone, you'll go to the doctor. And there are things that happen that break our brains. There's traumas that happen that break our brains. And a lot of those traumas don't even come out. This is why I host that Healing My Sisters virtual summit every year. A lot of traumas don't come out until we are financially and emotionally mature enough to handle them. And so now we're in our 40s, our 50s, maybe even our 60s, and this stuff starts bubbling up and we're like, well, it's because your body, your systems in your body are saying, hey, I can handle this. But it comes up and then we freeze and we don't execute at the meeting. And so I really love the different things that you brought out. And again, like therapy, like if I hadn't gone to therapy, I wouldn't be able to drive today because of all the car. I had a series of car accidents, one right after that. I had like 4 rear ends in a 3-year period or 4-year period. I had two in 1 year, one before that, and then one after that. And it was just over and over, and they weren't my fault. Like it'd be different if I could say it's my fault. But they weren't my fault. And so then when things happen to you and it's not your fault, you feel like you have no control. All right. And so you've talked through a lot of ways to handle that. But I want to talk, before we close out, I want to talk about what we do when it is our fault. I get a lot of entrepreneurs come to me and they say, my husband or my wife, they don't support me in my dream. They just think I should get my head out of the clouds, and they think I should just go get a real job. And not all the time, but a lot of time, I peel back the onion and I discover that this person is just like I was. Business after failed business after failed business after failed business after failed business. Like I said, I had 17 different businesses till I finally found one that stuck. And my track record Oh, I have great ideas, big ideas, short on details. My track record would imply that perhaps my spouse shouldn't trust the 18th idea. And so when we have either messed up or we've had a pattern of messing up, that can really hinder us from moving forward. What would you say to a client that came to you and was like, I've messed up this and I've messed up this and I've messed up that, and I feel like there's still hope for me, but most of the time I just feel like I'm hopeless and I'm never going to make it? What would you say to somebody in that situation?
Wow, great question. We all
Did you
mess
see
up.
I'm having fun with this?
You are. You really are.
Because it's like you're
I
telling
want you
all the
on the
stuff I
other
needed
side.
10 years ago. I'm like, I needed her 10 years ago.
I want you on the other side of this interview. I just wanted to interview you. Boy, there is not one of us who has not floundered big time in this whole entrepreneurial space. A lot of us are coming from 9-to-5 jobs, trying to start our first business, not having an inkling what to do, first steps. And this is why I feel that an entrepreneur, above all else, they need to be teachable and coachable. I think someone who is on their 17th business, if I were your husband, JJ, yeah, I had to have some questions about you going back to work, because with these 17 businesses that haven't made any money or made very little money, and we have light bills to pay, I'm going to have a serious conversation about, why am I going to believe you this time? This is the 17th time, JJ. Why am I going to believe you this time? We've been struggling for 2, 3, 4, 5 years with all your different ideas that just haven't gone anywhere.
That's right.
Especially
I've
if
been in
you have-
some form of business for 23 years. And this one that's taking off, it was a commitment that I made to my family. I am not spending any family money on this business.
Okay.
And that was what I had to do in order to get my spouse's trust. But that meant it took longer to grow.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Because there needs to be that conversation needed to happen for the sake of your marriage.
Yeah.
You know, and those are the kind of hard conversations I think we need to have with those significant others who are trying to run with us. And that's the kind of conversation we need to have with ourselves. If I don't know, this is why I have run, not walked, JJ. This is why I have run the coaches. Rosalind will go down into her grave with holding a coach's hand. Because every time I want to go to the next level, there's mystery. It's unknown. I want to save time, tears, and effort. So therefore, you find the people who have done it. And sometimes you might get someone who's nominal charge or next to free, but sometimes you have to pay a little bit or negotiate or do something so that you can be in that coach's space, sitting at their knee, so that you're learning and you get there so much faster when you do that. I don't know, JJ, if along those 17 businesses you had mentors and or coaches, but that's number one.
I did something probably a lot of your clients have done too. I was unique. Nobody understood my situation, you see, because I was in the Air Force and I had a baby and I had a ministry, and you couldn't tell me anything because you hadn't lived that walk. And so you must not really know. The Spirit is not speaking to you. Yeah.
That's denial.
Well, 16, I shouldn't say 17 failed businesses, 16 failed businesses. And then this one. Now, some of them weren't failed. I did sell the web hosting company and the Airport Walkers of America. That wasn't my fault. That was 9/11, baby. That's what shut that one down. That was 9/11. But I mean, hey, It was a great concept. Did I ever tell you about that?
No, no, you never have.
So, and when me and my ex-husband, when we started our missionary journey, we got out of debt. We got out of debt in 98, I think. And we started traveling with our international missions director of our international church, and then also some of the bishops, because he was a musician and I was really good with kids. So I would hold the kids while the revivalist was doing webinars, and he would play for them. And it was a great combination. And we would come out of our own pockets. So of course everybody wanted to have us come because they didn't have to pay for us, right? They didn't have to raise funds for us. And so we were in the airport like 20 to 27 weekends a year in those early years. We didn't have kids yet. And so I created something called Airport Walkers of America, because if you planned your layovers right, you could get a good walk-in. And they used to have luggage lockers in the airport. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, they used to have. See, people are like, "What is she talking about?" Hey, look, me and Rosalind, we older than
around
we
the same
look.
age.
We aged well. We aged well, but we remember when they used to have luggage lockers in the airport. You could lock your carry-on in the luggage locker, and you could go walking and eat and relax. And so what I did was, back before the internet was big, the internet had just come out, right? We're talking 98, 97 here. And I captured the layouts, the handouts of the airports, their restaurants, the schematics, and I scanned it all in. Like this is way back when, right? I scanned it all in, uploaded it to an HTML page, and people could log in. They would pay to log in and get access to those packages. So if they were planning their trip, they could plan a 2-hour layover here, get a good workout in, get a healthier meal, or they could avoid this airport because there were no services. Airport Walkers of America. It was a fantastic business until 9/11 came along. And the crazy thing is I was telling some guy about this at FinCon 2 years ago. He's like, I'm building an app that does that. And then I thought, man, there's still a use for that information. Wow. I missed the boat on that, man. I could have been multimillionaire several times over. But this is your interview, not mine. But I thought you would enjoy that story. You know, some of the businesses, they failed. It's not because of us. Many of them were, admittedly, because I wouldn't accept help. And I like what you said about being coachable and being willing to be mentored and to be coached.
And the second thing is we have to decide at some point, or we're going to go all in. We have to decide if we're going to go all in. I don't care if it's Mary Kay. I don't care what the business is. So it could be a service business that you've created. I think a lot of us are a little hesitant in some areas of our business when we need to be pushing, and we need to show up each and every day. We need to open our business, especially if we're doing it via electronics, the computer, online. We need to show up as if we have a brick and mortar business. If it's 9 to 5, you should be online 9 to 5, generating leads, having conversations on Facebook, turning those conversations into possible sales conversations. So the idea of commitment, which will lead to grit and persistence, is something that a lot of us need help in developing, because we don't give certain businesses time. What I have found is that I always want to go faster than the timeline. So I'm thinking, hey, why isn't this business up and going? I should be making 6 figures now. I've been 8 months into this business. And I have found that it takes much longer than we want oftentimes. And it requires much more of us that we're unaccustomed to giving. And that's another piece that I would share with you, is that our commitment levels to make this work no matter what, to position my product no matter how long it takes, so that prospect can hear how this can benefit them. Well, that is a subject in and of itself, but those are the kinds of things that is what's going to make a business eventually succeed, is those kind of things that sometimes we are a little wary about doing. And we run off to another business after 8 months.
Yeah, because this one clearly wasn't good enough.
No, it wasn't good enough.
It doesn't
There's
matter
something
that
wrong with
20
there's
other
something wrong
people
with
made
it.
millions. Go ahead.
There's something wrong with it. There's something wrong with the business, or, and there's not to say, JJ, that there hasn't been mismatches. I have finally found there's the sweet spot of me teaching business owners sales skills is a very sweet spot for me. And yes, it took me a while to find that sweet spot. I was around the sweet spot, but it took me a little while to find, oh, this is it. This is what floats my boat. So it's not to say that you don't go through a process of finding that sweet spot, but I'm of the belief that wherever you are in business, wherever you are, you're going to be making, you're going to be tweaking your business for sure. But wherever you are, I think you should be giving 110% to where you are in your business at a given time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I don't want anybody to be scared and think like, oh, I can't possibly do it. I'm a single mom with 3 kids and I'm working 3 jobs and there's no way I can build a business and have financial independence. Well, I remember being a single military mom with $800,000 of debt. And I was in a military position in a high enough rank that I couldn't just, go out and proselytize to everybody at work. So I remember those days where I really felt like my hands were hamstrung. But one thing that I'm hearing in what Rosalind is saying is that if you will do what you can do, the rest will work itself out.
Yes.
And I have a big problem with, especially when I start to get stressed and anxious and I'm not being in touch with my feelings and don't realize what's happening. I have a big problem with getting sucked into cell phone games. And I'll sit there and play games, waiting for my son to fall asleep, and he'll be asleep for 2 hours and I'll still be in his room. And that's a signal to me that, hey, you're out of sync. You need to do something because you've got a business to run. And when these kids are asleep and when that husband is asleep and when they're at school, that's time to make the business happen, or it's time for self-care. And I really appreciate what you're saying because you're giving us tools to be able to identify that in ourselves and be able to say, hey, wait a second, I need to realign myself and get together with what I'm called to do. Rosalind, this has been fantastic. I want to give you some space now to kind of let the audience know how they can get a hold of you. If they want to dig deeper into this concept, where they would go to find more information. Go ahead and tell us a little bit about how they can walk deeper in this with you.
Well, I do feel that this is such an essential component to business. And let me ask you, JJ, is it fine for me to offer a gift?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
To those who are listening today, because one thing I love to do, JJ, I love to write, love to research. I love to find those productivity hacks that is going to allow us to streamline all of our focus and our efforts so that we can get to a goal faster. And so what I would like to share with the audience is an ebook that I wrote. So it's entitled Increase Reaching Your Goals Up to 300% Faster. I researched this little ebook for a lot of months, poured over a lot of information. It took me about 4 months to write this little ebook, but I call it my little gem because it is packed with, I think, is powerful information that allows you to organize your thoughts, your behaviors, to create structures that are going to help you hit your goals faster and faster. For every goal that you have, once you have these behaviors and mindsets down, it's going to help you save some months and who knows, at least months in regards to seeing the realization of whatever your dreams are. So that's the first gift that I want to give. And the second one that I created, and I was very, very proud of this because it's digital. I spend a lot of my time on the computer. So I created a reflections worksheet. And this reflection worksheet pairs very well with the ebook that I wrote, Increase Reaching Your Goals by 300%. And it's going to allow you to reflect on what are your your habits that surround reaching your goals today? How can you use some of the concepts in the book to help you reach your goals a little faster? It helps you, of course, locate yourself where you are and help you acquire what's needed to move a little faster, to progress a little faster towards your dreams. So, how do you get in contact with me? I'm bold, and people seldom take me up on this. But if you're interested in that gift, all you have to do is just text me 310 488 7591 and just put we could just put in goal book. Just put in goal book, and I will readily send all of that to you, the gifts to you. Maybe you prefer reaching me via email. That is fine also. You can contact me at Rosalind, ROSALIND, Henderson, HENDERSON 1 at gmail.com, and simply put in the subject line something similar, ebook gift or ebook, and I will send you all of that information that I just talked about right now. Yes, I am bold, JJ. I'm giving out my number.
They couldn't see my face when you said that because I have it set to speaker mode for the recording, but you saw my face. I was like, what? He is much more bold than me. But you know what? You said it though, because a lot of times we have this value and people do not take action. And it's like, okay, I'm gonna give you my text because I know that look, y'all, Rosalind didn't say this. I'm being the mean cop here. She's the good cop, I'm the bad cop. She didn't say this, but she knows that most of y'all, the reason you have not achieved your dreams yet is because you haven't been taking action. I want you to pull your phone out right now. Rosalind, give us your number one more time. We all gonna do this together. We're gonna deny your service almost by flooding you with text. What is your number?
I love it. I love it. 310 488 7591.
And what are we putting in here? Goals.
You can put goal ebook.
Goal ebook. All right, y'all. Goal ebook. Now look, if you don't do anything else in this next hour, you do this right now. Where'd the number go? Okay, I got it in here. It says goal ebook. I'm hitting send. I encourage you to do that. 3110 488 7591.
My phone is vibrating. Thank you, JJ.
All right. See, that's the thing. See, you think it's a small thing. You think it's a small thing. Oh, she just told us to send her a text. It's not just that you sent her a text. It's that you took action in the direction of your dreams. And now her phone is buzzing off the hook, y'all. So let's take action. Let's follow up on that goals book. Let's implement those strategies that Rosalind is teaching us and will teach us in the book. And let's build wealth together. All right, Rosalind, thank you so much on behalf of the audience and, of course, myself here at Building Wealth Together. I want to thank you for being on today. Do you have any last words as we say goodbye?
I'm stoked. I'm excited. I'm so happy that I've been able to talk with your audience about this, because these are the issues, the things that we're talking about. This is what moves you. This is what propels you forward. Taking care of some of these issues, which are foundational to building the 6-figure, 7-figure business, is the things that we talked about today. And thank you for giving me that platform, JJ. So appreciate it.
You're absolutely welcome, my sister. I appreciate what you're doing to help uplift our communities. And that's going to do us for this. That really did not come out right. That is going to be a wrap for this particular interview. But stay tuned here, Building Wealth Together. We have plenty more goodness to come as we round out day 2 and we head into day 3 on investing. I want to encourage you to make sure you get your VIP upgrade, because you are going to want to walk through these exercises and these thoughts that Rosalind shared with us today. And especially if you missed her number, you're going to want to go back and get it. It again. I decided to mute. I decided to go ahead and end that. The rest of it is me talking about the original conference that we pulled these talks from. But tomorrow is day 3. like I said in that interview. And it is also about investments. I am so excited. So to me, the last 2 days have really been preparing us for the third day. The first day about mindset, wealth building mindset, understanding that there is enough, and some of that is for us. The other one, the next day today, about entrepreneurial and corporate excellence, being able to generate more wealth by providing more value into the marketplace. And then tomorrow, my favorite day is all about investing. We're going to start off with Terry Bontemps. He's going to talk about building generational wealth in real estate without the bank. We're going to talk to Dr. Latanya White. He's going to be talking about funding generational excellence, leveraging the generational excellence already existing so that you can move forward and leave something to the third and fourth generations. We're going to have Joseph Bojang talking about Crypto 101. I can't wait for that because I went through it a couple times and I still need to go through it again. I admit it, y'all. I'm not always the smartest person in the room, but that's okay. I'm good. You know, when I learned to stop being the smartest person in the room, my business started to bloom and my earning and my impact started to increase as well. So I'm okay with that. We're going to have Mason Stetler talking about gold, the missing link to an airtight portfolio. Then we're going to bring a replay of our military money mastermind that was held with General Larry Spencer. We're going to do a replay of all the panels from Building Wealth Together. We're going to talk about our health is in our wealth. We're going to talk about creating multiple streams of income. And then we're going to be talking about increasing our net worth by increasing our self-worth. And that's going to round us up for a fantastic, fantastic Wealthy You in 22 challenge. One thing real quick, I know we're super long today, but one thing real quick before I go. If you have enjoyed this content, make sure you go out to jjclink.com/win and fill out the form. Each speaker you give feedback to and aha moments to and takeaways and testimonials for, you will receive an entry into over $1,500 worth of prizes, including gift cards and courses and other awesome things. So make sure you follow that link, jjclink.com/win, to get your part of that. Well, that's all I've got for everybody today. I will see you in the morning, 9 Central, for our day 3 on investments as part of our Wealthy You in 22 challenge. I'm JJ Conway. Thanks for watching or listening if you're listening after the fact. Y'all take care and be blessed.